Hello, I'm here. Oh, we're not watching Girl from Nowhere today. Hold up. Let me hide the... Okay. Anyway, what's up? I have kitty snacks.
Munchie. Munchie, you want a snack?
Can you see him?
Here, Munchie. Come here, Munchie. Munchy munch. Can you get up on the chair? It's a good kitty. It's a good little kitty. Little munch.
The Bops are getting their hair cut right now. That's why they're not here.
Good job, Munchie. There's more pieces. There's one right there. There's a little piece right there. Yeah. Look at that. There's pieces right there. A little bit. A little bit right there.
He's purring so loud right now.
You like that, Munchie? Was that good stuff? No? You found more? Okay, I'm picking it up now.
All the crumbs are going on the ground, okay?
Okay.
He's got a little lion tail at the moment. But he'd be such a good kitty here. Did you hear his purrs?
So loud. He's being a good kitten. Okay. Free kitty.
He's such a good kitten.
Baby.
You're stuck on mobile? No! Rip. Dude, our fucking like gas or something went out this morning, so I couldn't shower for such a long time. It sucked. But also I finally showered and I washed my hair a bit so I could yeah, I tried to hold out as long as I could to keep the color in it, but I washed it. It's a little bit more blonde now. But yeah, I know, right? Such a loud little engine, baby. All right. So today, there's a few things I want to do. One of the things is I'm gonna sign these. I made these yesterday. I also need to make shirts, so I'm gonna do that also. Maybe I'll finish that today, maybe not. I was gonna work on those tomorrow, but I ran out of time. And yeah, but I'm gonna, I'm gonna paint these, and I'm also, or not paint them, I'm gonna sign these, and I'm also gonna put like a little wax seal on them, because I feel like that would be cool. Put a little wax seal stamp to show that it's official. Am I? No. But this shirt is from the same brand as the last one. But yeah, so that's the plan. We'll probably listen to some stuff also while we do it. Oh my god, it's fucking 80 degrees outside already. Ugh. Speaking of which, there's my coffee. Oh, finally. Damn. That's crazy. Hell yeah. I think maybe next week I'll finally have some time to work on a YouTube video again. I was gonna make one a little while ago, but I ended up not finishing it for whatever reason. So either I will finish editing that one or I'll make a new one. I don't know. Either way, hell yeah. Let's go, Vincent Mistron. Thank you guys. But yeah, I need to put some more content on YouTube because I've been slacking for sure. I apologize. I was not feeling super great for a little while, and then I wanted to get back into just filming normal content for a bit. I also still need to play catch up on getting my website updated, as well as just getting stuff edited. I have 2 videos to edit right now. I'm gonna be filming another one tomorrow. I'll also have to edit. God damn it. Yay, Jean! Hey, that's still almost a year. That's pretty good. Ooh, have fun. What webtoon? Is it Boyfriends? It should be Boyfriends.
Hi, Crunchy Munchy, come here. Oh. Oh. You okay? You okay, kitty?
He just made the weirdest noise.
You good, kitten? Hi, what are you doing?
Like tummy grumble noise. That's why I didn't pick him up.
You good, baby? Come here. Hi. You okay? You okay, Munchie? I love you. I love you, Munchies. Don't. Here, let me set you down carefully. There you go. God damn it, Munchie. You're a silly kitten. Do you know that you're a silly kitten? Are you aware of this? Okay, bye.
Speaking of which, though, while I have you guys here, I'm gonna quickly upload the photo set I took yesterday so I don't have to fucking think about it. Okay? I'm gonna do that really quick. So, yeah, the one with the rainbow paint. Damn, I haven't even separated the photos into an album yet. Okay. I didn't get all that many pictures because I was slightly limited in what I could take with one of my hands covered in paint. Okay. Okay, now I'll upload it. I think I can do it all in one go. Oh, is it summer solstice today? Hell yeah. Nice. I'll promote the photo set later, but I'm gonna post it on Fansly right now at least. It's a free photo set, so it doesn't really need that much promotion. Free for anyone following me anyway. But yeah, I'll post a link to Twitter later and everything. But just so you know, it's on Fansly. At least it will be in a second. You hate the summer? See, I kind of like all seasons except for spring here is not the best. I will have to say that's the one that sucks. Is fucking spring, because holy shit. It's just cold and wet and sad and dark. Also, the fall is kind of ass because I mean, like, the beginning of fall is nice, but, like, when it heads into, like, November, hate that. Like, end of fall is actually the worst because it's so dark so early. I like summer just because there's so much sun, but I like winter because there's snow and stuff. Thank you. But yeah, I like all the seasons though, but I wish that spring was slightly more springy in Washington. It's kind of just sad and dark. Exactly, Jean. Like, the beginning of fall, the end of winter is usually when we get snow here, so I like the end of winter. The end of spring is good, like now, for example. I guess it's like pretty much summer, but you know what I mean. Like, the end of spring is good. Most of summer is good here. End of summer gets a little bit too fucking hot, so I'd say the beginning of summer is better. But yeah, beginning of fall, beginning of summer, end of winter, end of spring, probably the best parts for me. See, that's nice. I like when it sets super late. It's great. True. Right, Lemon? I wish that I had less allergies in the spring. That's when I have the worst allergies. That's also not great. 2 counts against spring, unfortunately. They're at the groomers today. So they'll be here in a little while. But, so my plan is that we're gonna, why is fucking Walgreens calling me? Stop. I hate that they do that. They literally, anytime they refill my fucking meds, they have to text me like 4 times, send me a notification like 3 times in app, and they have to call me for some reason, but it's just an automated message. Like, oh my god, please stop stalking me. Leave me alone. It's so annoying. They leave 2 voicemails too. Oh my god. Sorry about that. What was I saying though? Oh, right. So yeah, we're gonna start by signing these guys. It should be abstract enough. I hope that it's gonna not be YouTube won't be upset by this, right? I think we should be fine. So we'll put a wax seal on those and sign them. I'll probably auction them on my next, I don't know when. It'll be either Friday or next week. But then I don't know, we'll do some type of selling, giving them to people on stream. And, let's see. Other than that, I want to finish making the Pride merch. So, we're gonna try to finish. Oh my god, please stop fucking texting me, Walgreens. Shut the fuck up. I do not. Bro, what? I have been playing Genshin. I hadn't for a while, but I just updated everything. Took forever, but I finally updated everything, so I started playing it again, and I love Genshin. Aw, yay! I love going to Pride. It's fun. I haven't played Honkai just because I'm not really a fan of turn-based combat. But also just realized we should probably hide. Okay, don't do that to me, computer. Like reloaded or some shit. I don't know what it did. But not you. You. Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of turn-based combat, so I haven't played Honkai, but my boyfriend really likes it, so I don't know. I like the characters, though. It's cute. And I saw that Hoyoverse is coming out with a new, like, gardening, Animal Crossing type game. It looks interesting. If it's actually real, I'm curious. But oh fuck. Oh my god, why is this being so fucking slow, dude? Upload, bitch. But yeah, so what should we start with? Should we start with the paintings? Should we start, oh yeah, and then the t-shirts. T-shirts, paintings, Pride merch. And then making my shirt for Pride. That's the last thing it was. That's the last thing. So what should we start with? Also, Teddy has a stream later today. So we're not streaming all day, but we will be streaming for a good portion. And Teddy's doing like a later in the day stream. So yeah. Yeah, I like Genshin a lot. Oh, finally. Yes, post. Okay. Whew, it's up. It's up. There we go. Now you can go look at the free photo set. Goddamn. Okay. Let's see. What should we listen to and what should we start with? Let me put up a poll for what we should do first. How about that? And then we can decide what we want to listen to. Painting, sign, paintings, make shirts, okay. Which do we start with? I can't play music, bro. I wish I could play music, but no, we have to listen to YouTube videos. So do we want to listen to like true crime, or do we want to listen to Reddit, or do we want to try to find another book, or what sounds good? No four-way tie. Don't do that to me. I'm begging. Don't. I need an actual answer. Thank you, thank you. You want to do book? Let's see if I can find one. so you don't have to. Let's see. Oh, someone read Bridgerton, so we don't have to. Hey, chat. Should we do that? No. Stop it. Okay, because, like, has anyone actually watched it? It does not look good to me. I don't want to watch it. Ugh, my hair right now. Right, okay. Because, like, yeah, I don't think I'm ever gonna watch it either. The fuck? Bruh. Why did it just reload on me? It was so weird. The fuck, YouTube? Get out of my face. Okay, same, Jeff Okun, because, like, yeah, it doesn't seem amazing to me. I don't even really know what it is either. Oh, you guys want to make the Pride outfit. Okay. Interesting. I wasn't expecting that. Alright, let's do that. Let's do that. Here, let me get it loaded up here. Let me get a link for you. Oh, not you. Dude, the way I, like, jump scare myself every time I accidentally click on, like, Twitter because the X just looks like a porn site. Anyway. Make the video. Link. Okay. I mean, it kind of is a porn site, to be fair. Okay. Here we go. Here we go. Here's the link if you want to pull up the video. Otherwise, here we go.
Hey Bessies, it's Sarah. Back to my channel.
See, I also see the bird on my phone, just not on the
Romance
computer.
Red. For those of you who are new here, I'm pretty well known on my channel.
How's the volume?
For reading romance and roasting it and talking about it. And so I thought, what would be more fitting than to do Bridgerton, since Bridgerton season 3 just came out. So I actually
Do I ever say
read
porn's
Colin
full
and Penelope's book,
work
which is called
pornography?
Romance and Mr. Bridgerton. I think this is the
Yeah,
fourth
it sounds
season.
weird as
I haven't read
hell.
the first 3 books. No, but I have seen the first 2 seasons of the show.
I feel like I'm an old man
these
if I say
episodes
that.
Yet. I'm kind of saving them. I was waiting for them to come out, but I thought it would be fun to
Alright,
go
you
with
guys
it
want to start with the
because
Pride
I have heard
outfit?
many times that Colin in the book is even worse than in the show.
Alright, we'll do
which
it.
is really
We'll
sick.
do it in that
Also,
order.
If you've ever seen one of my videos where I use my bulletin board, I need to introduce you to Leland.
Oh, you guys
He
don't
is
want to
a
make more
frog
Pride
bull
merch?
that I got in the Target like $5 section, and I just need you to know that he is the real diamond of the season.
It'll be a
Like,
few
he's
hours.
going to write his book. I do want to say before we get into all the Bridgerton shenanigans that this video is being
You like
sponsored
new hair?
by
Thank you.
Skillshare. Skillshare is the largest
too.
online learning community for creatives with thousands of
Alright, so we'll do
classes
Pride
led by
outfit
industry
first,
experts across
then we'll do
film, illustration,
paintings, then we'll
design,
make
freelance
shirts, and then
marketing,
we'll do
more.
Pride
Skillshare
merch.
is really great because you can pick up a
Sounds
new
good.
hobby, but you also can learn skills for
Yeah,
your
it's like
job, if you
80
want to
out right
level up in
now.
life. For me, summer is the perfect time to
Can we get an oh yeah?
I live in Atlanta and it's so
Oh,
hot outside, and so I feel
yeah.
like I just want to spend time indoors learning something. I've actually been really wanting to get
The
into
dogs
binding.
are
I have
the
a video
haircut,
plan where I'm going to
finally,
take
because they were
notebook series
scruffy as
and
hell.
rebind it
We'll
so
come
the
back
cover
looking
is
very
less
pretty, which is
ugly.
good, because
I
they
was
were
so
getting
excited when I saw that
hot.
Skillshare actually had a class
Very
on
hot.
how to do bookbinding. This
Okay, let me grab the stuff for my shirt then.
Alright. I've been doing so much research for this video, and I feel like Skillshare is such a great resource to learn something new. Whatever you're interested in learning, I just know that there is going to be a class on there for you. There's so much. You can learn calligraphy, you can learn crocheting, you can learn sewing, you can learn something like on how to be a leader at work. Like, there's so many things that you can learn. If you're interested in starting your learning journey, the first 500 people who use the link in my description will get their first month free, which I think is a great deal. I just love Skillshare. I think it's just such a great place to learn new things, and I thank them so much for sponsoring this video. What's interesting about this book is this is actually the book when Julia Quinn first revealed who Lady Whistledown was. So if you're not a fan of the show and you've never read any of the books and you literally have no confidence in it, it is a Regency romance series that focuses on the Bridgerton family. They are very affluent, very popular in the town. Every single book and season of the show focuses on a different Bridgerton family love. Our main characters at play here is, as I said,
got everything.
And then we have Lady Bridgerton, which is Colin's mom, and these are all of his siblings. Because
so
apparently Lady Bridgerton and Lord Bridgerton would not stop making babies, which was an interesting choice. So they have 7 children. We have Anthony, Benedict, Eloise, Francesca, Hyacinth, and Gregory.
Before you get your numbers and twist, I just want to say that I did realize later in the video that I forgot Daphne.
And then Penelope has a smaller family. She has her mother.
They like the cat. They love the kitty. They're best friends.
Prudence, and Felicity, who actually is not in the show. This is her younger sister, and they took her out for the show. So she actually doesn't even have an actor. I just literally Googled who they fan cast as her, and I found this random girl. I don't even know her name. And then other important characters is we have Cressida, who's kind of like a mean girl in the town, and then we have Lady Danbury, and then we have Lady Whistledown, who is essentially a Regency.
I can't take this seriously already. What do you mean, Lady Whistledown? This literally sounds like a joke from.
So we know from watching the television show that Penelope actually is.
Shit, what show made fun of something like this? Was it Bob's Burgers? I don't remember.
So I would imagine if you read this in real time, like when the books were coming out back in the day, this would have
Lady Whistledown? Like, please be serious with me for a second.
Walking through the park, and Colin and one of his brothers come running by on these horses, and her bonnet flies off, and it hits Colin, and he falls off his horse, and that's their first meeting. She's 16 years old. He is, I believe, like 4 years older than her, so he's like 20, and she's like, this is love at first sight. Like, this random man who I knocked off his horse with my bonnet, love him because he laughs when it happens, and he's just really nice to her. That's something that we emphasize a lot.
So I have a few things that we can use.
Always loved Colin.
One, I got this, yeah, the gay ribbon. I don't know what we can do with it, but I got it.
I did not buy a story where the woman falls first. Like, she fell first, literally deserves jail. I feel like that is a trope that
we need to decide what I'm doing with the shirt.
Do hard time in prison.
What should I do?
Penelope loving him for like over a decade. And
it's just a blank white t-shirt right now.
I hate that in the show, and I hate that in the book, and it's just, it's not.
I feel like I'll probably cut it into a crop top for one.
That Penelope makes her debut into society when she's 17 years old, so just 1 year after she meets Colin, and she begs her mother to not have her go out that early because she is described as being an ugly girl with no personality. Julia Quinn is, I'm afraid, a little fatphobic. I don't really know why you would want to describe the heroine of your story that way, but that is a big part of the story, is that she's this ugly duckling who just always wished that Colin would notice her, and he has not noticed her. Until the start of this book, we are now propelled, I believe, 12 years in the future, because she's now 28 and he's 33, and she obviously never found love. Like, no one ever liked her. She apparently never had any suitors
pens to use.
I find her to believe. And her only friend is Eloise, Colin's her sister. They become best friends, and now they are both in their late 20s. They kind of vowed that they never want to get married. It is.
I have normal paint, obviously. I can use if I want to.
Like I said, was a loser.
Thank you, Jean.
They are just BFFs who love each other, and we love that. I kind of wish they were dating one another, but that is not what this book's about. Like I mentioned, at the
thank you.
When we fast forward, Penelope has now lost weight. Apparently, she's lost the 2 stone, and she's now described as pleasantly rounded instead of a hideous punch, which again, I just feel really quick.
So yeah, we have paint pens.
Like that, but that is what we're dealing with in this book. Like I mentioned, we're now over a decade later, and
it's already
season after season.
A lot. My god.
And he has been traveling a lot. He loves to travel around the world. They do have this one incident when they're younger where she overhears Colin talking to his brothers, and he very loudly exclaims, "I will never ever in this life marry."
Well, my boyfriend just texted me the stop oil or whatever. Fucking.
And she simply really likes Penelope, but Penelope friends. And so she kept being like, "Oh my god, what do you love Penelope?" And then he's like, "Ew, I would never." So he says that, and she overhears him, and she does recover very well, but she's obviously very hurt because he is the love of her life. And so she hears it, and she's like, okay, course, it's fine. And then he feels bad that he hurt her feelings, but she's like, I didn't even want to marry you anyway.
Have fun with real life, Jean.
And everybody's talking about it. It's a talk about Lady Whistledown is writing about it. Everyone's like, oh my god.
Not Whistledown, please.
He's looking good. And also, he's probably going to be on the marriage market now because he is 33 years old, and Lady Bridgerton is going to be itching for him to get married. So everyone's talking about
How are these real names?
Now that he is back in town, is at a ball that is
The don't stop, or the stop, just stop,
she loves snacks. She's like, I'm a spinster.
Stop oil. Yeah, they defaced Stonehenge.
Moaning while she's eating it, and he's like, "Oh, is it really that good?" And she's like, and then the cream gets
so
over her,
annoying.
and it's
I
funny
hate
moment
that.
between them, and this is when they first kind of are like taking notice of each other because
Why
he's
pride?
And like I mentioned,
Because gay.
He lost weight, so he's kind of like, "What is?"
And I also need something to wear to Pride.
I'm feeling like she's looking more attractive than I remember. While they're talking, and says he wasn't surprised.
This one hopefully won't be
serious suitors for her hand. She
mean to use it. It's
although upon
tobacco or something.
She was more attractive than he'd remembered her to be. I don't want a man that would think of me that way. If you don't find me attractive from the day we meet, then I don't want it. But unfortunately, Penelope does want it, so the story does continue.
No, he's a good
He
kitten.
thinks of her that way. He's like, yeah, it makes sense that no one would ever want to marry her, but I guess she's looking hotter than I remember her. So while they're talking,
see, look at him. He's a good kitten.
Lady Danbury actually comes up to them, and they start discussing Lady Whistledown because everyone this season has been talking about how everything is just so boring.
It absolutely is a psyop. I agree.
It's Lady Whistledown. So Lady Danbury is like, hey, let's spice things up. Let's get people thinking, whatever. She makes an announcement to everyone at the ball.
I actually have no idea what case it is.
Whoever can unmask Lady Whistledown £1,000. So
yeah,
losing their
the kitty
minds because
eats
obviously
stuff.
£1,000 back in the Regency times was a lot of money. So everybody's like, oh my god, we have to find out.
He's so proud of himself, closing his eyes.
Interact is when Penelope
He sleep, eat plastic, and then sleep more.
And she's doing a little dance. She's just feeling it. She's feeling the moment, and he catches her dancing. And so they kind of have this exchange where he's like, "Oh, were you dancing in the street?" And she's like, "No, I wasn't dancing." And he's like,
"Girl,
oh, I think it's gonna
who is?"
She's like, "Okay, I lied. I was dancing." And then he offers to dance.
I don't understand why people like this show.
She's like, "Okay, Colin, if people saw us dancing, they would think that we were courting." And he was like, "What's wrong with that? Ha ha ha! Like everybody loves me because everybody loves him. Like everybody wants a piece of Colin." And she, like I said, is very unpopular and people don't really love her. He kind of realizes as she's
the names are so goofy.
And then it came out that we weren't. Everybody would think that you dumped me because I'm a loser. Like oh. He just doesn't understand.
Miss Ladyfinger,
like he has no concept of people not liking him or not being popular or wealthy or whatever. And so she has to often like tell him how she feels so he can like understand her point of view. And I don't know. I know that that can be okay, but I didn't love that aspect because it was just giving privileged white man, and I don't love that. Fast forward, Penelope comes over to the Bridgerton household because she's there to meet Eloise, but apparently Eloise has forgotten about the fact that they're meeting. So the butler puts her up in the informal drawing room because she's basically like family. And while she's waiting in there, she sees this journal that's open. And she's like, what is that? So she reads the first few lines, and turns out it's Colin's. And so it's
okay. So what do I want to do with the shirt? Like, do I want to just like cover it?
So she starts reading, and she's taking
a bunch of stuff. Don't want to have like one big thing on it.
And how it felt like bathwater. I honestly didn't think it was that impressive, but Penelope was eating it up. And so she promises herself that she'll only read the first like 2 pages that she can see open, but then she's like, oh, I have to. So she starts to turn the page, and Colin walks in and he finds her, and so he flips out because obviously she was reading his journal, which is one of the most understandable things he did in this book. I did not agree with him most of the time, but this was the one time where I was like, okay, someone reading your journal is not okay. While they're having this argument about her having read his journal, Colin actually cuts his hand on a letter opener, and so she kind of has to play his nurse, and she's like helping him fix his hand. And so while they're talking, she tells him, she's like, Colin, your writing was amazing. It was so good. And so he stops being mad because he's like, wait, tell me more. You think my writing was good? He's like fishing for compliments, and she's like, yes, it was amazing. I felt like I was in Greece. I've never traveled anywhere, and your writing just transported me. Blah, blah, blah. So then Colin uses this as an opportunity to complain to Penelope about how hard it is to be him. He's like, you
Downton Abbey with more sex.
And everyone so obsessed with me, and I'm so popular, but like no one really gets me. Nobody really understands me, and I'm just not good at anything. Like nobody would even understand. Like I have nothing to call my own. I very much was not about the scene because one of my pet peeves when I'm reading a romance book is when the female character has to be a therapist to a whiny guy because he's
trying
like,
to see how long this shirt is.
And she's like, no, Colin, you're perfect. Everyone loves you. And she's just having to like make him feel better. This exchange that they have starts making Colin a little bit nervous because he starts to notice how much he likes having Penelope around. Then a flash forward, Colin actually comes to Penelope's house because he's very concerned. Everyone in the town is trying to figure out who Lady Whistledown is, and like people are like going at great lengths to try to figure it out. And
Lady fucking Whistledown. I actually can't get over that.
He saw that
what
she
is
had been
that?
writing letters and she had like ink on her fingers, and she's described as being extremely nosy. Like everyone talks about how much she likes drama, she likes tea, she wants to know what's going on. So he's like, Penelope, please, I think that my sister might be Lady Whistledown, and he goes.
I literally just posted.
For her, she would be ruined in society. People would be so mad.
I literally was just talking about how I just posted some
content.
content.
Keeps reassuring him. She's like, no, I know that she's not her. Like, I would know. We're best friends. There's no way. Also, we know. I mean, if you've seen the show, that
the shirt.
Yeah, she's Lady Whistledown. So she's like, no, I know for certain.
Lady Whistledown. I actually can't with that. What the fuck?
No, like, please, like, you have to understand. Like, I really think it's Eloise. And then he starts talking about the power of rumors. He's like, okay, well, even if she isn't Lady Whistledown, rumors are super powerful. Like, if somebody thought she was Lady Whistledown, then we would be in trouble. And then he just randomly throws out for some reason. He's like, imagine if someone started a rumor that I seduced you, you'd be ruined. It doesn't matter if I did or I didn't. People would just believe it because everyone started saying it. And so then the energy between them starts getting very charged because he's basically talking about sleeping with her.
What
and
the
she's
fuck?
like, and he's like, and then she just very suddenly is
wow,
like,
I was looking for
Colin,
scissors.
would you
There's some
please
right in
kiss
front
me?
of me.
She just has this moment where she's like, I'm 28, I'm a burden to my parents. I'm just kidding. She does not go into this
Cut
speech
this
from
off.
Pride and Prejudice. But she basically is like, I'm 28, I'm a spinster, and I'm probably never going to be kissed, and I want to be kissed by the guy that I like. So they lock lips, they have a little kissing moment, and he starts getting really into it. Like, he's like, he's going to town. And she's just kind of like sitting there, like, very like, I don't know what to do. And then she says thank you after it, and it like ruins the moment because he was like,
What
I
the
kind of
fuck?
like what's going on here. And then she's just like, thank you, because she thinks it's a pity kiss, and then he gets really upset. Honestly, the reason that her saying thank you makes him so mad is because he's feeling very guilty because he feels like he kind of took advantage of her by kissing. And so then she is left
Make it into a
reassuring him
bandana?
that, no,
I'm not sure what I want to make it
person
into
asked you to
yet.
kiss me, blah, blah, blah. You're always brought back to Penelope trying to make
I'm gonna
Colin
try to
feel better
make
because Colin is a loser.
the
This
hem
is
on
the
this
next
slightly
ball where
more
everyone is
straight.
buzzing with the
Hold
fact that
on.
Lady Whistledown wrote her final society paper. She announces to everyone that
Lady
she is retiring,
Whistledown,
that she's no longer
stop.
doing this. As we probably can suspect, I think this is
Stop.
Penelope trying to get the heat off her. She's like, I don't really want to be exposed as Lady Whistledown. So Lady Whistledown is basically like, everybody keeps trying to figure out who I am, so because of that, I'm not going to write anymore. And then Cressida, the local mean girl, takes this as the opportunity to take credit. She's like, hey everyone, I want my 1,000 pounds from Lady Danbury. I am Lady Whistledown. Lady Danbury, she's not having this. She's not having it. She's like, she doesn't like Cressida, and she's like, girl, I know you're doing this for the money. Like, what the fuck? You gotta show me proof. So they have like this big fight in front of everyone because Cressida's like, I would like my money, please. And she's like, no, you need to prove that you're Lady Whistledown because I'm not going to just give you money. Something you need to know about Cressida's backstory is that she actually was previously married, and her
What the
ex-husband
fuck?
had lied to her about how much money he had, and then he died. And so she was left not having much. And the only reason that she kind of still has a place in society and people like her is because she's so beautiful and popular. Like, everyone likes her. So nobody will kind of challenge the fact that she's kind of a whore now. Colin and Penelope have still not spoken since the kissing incident. So he's like, hey, I should really go to her house and apologize. So when he's on his way to her house, he actually sees her on the corner of the street getting into an unmarked carriage.
What?
And he's like, why is she doing that? Where is she going? So he gets in his carriage and he tells his driver, like, follow her. And so he keeps traveling with her. And the whole time he's like wondering, he's like, what is she up to? Like, why is she doing all this stuff? And so he sees they're getting deeper and deeper into the city. And then once they get into the city, he starts freaking out because he's like, this is no place for a woman to be alone, because she didn't have a maid or anyone with her. By the time he gets up with her, she's gone.
Oh no, this is gonna give me a fucking stroke. I
Which was very
swear to
annoying. Like, I
God.
kind of get that he was concerned about her safety, but the way that he gets mad about it is so
Crop top.
annoying. It's very like possessive, very like, how dare she go into the city when she's a woman? I can't believe she did that.
Cool.
And I don't know, I didn't really love that, but
Okay.
he is concerned for her safety. So he follows her into the church and he surprises her. Also, another thing about this exchange that was really annoying was that as he was
Should I
seeking
cuff the
to, like,
sleeves
surprise her and, like,
permanently?
thinking about the
That'd
fact
be
that she
funny.
had traveled alone, it says, but most of all, he was furious that she had a secret. Irrational as it was, he absolutely could not tolerate the fact that she had a secret. She was Penelope. She was supposed to be an open book. He knew her. He'd always known her, and now it seemed like he'd never known her. Breaking news. Local man is very upset when he finds out that a woman has a life outside of him. Colin yanks the envelope out of Penelope's hands that she's holding, and he opens
Hello.
it. And that inside,
How's it
as Lady
going?
Whistledown, she's written one more note saying that Cressida is actually not Lady Whistledown because she did not want Cressida to take the credit. And so he gets really angry. Like, he's already angry that she, like, endangered herself, that she has a secret, blah, blah. But now he's like,
Where's all the
"You're
sex? I was expecting more
and so
sex.
he forces her to get into his carriage with them, and they start having a fight in the carriage about the fact that she's Lady Whistledown. What really grinds my gears about this scene is that when they're arguing in the carriage, he's being being like really mean to her. He's like, you're acting like a child. Like, I can't believe you. Oh, like, you're a child. Blah, blah, blah. And she just like, okay, I'm sorry. Like, I have a legacy. Like, I'm Lady Whistledown. Like, I've accomplished so much. Like, why are you being rude to me? So she kind of shoots back at him. She's like, well, you always travel because you're running away from your problems. You should probably like get back here and settle down because you're fucking 33 and you should get married. Your mom wants you to get married. Everybody wants you to get married, and you're being a loser.
I usually make coffee just
so he's very rude to her.
here.
And he goes, oh, is that a proposal? And she's like, you know it's not. Don't
There's
try
not
to
really a
change the subject
Starbucks
by
near
being
me,
deliberately
so.
cruel. And then he's kind of like, well, you're 28,
Which is funny because I'm in Seattle, but there's not really a Starbucks
okay,
near
I
me.
would have gotten married if people had offered to marry me. Nobody wanted me to marry me, and you're being very rude about the fact that I'm an ugly duckling that nobody fucking wants to marry. He keeps going on and on about how if anyone found out that you were Lady Whistledown, then your life would be ruined. You'd be ruined in society. And she's like, well, I'm not popular right now. And then she's like, well, Cressida wasn't ruined by everyone finding out that she was Lady Whistledown. And he goes, well, that's different because she's like popular. Didn't realize you were such an
Is it
asshole.
Bob's Burgers?
I thought
I need
that
to...
you would have looked past the fact that I am an ugly duckling. I thought you thought more of me. Like, didn't think you also thought I was an ugly loser. And then he gets very upset that she thinks that he thinks that she's ugly. And he's like, I don't think you're ugly. I think you're beautiful. And she's like, no, you don't. Don't say that. Like, stop being rude. Like, do not just play with my feelings like that. So he's like, no, seriously, I think you're beautiful. And he's like, I don't know why anyone else doesn't see it when I see it. And I understand that this is supposed to be romantic. Like, if you feel like no one sees you in this world and that you're ugly, and then like one man reaches out to you and he's like, no, you're actually beautiful. Like, that's supposed to make you feel special. But for me, ew. You can compliment me without putting me down like that. I especially didn't like this because it says that she thinks to herself, it made her lightheaded, it made her content, it made her whole. And I'm like, not her being whole from the first time a man calls her beautiful. Like, girl, get up, stand up, please, Penelope. I know you're better than this. So they start kissing. They're making out in this courage. He's starting to like pull her dress off. They're like getting hot and heavy. He's like, girl, I find you so beautiful. And they're like macking on each other. I will say that this scene actually was very well written and I could feel the chemistry between them. So even though I literally hate this man, I was kind of like, okay, this is kind of cute. They're like having a little moment. And then they arrive at her house and it's time to go inside. And she's all like disheveled. And she's like, oh my God, well, what do we do? And so he's like, all right, come inside with me. Like, we're going inside. And she's like, what do you mean? Where are we going? And then he goes, are you going to marry me or not? So they go inside and they kind of barge into the drawing room where Mrs. Featherington and the whole Featherington clan are kind of together doing their weekly family meeting. And so he announces to everyone that he wants to propose to Mrs. Featherington's daughter. Mrs. Featherington is not very nice. She doesn't think very highly of her daughter because she's like a spinster and she basically, in so many words, like basically tells Penelope all the time that she's ugly. She thinks that he's there to propose to Felicity, the youngest daughter, even though she's like literally the same age.
Shit, which show is it?
Like, oh yeah, I want to propose to your daughter, blah, blah. And then she keeps
Which
like,
fucking show did a Bridgerton parody?
Like, why would I be proposing to Felicity? I am here with Penelope. Obviously, I want to propose to Penelope.
I don't drink Monster. I actually don't drink energy drinks at all.
Are you sure? You want Penelope? And he's like, yes. And this is the one scene where I actually really did like Colin because he was like defending her because her mom was honestly not very nice. So then fast forward, Penelope and Eloise are now talking about the engagement. And Eloise is kind of confiding in her that she's a little sad that she's going to be getting married. Like, she's happy that she's basically going to be her sister now, but she's sad because she thought they were going to be spinsters together forever. And she's like, oh, it's kind of sad that you're like going on for a partner and I don't have that. Colin comes in while they're talking and he seems super horny for Penelope. Like, you can just tell that he wants her real bad. And so Eloise is like, okay, I'm gonna leave you guys alone because the energy here in the studio
No, it's
is
not
weird.
my favorite
I don't
thing.
like it. She leaves and then they're left alone. And they start getting hot and heavy. Colin's like, oh, we gotta stop. We can't get frisky.
Finally.
Like, our wedding is a full month away.
Finally, the
Penelope's
fucking.
Like, okay. So basically, Colin just keeps contemplating, like, do I love Penelope? Because every time he looks at her, he's like, I'm getting these weird, like, fuzzy feelings inside. And I don't know, I might love her. But he's also, like, doesn't want to commit to that because he's, like, afraid of love. I don't really know what his deal is, but he's just, like,
Fuck, what other show?
How much he likes Penelope, even though they're now engaged. So, at their engagement party, everybody's going crazy. Like, everybody cannot believe that they got engaged.
This is gonna actually drive me crazy.
It's the gossip of the season. Like, we can't believe this. Lady Whistledown comes back out of retirement one time.
What show is it? Is it South Park?
Cressida claims she's me. I just want to say, no, she's not. I am me, and she is not me. And so then Colin gets really, really angry because obviously he knows that Lady Whistledown is Penelope, and he was like, I forbade you from publishing as her again. And she's like, what do you mean? You did not forbid me from doing anything. Like, this is my life. I can do what I want. And he's like, you're gonna be my wife? How dare you go and do something that you know that I did not like? And he's being like super mean to her.
Speaking of which, I finally watched the new South Park
in front of everyone at the engagement
last
party.
night. It was so
He doesn't
fucking
wanna get mad
funny.
at everyone because he cares that like everyone like
Was there a
his
South
stuff,
Park?
he's so great. And
Oh
so
my
he's
god,
like,
it's
I
driving
want
me
to
crazy
see
actually.
September.
Does
So she,
anyone
like,
know
grabs Penelope's
what
arm
show
and
did
is,
a
like,
fucking
gripping it.
Bridgerton
Literally,
spoof?
Jane writes that she's gonna like have a bruise on her arm from how tight he's gripping her, which I don't love. It's giving Abuse Wives. Didn't love that. I just need Bro to lighten up. Like, it's not that serious. Like, yes, you're worried about
shows that I would watch, not Big Mouth. I don't watch Big Mouth.
Because she's written about all the gossip.
Any other show.
I feel like he just really infantilizes her and is very rude to her about it. So then they break away from the party and he brings her upstairs to his bedroom. And he is scolding her about the Lady Whistledown thing. They're going back and forth. And then we find out in his POV, the reason that he's so angry is not just because she'll be ruined by society.
It's something like Bob's Burgers or something. That's what I thought it was, but it's not that.
She's been like a very accomplished writer. Like everyone loves her writing, all this stuff.
Thank you, Timothy.
I'm a nobody because I don't have anything to call
it's
my own.
Not The Simpsons. I haven't seen The Simpsons recently.
So as they're arguing, Colin finally realizes, like, oh my god, I love Penelope. And so they start getting their freak on. And one thing I need to say is that this book is so fucking long to only have one real sex scene. I am angry about it because I didn't even find the sex scene to be that good. He basically just touches her boobs a lot and keeps talking about the weight of them. And then there's this one part where he's like, oh, I just want to get behind you and like hold your boobs and like look at you in the mirror, which I
like a cow,
sort of mirror scene,
like an udder of a cow. Oh,
it's just like I want to look at that.
That's horrifying.
And they just
absolutely not.
For a little bit, and then they have sex. But the foreplay just really wasn't working for
me.
Oh no, I know it's
just
not the kind of sex that I personally.
Straight girls deserve better than that.
You guys were asking, but I'm just letting you know that's how I felt. Is I just thought the foreplay was lacking. And then they have sex, and she gets off from penetration, obviously, because every girl who's had sex for the first time just gets off from penetration. Like, that makes a lot of sense. So if you're watching this and you're one of those girls that can get off from penetration and you're about to write in my comments, well, actually, I just need you to know that a majority of women do not get off from that. Like, we need other foreplay to get off. So I need you to save your breath and do not type that in the comments. So because they have sex early, they do end up getting their wedding pushed up. So I think they end up getting married like a week or two later. So apparently newlywed life between them is so magical. Penelope's having a great time. The only thing they still have tension about is the topic of Lady Whistledown. Like, they just never talk about it. Every time it comes up, he gets in a really bad mood. He's very rude to her about it. So she's like, fine.
Alright, I give up. I can't fucking find it. It's driving me crazy. Okay.
Because she thinks that the reason he doesn't like Lady Whistledown is that he's embarrassed by her.
Okay, so how am I decorating this?
Bad thing that she did. But she's feeling some type of way about this, and she's just like, I wish my husband would support me on this topic. When they finally do have a conversation about it, Colin finally admits to her that the reason that it makes him so upset is that he's jealous of her. And he's like, you just
let me put out where I'm gonna decorate
you have something to call your own, and I just feel like a little loser. And then again, she's having to reassure him. She's like, no, Colin, your writing is so good. You should publish your writing. You should be a travel writer, blah, blah, blah. And he's like,
you should be a travel writer, blah, blah, blah.
She's like, yes. No. And then she agrees to help him. She's like, you know, I have a lot of writing history because, you know, I was Lady Whistledown. I could, like, edit your stuff. And he's like, really? You would do that? And she's like, yeah. And so she becomes his editor. And so he is now writing a book. Okay, then fast forward. Miss Cressida comes to their house. Okay. And she's like, hey, Penelope, I know that you are Lady Whistledown. She's really mad that Lady Whistledown wrote and said that she was not her. She's like, you caused me to not be able to get the 1,000 pounds, so I'm gonna need you to give me 10,000 pounds because you obviously made a lot of money selling the Lady Whistledown papers, so you need to give me all my money. And she's like, I literally don't have 10,000 pounds. Like, I only have 8,000. And she's like, well, your husband's really rich, so just give me the money. And she basically threatens, if you do not pay me off, then I will tell everyone that you were Lady Whistledown and everybody will hate you and it will be bad for you. And so Penelope's like, oh my god, I don't know what to do. Like, literally Colin said this was gonna happen. So she approaches Colin and she's like, Colin, I made a mistake. Like, you were so right, like, Cressida, whatever. And he's like, I've got a plan. So he brings her out in front of everyone and he's like, I just want everyone to know that my new wife. My new wife is amazing. She's hot, she's sexy. I love her. Like, he kind of starts hinting to everyone in the crowd, like, I really love her, like, in the bedroom. He doesn't say that obviously explicitly, but you know, he's hinting about how much he loves being around her. And everybody's like laughing. And he's like, also, on top of that, I need you all to know that she is Lady Whistledown. And he just kind of mic drop tells everyone. And then he's like, and we're leaving the party early. And so then they leave the party, and she's like, oh my god, I cannot believe that you told everyone that I was Lady Whistledown. And because he made such a big statement about it, and Lady Danbury, in support of her, was like clapping, and then everybody else started clapping, it ends up being fine, and nobody thinks it's a big deal that she's Lady Whistledown and everything is good. So then we're brought to the epilogue, and obviously Penelope is pregnant because you cannot read a romance book without having a baby log where the woman is having babies, because obviously, I mean, I guess it is Regency time, so it was even more common to have children, but I just hate epilogues
You
for
were
their babies.
shitty.
It's not for me. We also find out that Colin
Hey,
is now
that's
a
not-
published
no,
travel writer.
Menchie's.
He's written about his trips to Scotland and Greece and all the places that he's been, and Penelope is very proud of him.
Menchie.
And then we also find out that she is kind of itching to get back into writing as well.
God damn it.
And so she tells him, she's like, I think that I'm going to write a fiction book
Hello.
called The Wallflower, because she was a wallflower for so many years. And I'm like, Mrs. Tessa Dare, you
Baby.
better watch out. Although now that I think of it, I feel like every Regency romance author has some sort of series or book that has the title of Wallflower in it. But that brings us to the end of the book. So that's what happens in the book. I have not watched the season yet. I feel like this is my 10th time saying that, but I have not watched it yet, so I cannot compare which one I like better. I have a feeling that I like the show more just because Book Colin literally deserves jail. Like, I need this man to just don't. All in all, I think my rating for this book is going to be 3 stars because, like I mentioned, I really enjoyed Julia Quinn's writing style. I do think that this book was ungodly long.
This
for
book
what it was,
is
I did not enjoy the length at all. There was a lot of
unhinged.
scenes that I was just kind of like, can we wrap this up? Like, I don't even think I went over every single little thing that happened because I was just like, there's no point to this. And then obviously, like I said, Book Colin is horrible, and that definitely took off a couple stars. But I did enjoy Book Penelope. I did enjoy her, and I know that I'm going to enjoy her in the show. So overall, not as bad as I thought it was going to be, because everyone always says that the Bridgerton books are bad, and I just thought it was okay. Again, I don't know if I'll read more of them unless you guys want me to. I did want to ask if you guys wanted me to review the other books and do more kind of deep dive bulletin board sort of things, because I'm happy to read more, and I also probably
I'm terrified,
would read more like when the next season comes
and I
out.
hate
Like,
it,
we're gonna go
and
back
we're
into,
finding
like,
something else to watch.
Daphne's book and
No.
maybe even Kate and Anthony's book that I would be happy to do that. You'll just have to let me know if you want that from me. Also,
Bruh.
before we go, I do need to blow bubbles with Leland because it's kind of tradition when I'm
No.
video.
Oh, finally he moved. Okay.
Okay, there we go.
I don't know of any
If you
werewolf
made it to the end of this
step-cousin
video,
ones.
feel free to use the bubble emoji in honor of Leland
find
and the
a different
bubbles that
one.
we created. And yeah, thank you all so much for watching. You're all beautiful. Have a nice day.
Okay, let me find the next thing we're gonna listen to. Okay, something called Zodiac Academy. Whatever the fuck that is. Okay.
Hello.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Let's figure out. Okay. The TikTok book. It'll be probably terrible. Like. Okay. Yeah.
Hello, my sweet, sweet friends. I've decided to
Let's
embark
see
on
how
another
bad
journey
this
with
is.
you. I have
Okay.
decided to read none other than the Zodiac Academy. I have heard the best and the worst about this. I'm expecting it to
What should I write on the shirt?
along the same line.
I think I'll,
as
like, maybe I'll
Crave,
start with
where
a
it's gonna
flag.
be a bad good time.
Start
And I want to
with a
preface this by
flag.
saying I
Start
don't want
easy
people to think that
with a flag.
I'm shaming anyone for liking these books. It's sort of like when you have a favorite bad movie that you will watch all the time. Like, that's the feeling I have with these. I'm not shaming people for genuinely liking them. I have a good time reading them, and especially sharing it with you. So, like, I just want to preface that. Like, I feel like most people get that, but I've gotten a few comments, especially on my Married to Magic video. It seemed like people clicked on that video without even really watching it and just thought I was
Needed the
shitting
dark
on people
blue.
who like a forced marriage trope, when I actually, I
Did she
really
say
hated the
horse
vampire
marriage
book.
or
Like, for the
forced
most part,
marriage?
it was just like a funny time to read those books. So just in case
I don't know which one's
hopefully
better.
they watch this far before commenting, I'm not shaming anybody. I'm having a jolly good time reading these books, and I'm glad you found a book that you enjoyed, if you enjoyed this. So the Zodiac Academy, I'll read the Goodreads summary. So it has a 3.96 star rating with about 85,000 reviews. Here's what it's about. You have been selected to attend
Horse is
Zodiac
better.
Academy, where your star sign defines your destiny. If you're one of the Fae, elemental magic is in your blood, and apparently, it's in ours. As twins born in the month of Gemini, we're a rare breed, even in this academy of supernatural a-holes.
Yeah. It's all sticking to my hand.
Great. Changelings were outlawed hundreds of years ago, but I guess our birth parents didn't get the memo, which means we're totally unprepared for the ruthless world of Fae. Air, fire, water, earth. No one has ever harnessed all four of them until we arrived. And it hasn't made us any friends so far. As the rarest elementals ever known, we're already a threat to the four celestial heirs.
Special.
Popular, vindictive
So special
bullies
and
who happen to be some
different.
of the hottest guys we've ever seen.
Okay.
Once again, this is a cold read through. It doesn't help that they're the most dangerous beasts in the academy, and probably on Earth too. God damn it. Our fates are intertwined, but they want us gone. They've only got until the lunar eclipse to force us out, and they'll stop at nothing to succeed. We never knew we had a birthright to live up to, but now that we do, we intend to claim our throne. We can't expect any help from the faculty when it comes to defending ourselves. So if the dragon shifters want
Chad, I
some
think we're in
target
for a good
practice,
one. Holy
the
shit.
werewolves want someone to hunt, or the vampires fancy a snack, we have to be ready.
There's vampires!
Looking after each other for
Oh my
a
god,
long
are there
time,
werewolves?
and fighting back is in our blood. Today's
Are there
horoscope,
tentacles?
totally screwed. Okay, so I'm not gonna lie, this is all on Kindle Unlimited, I'm pretty sure, and there's like a million of them. There are novellas, and I think there's one book that's like from the boys' point of view. I just looked this up recently to make sure I wanted to commit how much time I had if I was gonna actually make this video for you guys. There's like 8 or 9, and the 9th one maybe isn't out yet. I'm not sure if I'm gonna read all the novellas, but I am gonna try and read all of the like major ones. And I actually got it a couple months ago maybe, because again, I've heard some good things, some bad things, so I thought I'd give it a try since it was on Kindle Unlimited. And I read up until chapter 4, page 15, which is 10% of this book, and I really didn't like it.
Why?
It's written in the same way as Crave,
Literally
where
eat the
technically,
plastic.
I believe it's
If
split
you
POV,
fucking
but we
ruin
have
these, I
these like
swear to God,
teenage
kitten.
sisters, and it's written in just how they think and speak, and it's very
Monster.
much like Crave, where
Don't
it's
eat
like,
plastic.
oh my
It's not good for
god,
kittens.
we're so screwed, LOL, whoa, he's super hot. Like it felt very like over the top, like a caricature of what a teen should be. So I didn't like it, but I'm gonna give it a try again. I'm gonna start from the beginning because I remember that they like were robbing. No, they weren't robbing. They got in trouble somehow. And then this creepy guy pops up and he's like, "You're needed at the academy." And then that was it. That's all I remember. Here we go. And it's written by 2 people. I think that's why it's 2 POVs. I think one author writes one and another writes the other, but they sounded pretty damn similar. Here we go. I'm gonna read about Geminis. Okay? Okay, I've also heard, isn't there like some issue with like Sagittarius is not mentioned? Yeah. Sagittarius is like this arrow, and it's not on the whatever, it's not in this, and apparently there's a lot of Sagittarius that feel a bit shunned, and I wonder if there are any Sag
oh no, not the zodiac drama.
Scorpio moon, Sag rising, so I'm insane, and I'm sure Capricorns are gonna get shat on because we always are. Here we go. Thank you for being here as always. I'm so nervous. Here we go. It begins. Oh, we have a campus map. The orb. Okay, the story does start with some issues with the cops, but what happens is our twin girls, Tori and Darcy, they were in foster care, and their last foster situation was shitty, and the day they turned 18, they got kicked out so quickly that they didn't have time to grab their stash of cash that they have been saving up so that they can live their lives now independently. So it's like about $2,000. So of course they're gonna go back and get it. But of course, if they were like, hey, can you go bring us that wad of cash in your house? He would absolutely have stolen it. So Darcy goes in and steals it back, but the cops catch her. And as she's about to be caught and like taken in, a forbidding male voice fills the air, which cut into me like a knife. Let go of her. in italics. The cop lets her go. She's about to grab the cash and just keep running because she doesn't want to thank this dude. But he grabs the cash and walks away. So, quote, whoever that guy was, he both saved my ass and ruined my life. Thanks, asshole. So, Tori is a car thief or a motorcycle thief. So that's cool.
Got the colors.
We also meet the mysterious man who probably stole their money again, and he is described by Tori. He was tall, his brown hair pushed back in the kind of careless, I've spent ages making this look accidental way that guys with too much time and money on their hands often went for. Kinda hot in a straight-laced way, which really wasn't my bag. Yeah, they use like gonna, kinda, etc. So that's the writing style I'm talking about, if that makes sense. And he has been deemed by Tori as Mr. Expensive. That's his nickname. What? Is this a bad sign? Ew,
what the hell?
Mr. Expensive is a professor. He like basically assaulted Tori. He tried to talk to her in the bar that she was in, and then to get away from him, she got a ride home from one of the bar regulars, and somehow he still got to the house like the same time she did.
I want to do a rainbow on the
he
sleeve.
apparently has like mind control powers or something, so anything he says, he's like, you're not gonna scream, you want to let me in the house, like all this stuff. He's like throwing her against the wall, covering her mouth so she can't scream. Like, humans, but especially teachers, probably shouldn't act that way, I don't think. Anyway, she lets him in because he told her to. So
let's see how this goes. Can you see?
Oh yeah, so not only is Professor a total creep, but he is a hot one, and like a massive one. Mr. Expensive, aka Professor Orion, aka Mr. Shoulders.
Mr.
Professor has a dimple.
Sorry?
Just the one, denting his masterpiece of a face and somehow making him even damn hotter. Please, God, tell me that this isn't gonna be a teacher-student supernatural romance. Okay, Orion spills the tea. This is what's going on. Basically, the girls are not human, they are fae. They belong in Solaria, the mirror world of Earth, where fae rule. And then they're like, we don't believe you, what are you talking about, blah, blah, blah. He like dumps his bag on their table, and it's filled with newspaper clippings and pictures of their family and blah, 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 blah. So it turns out that
he's a stalker.
their last name is not the name that they thought it was. It's Vega. Oh no.
Tori Vega?
Okay, so I didn't think of that. Yeah, so maybe they're related to Jackson and Hudson? Yes, I can. God, no. And B, their parents, as they know it, the life that they know, their parents were killed in a house fire, and both of them, the two sisters, were pulled from the rubble to perfectly unharmed babies. A total miracle. And Tori is like, why do you have pictures of my parents? And Orion's like, they're not your parents. They are changelings, and so their real fae parents switched them with the twins that we assume died in the fire, but maybe not. So they are fae raised by humans. Changelings. You get it? No one knows why their parents would do that, but he's like, I don't know, maybe you were in danger. Probably, definitely true. Or maybe you were just annoying them, just like you're annoying me right now. And they decided to swap you for less irritating twins. Anyway, he's like, it's my job to take you back to the Fae world, and I assume join the academy. Alrighty? That's where we're at. Getting it done, man. We're only on page 40. Of course.
Weird setup.
Okay, so in order to get their massive giant inheritance,
on the Liberty
Snake to attend and graduate from the Zodiac Academy.
The Zodiac Killer. Wait, no,
powers to make them say yes and get changed and go to the academy with him. So that's weird. And he has something called Stardust, and he just goes, and off they go to this dark meadow where there are all of these other young people standing in a circle. They're just getting started, man. It's the first day of school. So basically they are awakening their powers. So every single person has a different element, as I mentioned. So water, earth, air, fire. They're gonna test them. And
This is
remember
testing
this
my
part.
hand
I remember
stability
this is
for
where
sure.
I stopped reading because I was like, oh, it's this kind of book. As we said in the summary, they have all of them. And it's like, how on earth? It's very like Chosen One. That's the scene. I remember this one. They are hated, very powerful, don't know anything about the world,
Okay, Harry
and
Potter, calm down.
I'm really excited to meet these super popular, super powerful Beast Boys. Are you? No, if there is a Darcy Professor Orion romance thread, I'm not here for it. I'm not here for it. Like, I would not be surprised if these girls walked into the Crave school, because just the way that they talk, it sounds like it was written by Tracy Wolff. Okay, I think we have just met the Beastie Boys. There are four bored-looking boys sitting on this couch while everyone else has to find their own little chairs. And they are the most alluring group of guys we've ever seen. What is it with this type of book? I don't even know what to call this book, but like this kind of writing, and the alluring boys have to wear designer clothes. Maybe it's just like when I was in high school, I couldn't then, and I probably still can't now, like recognize designer clothes from far. Like, I don't know what the obsession is, because Jackson.
No, listen, it says
and
Gucci
Hudson
on the
from
front.
Crave
You
are
can.
obsessed with wearing whatever it was, Versace. These guys, they are all tall and strongly built with muscles in a way that made my gaze roam over them a little inappropriately. They oozed power, wearing it as comfortably as the designer clothes they clad themselves in. Like, it's such an interesting detail, especially because they live in they live in a completely different world. They live in Solaria.
But they're still wearing
If
Gucci.
they mention, I'm not gonna read. If
Eating.
they mention cheekbones, take a shot of whatever you have. I have Earl Grey right now. Okay, this was the page that I stopped at. I don't remember reading this sentence, but I feel like this might have been the sentence that made me stop reading. Their royalty. Okay, we have reached the pages that I have not read yet, and so Principal Nova tells us some information. Your parents were the last king and queen of Solaria.
Of course they were.
You return here as joint heirs to the throne. And Darcy's like, you mean we're like princesses?
Stop.
And there are 4 other celestial families that held power.
Yay! Okay, actually that turned out good.
Now that they have returned, the heirs can take the throne, and I'm sure those 4 families won't feel really good about that. And I wonder if there could be 4 sons from those families that are in the Zodiac Academy right now. And I wonder if they're alluring young men. Oh dear. There is so much to
They're a little
unpack
hard to
here. So we
squeeze, yeah.
meet the final boy. And
Okay,
he is
now what?
basically Jackson with his jet black hair just long enough to shadow his eyes, which, what did I say about Jackson? And this whole, like, lion and lamb reference. I know it's a popular metaphor, but I mean, our Beast Boys are named Max, Caleb,
Oh, what even?
Darius, and Seth. And Darcy and Tori are named Gwendolyn and Roxania.
Not a smoking Cybertruck.
The principal is
God damn
like,
it.
here, let me introduce you to somebody, and introduces them to.
I kind of want to do the same thing on the collar on the other
boys.
side.
And she's like, why don't you show them around? I hope you guys aren't upset that these random girls just came and stole all of your power and titles, whatever. And they're like, of course.
Oh, yeah, that's fine.
The girls are like, bye, we don't really want to talk to you. And they surround them. So they are boxed in by a wall of testosterone-fueled muscle. And the hot one, Darius, is like, don't you know it's rude to walk away from your
Is his name
superiors?"
Darius?
And every time they walk away, the
All
boys
the
catch up
names.
to them, and they're like ready to apologize, want to beg forgiveness. Like, they're so creepy. Last chance. And Tori says, fuck you. And then he says, I'd hope you'd say that. His mouth dipped to my neck, and for half a second I thought he was going to kiss me before the sting of his teeth pierced my flesh. And everyone is watching. These creepy guys are harassing, and now one of them has just bit Tori and everyone in the orb is staring at us, and no one took so much as a step forward to help, including the teachers and the principal. But finally, Darcy is like, don't touch my sister, and runs over to like shove him off, but she actually shoves him like into a wall, like throws him across the room. And everyone's like, okay, and so now it is time for everybody to choose what houses they're going to be in. Typically, you choose what house you would be in based on what elements you have, but some people have more than one. Some people have all four. Who are the house captains, you're wondering? The 4 heirs. So we have Max, who is head of House Aqua, water. Caleb is Earth, House of Terra. I told you she was gonna hate on Earth signs. I just felt it. Air focus is Seth, and finally Darius, House of Fire. And I knew it. And there was an annoying girl that I didn't even mention. There was an annoying girl during the awakening ceremony who was like, I'm so excited to be with my boyfriend. She is a Capricorn. Okay. It took 66 pages, but we get an annoying Capricorn. Cool. Her name's Kylie. They have to choose separately because apparently the houses compete, and it wouldn't be fair to have a 4-element Vega twin, like both of them in one house. So Tori is like, I choose fire. So she goes to be with Jackson Clone. She whispers to Darcy, like, join air, because Seth seems to be the lesser of 4 evils. So... No. So she chooses air, and Seth moves forward to meet me and suddenly wrapped me in his arms, the exact arms I had just been having a 2-second daydream about. Damn. Man. It felt like eating a too hot cookie fresh out of the oven. It burned all the way down.
Also, I'm disappointed by the lack of Virgo mentions.
And then he says, welcome to the tribe, babe. Oh? And then Kylie approaches his girlfriend and is like, hey girl, I'm not paraphrasing, this is me reading. Hey girl, just so you know, my bae is in charge. So long as you get that, we're totally cool. Whoa. And then they link arms and what the hell? They go. And she's like, gee, I'm so happy that I chose air and not water, because Max, who is head of Waterhouse, is literally waterboarding his new recruits.
What?
What am I reading? Okay.
What the fuck?
Seth seems like a jolly guy, taking them to
thanks for hanging out.
I assume their dorms. And then he just like grabs Darcy by the shirt and is like petting her. And then he puts his nose in her hair and inhales deeply. And she's trying to pull away, but he's like holding on to her. The hot, wet pad of his tongue suddenly dragged up my right cheek. No. And she's like, ew, gross. And he's like, chill out, babe. This is how I say hello. No. To which she's like, okay, maybe, like, this is the Fae world. Like, I don't want to be culture shaming. Literally, she says, I don't want to be accused of culture shaming. And he just keeps, like, nuzzling her and calling her babe. Then someone puts a bag over her head. Seth is like, anytime I say anything, you say yes out.
You're gonna, I don't want to be don't want to be offensive my way into getting kidnapped.
She proves herself, basically. She jumps from a tower and catches herself with her power. Okay, Seth, who seems like the nicest one so far, right, is actually really cruel as well, and is just like, how dare you guys come in here and try to steal our thrones. So, okay, so let's explain the whole vampire thing. So it turns out vampires aren't necessarily just sucking your blood. They are taking your magic because they can't produce their own or whatever. So they feed on other people. Freshmen are particularly in trouble because they don't have any magic or knowledge to defend themselves yet. And so vampires will just come out. You guys can't see what I'm spelling, vampire students will just attack them and bite them. And that's just like a thing that people do. But if the head vampire, aka Caleb, really likes one particular magic source, they can like lay claim to it and no one else can feed from it. So this girl Sophia is like, well, at least you'll only have Caleb assaulting you. What? Like what? Yeah, what? Like, I don't really like being physically assaulted, but at least it's by a hot vampire. What? Tori, in the meantime, her hazing initiation thing is she has to go through this maze and fight all these things, whatever. The final thing is she has to walk through fire, and Darius is like, just so you know, it's gonna burn everything from your mortal life, and you will walk through like fully Fae or whatever. So she walks through, and he meant it literally, so it literally burned all of her clothes off. So now she's standing in front of everyone, butt naked. So she's about to cry because everyone is staring at her ass and breasts, but she's like, no, I'm not gonna cry. So she just walks into the dorms, and as she's walking,
Is this a fetish?
Darius calls and is like, if you'd rather just come on up to my
Is this
room,
book just about
I can
fetishes?
give you a real welcome to the House of Fire. His gaze slid over every exposed inch of my flesh, and embarrassment prickled up my spine. Just yuck, I don't like this. He also continuously calls her Roxy, calls Tori Roxy, because that was her given name in the Fae world, even though she very specifically was like, call me Tori. There's also a club called like the Almighty Sovereign Society, but they're like fangirls for the queens. So there's a bunch of annoying girls that are like, my queen! No, it's Fae book. Fae book. Who comments like that on social media? You're so funny, Max. Brutal, bro. Do people type like this?
What the hell?
I've got to Google. I'm Googling these authors right now. Okay, it's written by these two sisters. I can't find much information about them. I'm just not sure how I feel about someone introducing a character that speaks a lot of Spanish, like littered in their speech, when they don't look like native Spanish speakers. Like, Diego literally says, oh, you know, this school is muy cliquey. I'm not like those idiotas. Like, I grew up with a lot of Spanglish. Muy cliquey. Hot teacher incoming.
Bruh.
Darcy, no. Alrighty, so we have midterms coming up. It's called The Reckoning. If they fail, they're out. We also learn about all the different Fae. It's not just vampires and werewolves. We have vampires, sirens, dragons, manticore, griffin, Cerberus, Pegasus, werewolf, Nemean, lion, Hydra, Caucasian eagle, chimera, Minotaur, Medusa, Centaur,
I thought I had
Cyclops,
sticky
Sphinx,
paper, but I just have normal paper, so we'll use normal paper.
How teachers a vamp. This is like a book where consent is like very much not a thing whatsoever. So he mentions vampires, and Diego raises his hand is like, but as a teacher, don't you have to ask permission to steal magic from us? As an answer, Orion just grabs his arm and starts sucking magic out of him, and Diego is like screaming in panic. And because they don't know shit, Principal Nova just said that Orion has to tutor Darcy after school, and somebody else has to tutor Tori. So now it's going to be not only like a student teacher, but a student tutor. So, like I said, you could be a Pegasus, and so they're like eating lunch, they're having a little picnic, and they see a unicorn, and they start petting it and cuddling with it, and then it is actually a student named Tyler. This happens.
It's a student named Tyler!
That is getting molested by some horse-faced weirdo.
Dyed blonde wannabe goth weirdo? Where'd you come across this guy?
But to give him credit, he's literally the only one who has said sorry to them in this entire goddamn book so far. It's kind of a blow-off. I'm sorry, but it's an I'm sorry nonetheless. Yeah. And we're on page 128.
Trying again.
Oh, and Sophia says sorry, but Sophia did nothing wrong. Wait a damn minute. Sophia, the nice unicorn, is a Sagittarius. And she's like a walking, talking encyclopedia, and she's the only one who's been nice and helpful so far. I guess they just didn't earn a spot on the cover, is what people were whining about. I'm not sure. Like, seriously? What is this book? I swear to God, if we're gonna try and like befriend these fucking assholes, I'm gonna be really pissed. So Caleb, because he controls the earth, he can like make not earthquakes, but like make the earth move. So he kept making Tori fall, and he like straddles her and is Like, I'm getting angry. And Darius is watching and laughing. I am of the firm belief that anyone who says girl code is not someone who actually adheres to girl code. They're also now receiving anonymous Facebook messages from someone called Falling Star saying, like, the shadow draws closer to you, Darcy. Stay in the light, and all this weird cryptic stuff. Now we have to walk through the Wailing Wood to meet Orion for our first tutor thing. Also, along with Tori's tutor, she's getting bonus tutoring from Darius because apparently her magic is so great that even the professors can't help her because when they try to help her, it depletes their magic, so they like run out of magic. And so they're like, the only people at the school with enough power to help you practice are the heirs, so why not take Darius? Okay. Why not? I'm just livid. I don't even know if I can continue reading this. Like, I'm so mad. She is walking through the woods and she sees this scary thing and it's Darius. And he's like, ooh, my bad, sorry. Darius. And it's like kind of being nice. And then she's like, actually, this is weird, but can you walk me the rest of the way? Like, I don't want to walk through the woods alone. And he's like, sure thing. So I'm like, oh, maybe Darius is like an okay one. But then Seth appears and is like, I've got this. I'll take you, babe. Always calling her babe. Darius just like hands her over to Seth. But then he's like, but wait, she needs to give me a proper goodbye first. And then he uses coercion, which is what Orion uses, the whole like mind control thing, and he smiles cruelly and says, me. So she drops to the ground and then he says like, kiss my foot, and then he says, run. This could be a nice thing because she gets to run away from them, but still, it's just so icky. Oh no, I'm sorry, she didn't get to run away from them. It wasn't a nice thing. They all caught up with her, and all the other heirs are there too, and so Max makes a torrential downpour, soak her from head to toe, so now her white t-shirt is transparent.
Bro, what is happening?
Moves the earth around
what
her,
the porn plot is this fucking book?
Caked in freezing cold sludge. Seth blows harsh wind over the top of Darius's fire. The combined effect is like being blasted by an oven. I gasped in horror as a sticky substance coating me dried into a hard, penetrable second skin. So now she's like covered in dried mud. They take a photo and run away into the woods laughing.
Hold on, this is not as far as this.
Like, it's literally just disgusting to read this. Somebody posted a picture of her naked from the hazing event, and you can just read it yourself.
There we go. Good enough. Wait, what? What does it say? Bitch. As if you'd ever get beneath my skirt to find out. Damien douchebag. Not a whore then, just sporting a vagina sweater. Hashtag muff scrub. Bro, what? You've got to be kidding me. Shut your face, Damien. Hashtag basic bastard. Okay. If both Vega girls look that good naked, then I've just found my latest fantasy threesome. Hashtag it'd take two. I'd take two for the team. Nice on, Damien. Next time he'll get her on her knees too. Hashtag gagging on it. No, what is this? What is this?
I just think that there are other ways that you could write them having a rough time at school. And to go so detailed into
what in the hell? What the fuck?
I guess it's just the details and the things that they're focusing on.
That's so fucking funny.
I'm sorry, but there is no
Though
arc.
I noticed Darius had
There
been
is
laughing.
no arc that Darius can have
to me getting
make
me
you like
on
this
my
boy.
knees.
What the fuck? I know I'm just being picky, but like every sentence in this book is starting to get on my nerves. Okay, it's after dinner, it's a little bit later. We just had our first water class in which the teacher, who was like described as being mostly naked because they're gonna swim, is like, how's it going, girls? And Darcy just is like, it's really bad, and she like hugs him. He seems really like empathetic, and it's nice. And then we find out that he was a siren, and he was like feeding off of her emotions. So after he hugged her, he was like, what? You can do that anytime. Like kind of mocking her. So she's just being like taken advantage of and or assaulted by every single person. I also dig Geraldine. She's annoying, but she's the only one fucking doing anything about all of this shit. Also, we have now learned about a different race called nymphs, and they allegedly kill fae and absorb their magic because they don't have any magic of their own. And I have a feeling that's gonna be a lie. But anyway, basically, racism, yay. And also there was just a murder, and apparently a student witnessed it, but that's when we learned that you can do advanced or like dark coercion, which can lead to memory, like changing your memory. And is that it? Also, Orion mentioned the nymphs, like basically alluding to the twins' parents weren't handling the nymphs, and now the 4 ruling families are handling them. I have a funny feeling.
Dog's
Okay.
gonna fucking run in here in a sec.
Darius is sleeping with his second cousin. Oh, okay, no, I'm sorry. Magritte, who he's sleeping with, is a different option. His second cousin, who he might be marrying, is the ugliest girl in the world. There is
Locking them
no
out so they don't know all
way
this.
I will ever get on the side of these boys. When I know that there's going to be romance with one of these.
Alright, let me say hi to them so they don't freak out.
So it seems that Darius is up to something, because he had a secret meeting with Orion that sure sounded like they were planning on killing the twins. And apparently his house might have been behind the death of his birth parents. Everybody take a shot.
You have to be careful.
Everything bien. Give me a fucking break, Diego. Creepy ass Orion decides to feed up Tori again for some reason. Kylie posted on Facebook. Caleb sees and is pissed because he called dibs, and then he comes in and starts attacking Orion and says, keep your hands up, and so he says, fine, but the other Vega twin is mine.
Okay.
We had a wild Friday night
We'll be okay.
at Zodiac Academy. Everybody went out dancing. As long as you can pay for alcohol,
We are
you can drink
listening
it.
to
There's no age
unhinged
limit.
stories
So they
and
got
painting
smashed.
stuff.
They ended up at like this private club with the heirs, of course. Tracy ends up getting real friendly with Darius. Darcy gets real friendly. Like, I think they almost hooked up with Seth, who's being, I'll show you in a moment how he's being the next morning. Then Geraldine, head ass girl, got attacked. So that's scary. So next morning, Seth is like, hey girl, and like lists all the things that they did, how she sucked on his lower lip while whispering dirty things in his ear, stuff like that too. I'll show you. Yep, that's something that I read. I want to quit. I want to quit. Okay, this is gonna be the last time I point it out, but like, where's the accent mark? The rumors going around are locals. Like, it just, something is off. Please, if you are a Spanish speaker, let me know how you feel about it. I'm just like a casual, I grew up around Spanish, so I'm not 100% sure, but doesn't it feel a little odd? Oh, I forgot, she also was with Caleb, dancing practically pornographically. At first, I was like, of course this motherfucker has the same decorating taste as Donald fucking Trump, but I think he's a dragon. Or has a pirate fetish. Who knows? I am just so incredibly over these boys. They are pieces of shit. If they try to make this like a Cruel Prince thing where Cardin is like completely evil, and then all of a sudden it's like, oh, it's just because I'm Faye, and I was also fighting my hatred of you, blah, blah, blah. And he becomes like a good character. This is way too fucking far. Like, I thought that Carden and his crew took it way too far. This
Accidentally got yellow. Gotta repaint
this.
Cover it with white.
But this is gonna be a really smutty series, and we just got our first taste of it. In order to make the whole Caleb feeding off of Tori thing worth Tori's while, he and she hooked up in a classroom beforehand, and I guess that's the currency that they're going to exchange: blood for sex. This is only book 1. Like, I just hate it so much. Falling Star is their tarot teacher, and he was a friend of their mom's. Oh, so their daddy was a bad daddy.
Oh my god.
He was the cruelest fae. Oh my god. So we've spent quite a few chapters building this little relationship with Seth. Darcy is weirdly into Seth, and he seems like he's really sorry for what he did, and he's being really cute, and he's a really good kisser, blah, 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 blah. They meet outside in the forest at the dance, and they start hooking up when all of a sudden he takes a knife and cuts, her hair's in a bun, and he like cuts her hair off. And that was a thing that, like, during the initiation, he gave her this ultimatum of, like, either you jump, which she did, or
being
you
crazy.
cut your hair
Don't
off.
come in here,
and she was like, I'm not going to do that, because her hair is very important to her. She
Do not run in here.
her hair blue to represent the black and blue of her heart when she lost her virginity to a complete asshole. And so her hair is important to her. They had a class with, like, all of the sirens. I skipped so much of this, but here you go. They had a class. They have to take classes to, like, figure out what order they are. Like, are they a siren? Are they a werewolf? Are they this, that? So they were in the siren class to see if they were sirens, and Max, the asshole siren heir, tricked them into telling him their worst fears / life experiences so that he could, like, absorb it as power. And she told him about her horrible experience losing her virginity and having the guy break up with her, like, 3 seconds after, and dyeing her hair. Seth cuts her hair off and is like, haha, told you I'd eventually get your hair. And then Max told me the whole sob story about it, so I really wanted it. And then Kylie pops out of the bushes and she's like, and we recorded it.
What the hell?
And he says, nothing personal, Vega. It's the way of the Fae. If you don't want things getting even worse for you, then take your sister and get out of the academy. So now her hair, she, like, doesn't have any hair at the back of her head. There's only 30 pages left of this book. Also, Darius just used coercion to take Tori out of nowhere. And Orion warned her about this, but she didn't listen. And Tori's biggest fear that she told Max about was drowning, and so they fuck with Darcy's heart and cut off her hair, which was, like, her biggest fear, was having her heart broken again. And then they use coercion to force Tori, who can't swim, into the deep end of a swimming pool while everybody watches, and she nearly drowns. And they, like, use the water power to, like, basically make it a washing machine where she's just, like, being tossed around like a rag doll in the water. Luckily, Orion and Darcy run and get there in time and save her.
I think I made these stripes too big. Oop.
Okay, we're done with book 1, and it ends with the professor who was Falling Star being murdered.
What?
And he leaves them a note that basically says, like, I made a mistake, my time is up, and the shadow discovered me. It's the whole thing. And the answers you seek are hidden between Leo and Libra. Don't trust the flames, claim your throne.
What?
Hello, it is a new day. I am about to start Zodiac Academy book number 2. And I have looked over my footage for the first book, and I just want to re-emphasize, restate. I know that people use fiction. People enjoy reading about things fictionalized, and that doesn't represent who they are or what they might deem appropriate in real life, okay? That being said, I guess my biggest shock with this is, like, first of all, I just don't vibe with the bully trope, the borderline sexual assault trope. That's just, like, not my deal. I guess for me, I just really didn't expect it to be, I mean, basically nothing happens in the book that we just read. Action-wise, like they get to the school and they learn the lay of the land, and now they're like one maybe confidant who would message them like, you're in danger, has disappeared. That's what happened in the entire book. The rest of the book was them being bullied and assaulted, and I was just shocked by that balance, just shocked by the details. I feel
like I'm just shocked by how little it actually has to do with fucking Zodiacs.
I know it's going to be steamy because I have seen fan art. Obviously, I thought that there was going to be some kind of enemies to lovers tension going on, because that's how it was set up, but I didn't expect an entire book to be them just being bullied. And I guess because this is like a Kindle Unlimited, I think you get paid by the page. Correct me if I'm wrong on Kindle Unlimited. It's a Kindle Unlimited, very long series. Maybe I should have expected that, but
yes,
yeah, I just
September
wanted
1st.
to say that even though I'm shocked and appalled by this, if you like the bully trope, own that. That is your truth. I mean, there are people out there who would judge me for what I read, you know? So we have such a short amount of time and there are so many books to read. You get to choose. Don't let me influence you, okay? Unless I'm telling you to read my favorite book, and then you should definitely read that book. Okay, this book is called Ruthless Fae. In between this, there is a novella, I guess, or really it's the first book told from the boy's point of view, but that was published much later. I'm going to read them in chronological order if I read all of them. We're already at the 40-minute mark. I mean, the first thing I notice about this is that the first chapter is from Caleb's POV. We've only had Tracy and Darcy, and now we're gonna get Caleb. And hey, Sagittarius is on here. Who's missing? So I guess we're missing Aquarius. Okay, so Aquarius isn't on here. I wonder what that means. Or if it means nothing. Why couldn't the graphic designer just put all of the, all of the signs in the circle? I don't know. But anyway, so shall we begin? Let's do it. Ew, so him, he was asking Tori constantly to like ditch the dance and instead just like hook up with him in his dorm room. And that was him trying his best to have her not be drowned. Caleb. And he feels kinda shitty.
He's so for real.
Kinda shitty. I'm so sorry. We're literally on page 5.
You guys see the heart.
Page 6. Oh, I'm sorry. Page 8. Number 1. Caleb's mother was very insistent that no matter what his personal individual feelings are, he needs to stand strong with the group and love them like brothers, because they need to stand together, and if any of them falter, all of Solaria will fall, because they are on the brink of war with the nymphs, and also their parents were the ones who insisted on the heirs chasing them out of school. So they didn't just come up with this idea on their own. Their parents were like, do it. That's what we've got so far. He also doesn't like how cuddly Seth is. Wow, Caleb doesn't approve of them trying to kill Tori. So Seth makes a Facebook post, as you can see, but look at the hashtags. I was about to say, like, imagine a ruler, a future ruler or a ruler using these hashtags, but then I realized, like, we definitely have politicians right now who would use, like, go home Vega losers as a hashtag, unfortunately. And we haven't gotten information yet, but apparently Darius has daddy issues. Apparently his dad's not nice. Aww. And Caleb said something about, like, I don't think we should kill people. I don't think we need to act like your dad. And Darius got really mad.
Lol.
And so I can see us getting a Caleb and a Darius redemption arc. It's alluded to that Max is actually secretly really sensitive, but Seth, my fucking god. No way. But, like, also for those 3 boys, no way, but I can see how they could swing it if they tried real hard. But Seth, no fucking way. No fucking way. Our girls have decided to go the fuck home. They're like, Chicago, here we come. But they don't have money anymore, remember? So, game plan. Tori is going to go to Darius's dorm room because he's a dragon. And what I didn't super duper mention is that his room is filled with gold. Not just like his
I like how they
bedrooms,
didn't really even
but,
want
like,
to go to this in the first
literally
place,
just
and they're
coins.
being
Okay,
bullied
Corey's gonna
to
go
leave. Like,
get some money. Darcy's gonna go to Orion's office to get some stardust so that they can travel back to the human realm. And while Tori is in Darius's room, she just lights the place on fire.
What?
And she steals one of his daggers. And the
What the
chapter
hell?
ends with, everyone knows Karma's a bitch. And today,
Stop,
her
not
name
JoJo
is Tori
Siwa.
Vega. Updates. Darcy gets caught because that's her shtick. If she is not as good as Tori is, and breaking and entering. So anyway, she gets caught by Orion. Orion gives her this whole speech about like, well, I guess you aren't really Fae because like you aren't tough enough or whatever. And that like puts a fire under her ass. And she's like, we're not leaving. We're staying.
Why?
And Tori
No,
is like,
leave.
yeah, I really enjoyed setting fire to Darius's room. Let's stay and like keep pulling this shit. Then they get
Why?
a message from
Just leave.
Lance that just says Venus Library and like gives her a row and a book to check out. And they're like, oh shit, is this gonna be another falling star situation?
Okay.
It's not. It's Orion. And he wants her to check out that book and find it educational and delete these messages immediately. So his first name is Lance. My first conspiracy theory for this book. So do you remember when the tarot card professor left them a clue that was like, the answer lies between Libra and Leo?
Okay.
Well,
That worked pretty well.
turns out Darius has a tattoo of the symbol for Libra, and he's a Leo. So could it be? I don't know, actually. I don't know what my theory was. But isn't that strange? Isn't that strange? It's just like every scene is a little bit too long. And he's really upset about his gold being gone. And he's like trembling, and he's gonna turn into a dragon because he's just so angry. That's it.
The heart worked. I'm gonna
That's
outline
all.
it in
Caleb trying to
So,
make
it's
her
a little cleaner on the
understand that
outside.
he was innocent in this is such bullshit. And he doesn't even give a shit about Darcy. The book that Orion told her to get is how to grow her hair back. Oh, Jesus Christ. What have we learned? Did I learn anything? Oh, apparently they're blaming tarot card falling stars death on a nymph, and now we have to learn about the nymphs. Orion has to teach us about it, and he's teaching us that they like come from the shadow realm, they're evil, blah 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 blah. And then this woman comes in, this woman who we had seen Orion on a date with when everybody went out for that like party night, remember? And she works for the Fae Investigation Bureau, the FIB, not the FBI. And she needs to talk to Tori and Darcy.
So silly.
Hold the phone. Wait a damn minute.
Okay.
So
Like
Orion
that.
is like
We'll do
in
a
charge of
trans
protecting
flag, I
Darius
think.
for some reason. I don't know.
That was difficult.
One
Oh my
time,
God.
and so there's like a bond there. And one time Darius like went for a long weekend trip with a girl, but he spent the whole vacation pining for Orion because of the distance, and he ended up flying back in the middle of the night, leaving the girl and ending that relationship. Then he found Orion blind drunk in his apartment after he tried to drink away his longing for me, and I ended up staying there for 2 nights in his bed. The damn bond was twisted and humiliating sometimes. Thankfully, we've managed to resist the temptation to spoon each other. We haven't talked about it since. Okay, wait, so, wait. They need to be physically near each other all the time. I don't know if it's an actual, like,
Cats and
romantic
boxes,
and
okay.
or sexual relationship. It's just that he was in his bed. Could they have just been cuddling? I don't know. But
Oh my God.
what?
Good job,
And the bond was made
You're very
by
scared.
Darius's father, whose magic is too strong, so they can't find a way to sever it. But so Lance would
Alright,
be
let's
stuck
try this again.
protecting
I'm gonna do a
Darius for the
different
rest of our
part,
lives. So I
a
guess that's
tinier
what
one.
the tattoos are for.
For the trans part.
Yeah, so their families, the Orions and then Darius's family, are traditionally bound. So that's how it happened. And That's that. We also just learned that people think that Pegasus is the worst order to be because it's like embarrassing to be a horse. Whatever. So Darius
It's
goes home
embarrassing
to
to be a
visit his shitty
horse.
family, and the only person he likes in his family is his little brother Xavier. So he goes to see Xavier, but his order just appeared, and he's not a dragon. And Darius is like, it's okay. I'll love you no matter what. Xavier transformed into a lilac Pegasus, complete with a golden horn and rainbow-patterned wings. They were flying horses who pooped glitter, granted wishes, and were ... cute. Xavier hadn't even been lucky enough to have a dark color. He was lilac. Lilac. His father is like, I was thinking of killing him to cover this up, but your mom won't let me. Let me catch you up. So, we're having a normal day at school. We learn that the girls from the Ass Club are like badass orders. So Geraldine turns into a 3-headed dog. Angelica, or whatever her name is, turns into a dragon. Like, they're not to be messed with. Badass chicks. Cutscene. Fast forward. Nighttime. Tori hears a song. Starts following it because she feels like she's being coaxed towards it. We know it's a siren. Turns out it's Max.
Okay, I just have to share this. When I was looking up Max on Google Images, fish fury.
Part of the deal of being a siren, yes, you can absorb people's powers, but for some reason you also need to use your siren
crazy.
song.
Also,
and
like,
that person who
what's
it
with the
calls
weird
has to
Pegasus
kiss you
homophobia?
so that they can take some of your power. I don't fucking know. Anyway, when the kiss happens, though, that person can, like, see all of the sirens' secrets. So that's why normally sirens used to just kill the people that they would call with their siren song. You get it? So, but Max is like, don't worry, I'm really strong. You won't be able to, see my secrets. So they have this, like, hot and heavy makeout session. Of course. But Tori is more powerful than he expected, so she gets to rifle around in his brain. What do we learn? Number one, he is an illegitimate heir. His father had an affair, and like his mom covered it up and just said that he was her baby, but he's not. So he has like unpure blood. Second, we learned that his mother died from an illness that he thinks he could have prevented, but she has that secret, so maybe his dad let her die. Third thing that we learn is that he always feeds off of people's fears, but it makes them happier. When he takes their fear, it makes them happier. So that's why he does it. And what was the last thing? Oh, then we learned the reason why my eyes nearly rolled out of my head is because page 118, we are introduced to a concept of, you know it's coming?
No, I don't.
Mate?
No.
Yes, there is an Elysian mate.
No.
He mentions this, and Tori is like, what's that? And he says, you're so ignorant, it kills me. It's like your one true love. That's it. If anybody finds out about his parentage, it would be a scandal. Apparently his half-sister Ellis is more likely to be the heir, and she's gunning for it, but his dad wants a man. I don't know what's going on in this book anymore.
Yeah, what?
We are on page 160, and nothing has occurred other than they are now doing room searches to find the dagger that Tori stole from Darius.
Okay.
Go out, fuck yourself.
Here's the thing, guys. The writing of this book is bad, and I felt that way with Crave. But Crave had at least the bonus of being self-aware of how stupid it was and playing off of that stupidity and making it funny. This is not funny. I think the first book had like a little bit of this is so stupid, but then it just got into the like hardcore bullying thing, and now this is like not funny whatsoever. There was that "I'll fuck you" line, but other than that, like it's not. People aren't joking. I don't know why
Dude,
this is so
some
enjoyable
bitch.
for people.
He's
and
too
I
fast.
just saw a TikTok or like a reel last
God,
night
he
that
got so
shook
fucking
me to my
close to
core
it.
because someone was talking about this series and said it gets good at book 5.
Fucking kitty.
People
It gets
don't
good
talk
at book
like this.
5? Excuse
and so
you?
It's not even like, oh, the author is just writing so that she sounds like a 18-year-old girl. 18-year-old girls, I feel hotter than a polar bear at the beach. What? It's becoming unreadable. It's really becoming unreadable. Oh, Taylor Swift is here.
What? Taylor Swift is here.
I beg you, if you're gonna use other languages, please spell check.
Hi. So, things have happened. Darcy had to have detention with the boys because she tried to steal that Stardust, and she actually had a conversation with them. And they're like maybe friends, but they aren't because like right after that they attacked her. So, okay. And then Darius wants the twins to come to dinner at his parents' house. Bad idea. But he said that he would help train Tori like he's supposed to be doing if she agrees to come. And so they have their first fire practice, and somehow, for some reason, in order to like share the magic, they have to be physically touching, and so they basically are like grinding on each other.
What the hell?
For multiple pages, and that like helps her perform her magic, and he's extremely turned on by this. So the only person she hasn't been like hot and heavy with is Seth so far. I just don't know where this is gonna go.
Oh, good guys,
Look, it's
there
so
are
weird.
3 types of bonds.
Tori went out for a run. Seth in his wolf form peed on her.
Oh. What?
Orion saved Darcy from something, and he was like, stop looking at me like that, I'm your teacher. And she's like, you stop looking at me like that. And they have this like,
No.
they found another clue, and all Tori had to do was let their creepy ass siren professor dig through her brain and look through all of her memories of her having sexual relations with people.
What?
Because he's a pervert, or in Diego's words. But anyway, let's find out what happened to Clara Orion 4 years ago. Do you think Clara Orion and Professor Orion have something in common?
Stop.
What? Also, this is something that has been going on for a while in the book, but apparently it's a really bad thing to be sexually attracted to a Pegasus because, again, they're like very lowly
What's with the Pegasus
creatures,
racism?
allegedly. And so it's like a joke that Tori torments Caleb with. So like one time she stole his phone and made him follow a bunch of Pegasus Facebook pages and stuff. And just now they snuck into his room and planted a Pegasus sex toy.
What?
And people saw and posted it on Facebook, and he's gonna make them pay. This book could
What is
be
going on?
much less than 474 pages. We are having an orgy.
Oh. Okay.
But she I forget who this is.
What?
Their voices sound exactly the same. What the? I also missed this as I was reading. Okay. So Darcy snuck in to like mess with
worked
Seth's
not
room or
nearly
something,
as well
and
the
yeah,
second
they're having
time.
okay.
Literally,
outline
they
it
used the
again.
word orgy. Like, I'm shook. I don't know what I thought about this book. I knew it was steamy. What?
All right. Seth POV. So something with how he was courting her in order to like fuck with her and cut her hair off. You remember this? Somehow in that process, he accidentally initiated her into his pack because he's a werewolf, remember? Part of that is he has to either fight or pleasure. She has to pleasure him or fight him in order to be in the pack. And it's like driving him insane because he's the alpha, that he has an omega that he hasn't fully initiated. So he just spent like 3 or
Yeah,
4
we got the
pages
werewolves,
trying to
though.
have sex with her, like absolutely 100% sexually assaulting her. She was screaming no. It was difficult to read. And now he's really, really pissy that she won't join the orgy.
Bro, what even? Oh, okay, let me check in with chat for a sec.
She is Lance's sister, and she
Bro,
went
what
to
the fuck?
Darius's house and never came back. And I guess her mom is bonded with Darius's dad. And I don't know, it was very hush-hush, and they had to drop the investigation. No, he's your teacher, Darcy. Yes, off limits. Professor Orion, off limits.
You know, my favorite thing about the
Name.
is like it feels like a
Name. This is Darius telling Tori he never hated her, and that it wasn't personal.
Bruh.
But he tried to drown her. So throughout the book, the girls have been sabotaging all of the heirs in different ways, and it all came to a head.
Okay, what else should I
during
have
their
on this?
Football game against a team that isn't even that good, and they're
What
all
else should I put on this
distracted.
shirt?
Or Werewolf Boy Seth has fleas. Max has a weird rash. They're losing their shit a little bit. Made it to the end of book 2, so they do the little game, and at the end of it, because they lost, the boys were cranky, and the
Actually, I'm
girls
gonna add
said
the
something
trans
like,
flag
"We
to
should
the
leave."
sleeve.
And so they like threw them in a pit, magicked them inside.
A bee?
And then
Okay,
all of a
actually,
sudden
yeah.
they hear screaming, and they
The
pull
bee is a
themselves
good
out of the pit,
idea.
and there's a huge nymph attack. Orion almost dies.
Should I
Darcy
have it
saves
be
him.
the
Darius
bi-
almost
the
dies,
bi
but
bee?
Tori looks after him, and then Orion eventually saves him. They also, in the midst of this battle,
feel like I
used
should also
some
have another
weird
heart,
blue
the
and
bi
red
flag.
flame thing that isn't a part of the four
trans flag
elements,
right
and
here.
it's something that they've never seen before, but it killed the nymphs. Good job. And the nymphs have apparently declared war on the Fae. And there was nothing going on. Every scene was just like 20 pages too long. And it wasn't even like, if you're reading it for the smut, like there wasn't, I didn't think, like there was a lot, but it wasn't like consistent, and it wasn't funny. You didn't even see some of the side characters that I liked in the first one. Like Sophia wasn't there very often, and she's like the only character I like. It's just real boring, guys, I gotta say. Like, it's a very boring series. And I know that reel said it gets better in the 5th one, but like, do I really have to read? I've already read about 1,000 pages. Do I have to read 3,000 or like 2,500 to get to the 5th book when it's apparently going to be good? Like, that's bonkers. So I'll continue, but certainly not today. I am peacing out. Done with the first 2.
Bro, what even?
See you next time.
Okay. Are we at the end? Oh, no, not yet. Okay.
What are smart games? Hello everyone, updates. So I have just started the reckoning. I am only on page 17. But at the end of our previous book, we had the nymphs attack. 12 kids died. 4 from Zodiac, and the other 8 were from the other school that they were playing in that game. So there's that. And apparently, we didn't get much information, but apparently Orion and Darius have been like collaborating secretly with the FIB, not the FBI, to like go out and help with the nymph problem secretly. I don't know. But anyway, so then we are back with our girls Darcy and Tori, and the next day, the nymphs attack and 12 students die. There's like a huge battle at school. The next day, they get a text saying, "Welcome to Hell Week. This is like the week before the reckoning, which is like midterms basically, and if you don't pass midterms, you get kicked out of school. To make sure that you are thoroughly challenged, the rest of the student body will be throwing further tests your way at every turn and making your lives a living hell.
Why?
It's time to prove how fey you are. Yours, Principal Nova." And even Darcy is immediately like, what the fuck? A bunch of kids died yesterday. and you're just making us still do Hell Week. Excuse me. So I'm honestly gonna try and read this without much commentary because this video is already so long, and I want to see how many books I can read while maintaining my sanity, because y'all are telling me it's better in like the end of the series, and I know that a lot of you guys aren't going to be able to push through or like have the time to bother to see if it's worth it, and I'm doing it for you. I'm exploring this strange world and seeing if it's worth it. So I want to at least make it to the 5th book. So I'm going to, unless something like crazy happens and you need a play-by-play, I'll pop in, but I think I'm just going to try and give you a summary of the plot at the end. Okay? Here I go.
So if one of the bros isn't interested, then consent matters. Seth?
I did it. Another. Grifferia. Her teacher asking her to... Oh no.
50% update. 300 something pages have passed, and literally it has been 3 days. I'm pretty sure this entire
So I don't have any black,
series
so
takes
doing the
place
bees is
in like
slightly
3
difficult.
months, and one of the books I
So,
looked it up
I
is
think
going to
what
be
we'll
over
do
1,000 pages.
is-
Kurt is cooking, if you're wondering what that
Oh
is.
my
Nothing is happening
flag.
except what have we learned? Darius and Orion are working together to do some kind of black magic to take down their dad, or Darius's dad, whatever. Orion and Darcy fully went for it, fully hooked up. So that's something. They might be dragons, they might be very rare dragons, but like other than that, nothing has happened. We had 40 pages of Fae sex ed, in which we learned all the different ways that you can use contraception spells. There are these moments where like it could be funny, but there are literally like probably 30 pages of just absolute the most boring stuff you've read in your entire life, and then there's like one line that's like, that's just stupid funny, like Crave, and then it's another like slog until you get to anything else, and it's literally, it's so incredibly
outline
boring, and there's no character growth. They haven't like learned anything about each other or like gotten any and I will say that when I say there's no character growth, the authors are putting a hell of a lot of time into constructing the boys, the 4 heirs and Orion, like constructing their stories and like making them better people and like complex. Nobody else. All the girls who were bitchy in the beginning are still bitches because they clearly can't have some reason for being the way that they are. Like the boys, like it's infuriating to read, and I'm just gonna power through this one and read the 4th one and try my best to get to book number 5. Please don't buddy read with me. Don't waste your time on these books. Hi. Cyberpunk is going on behind me. I don't know when the last time I checked in was and what I said, because I have put off reading this book for like a week. So I jumped back into it, and we're basically at a part where Tori and Darcy were just like trying to have a little bit of fun, and then all of a sudden the dagger that Tori stole from Darius started to lead them somewhere, and they followed it, and they saw Darius and Orion doing blood magic, and then for some reason Tori, like, I think the knife controlled her, and like she stabbed herself, and now she's like maybe dying. But she wakes up, she's like about to die, and she wakes up to Darius like shaking her, and first part of the sentence is broken off, so it's like, would fucking break me, don't you dare give in, like they can't have you, I'm gonna follow you into the dark, and blah blah. So it's like all of a sudden he's like, he will be broken by Tori's death, even though he like absolutely almost killed her. I'm pretty sure that, like, his whole deal is, like, he wants to take down his daddy because his dad's bad. I don't know. Like, it's really... I don't know if I'm going to make it to 5, guys. I am only at 56%, and it's taking me everything in me to finish this book. None of the characters are... I don't know, like, there's not much of a difference between these characters other than, like, the various shades of bad behavior. Like, they all sound so similar. They don't have things that make them endearing to me or
Do it, make a pride shirt.
Okay with there
it's
being
fun.
characters I don't like, but is there something interesting about them? And these are just
You like it so far?
uninteresting characters. I cannot bring myself to care. Okay, but that whole, like, Tori wake up, it would break me if you died thing.
I think I'll just outline
Now
it with
he
the
realizes
pens.
that she stole his dagger, and he's really pissed and is gonna kill her. What? Darius is such a fucking baby. He's like, wait, she burned my things, even though he did all of that and worse to her. Thank you, Orion. Like, this is just such... These boys are so shitty. And I don't know why they're writing in such a way that we are obviously supposed to fall for them at some point. They are pieces of shit. Like, shut up, Darius. I'm not letting her get away with this. I'm a little Repo baby. So Tori made Darius think that Milton stole... First of all, Milton. Made Darius believe that Milton stole the dagger.
Maybe I will just outline it in white.
He's like, how could you do that? And she's like, he sent naked photos of me to everybody. And he's like, you made me shun my friend. As if those are comparable. As if.
Yeah, I'll just outline it.
What the fuck is happening to Diego? Okay, hi. Finished book 3. I'm not going to subject myself to books 4 through, like, 18 or whatever there are. It is just 100% not for me. It's not well written. There are so many spelling errors. I drew the line when they were talking about Pegasus. They were talking about, like, a horse bridle, and they spelled it bridal like a wedding. Like, it was just... It just felt like they just wrote whatever came out of their minds and then just sent it to be published. Like, there are so many plot holes. There is so much time... Like, it's not good in every way, shape, and form. And kind of after reading this, so they do this back and forth of, like, they're the bullies, but then they kind of like them, and then they're bullies, and then they kind of like them, the boys, obviously. And then something about book 3, it hit me that I felt like I was reading...
Okay, I did a little
after if there were 4.5 Hardens, and they were like fae. Because it's abusive, and it's written in a way of, like, wouldn't you like this romance? Like, isn't this, like, such a powerful thing? And, you know, they're fighting their feelings. It's just...
Any ideas, chat?
It takes the enemies to lovers thing way too far. And
Horse
I
bridle
understand
for horse
I think that
marriage.
the term is, like, dark fantasy or, like, dark fantasy romance.
Honestly, I feel like there's a
this
decent
is, like,
amount of good Pride merch on Prime.
Veering into a different genre. It's, like, on the edge, where it's... The way that I've seen it marketed is as, like, a new adult, even young adult. It gives off young adult vibes. Fantasy... romance,
I think I'll just
whatever.
write on it in white a bunch.
I have never seen it marketed as, like, a
And then I'll
dark
just do
fantasy
decorations
or, like,
in other
ones
colors.
that would have more of those tropes of, like, straight up abuse. I was just really, really shocked. And so I kind of going into... I keep comparing it to Crave just because that's the other video that I did in this style. And I feel like Crave was so silly and so funny, and I understood why people got roped into it. Even if you liked it unironically, I understood. You know, it was kind of fun. But this, like, it's not even funny. None of
Right, you're
the
fucking
actions
gay.
of the characters make any sense. And if anybody comments, you need to wait until book 5 for the actions to make sense, please don't, because it's not worth it. Like, you need to give me a little bit of understanding of the characters. Like, we have not had any character growth, and to be in different people's POVs. Like, if I'm reading from like Caleb's POV, if we've gotten hundreds of pages from Darius's POV and I still don't know what the fuck his deal is, that's an issue, and I'm peacing out. I'm not going to subject myself to it. So I'm sorry that this video, I thought that this was going to be like a hoo-ha-ha funny video like Crave, and it's really riled me up. I'm literally hot. I'm angry. I cannot, for my mental health, continue to read this series.
I love how mad she is about it.
No. So those are my feelings towards Zodiac Academy. I want to, like, I'm speaking quickly because I want to end my association with it. I'm immediately going to put this on my computer and edit it and peace out and be done, because I'm furious. And so I would love to hear your thoughts down below. If you have read it, if you have liked it, like, what's going on? Again, no judgment. If like your trope, your favesies is dark romance, whatever, but for me, wow, not for me. So yeah, just let me know what you think. And now I'm gonna go to my safe space and I'm gonna start reading. I have to start rereading Chain of Gold and Chain of Iron so that I can read Chain of Thorns when it comes out next week. I'm filming this in January. You will see this in February as my Valentine's Day gift to you. So, okay, I'm done. Goodbye. See you later. Thank you always. I did it.
You know what? That's some of my better handwriting.
An Alaska.
No, shh. That's some of my better handwriting. Whew. I don't know how well you can see it really, but I guess the goal is that you can't really see it that well. That's why I'm doing it in white, so it's more subtle. Holy shit, okay. They did one on the Ugliest series? Stop it. Actually, I don't want to hear their opinion because they're probably going to shit talk it, and that's one of my favorite series because the concept is so good. I love that fucking series so much. Okay, let's switch it up and listen to something else. What should we listen to? Show you my back? Girl, why? Sorry, Munch, but you're too unruly. You can come in once it's time for your foods, but not yet. 'Cause you're crazy. 'Cause you're crazy. Hello! How's it going? Okay, let's see. It's been good. I also took a little bit of a break, so honestly, you didn't miss much. I am listening to a podcast slash like long form YouTube video to listen to. I'm not looking for music, but I appreciate it. Let's do. There's got to be something. Oh, I'm getting recommended more books now. That's good at least. Yeah, I'm thinking we can do true crime. Let me see if I can find something. All of the fucking true crime ones I'm seeing are like body cam ones. I don't want something that I have to physically look at. I need one that we can listen to. Okay, actually no, because this sounds funny. Did we read Brutal Prince? Or did we listen to someone read Brutal Prince? Because I'm doing good, yes. I don't think we did. Okay. A Cruel Prince, yeah, but not Brutal Prince. Happy Pride. Okay, yeah, because this just looks funny as fuck. Okay. Alright. Let's listen. Let's listen to this one. Because the thumbnail says he thinks he can wax my pussy without consent. And I need to know, chat. No, not a Christmas Prince. Fuck out of here. Oh, god damn it. Okay. Okay. Let's do this.
Ta-da! The green screen. It's back. I don't know what's actually going on back there because there's nothing there right now, and I haven't decided what'll be there. It's the magic of video editing. There's something though. Well, all right, here we go. So TikTok really loves creepy romances, and adult women really love mafia romances, most of which are also very creepy. Probably the most prominent one that has come out, well, ever, is 365 Days. Like, it was a series of books which got turned into a series of movies, and it is about a woman who is literally kidnapped by a mafia boss and then falls in love with him. They're terrible. I admittedly haven't read the books, but the movies are terrible. So it's about time that somebody made a mafia romance for TikTok, and that's what Brutal Prince is, because there's nothing more romantic than racketeering, money laundering,
Hopefully
and throwing snitches in the ocean with a cinder block
Thanks for
tied to
dropping
their
by.
leg. Except this one isn't about all that
let's see.
weirdo, creepy mafia stuff. No, this is about an arranged marriage to prevent a war between two families who each have a lot of wealth and power. So it's basically a fantasy story, but it's edgier. So you have the Gallows, who run the Italian mafia in Chicago. Also, their name is Gallows. It sounds like gallows, like the place where you hang people. Do you get it? Yeah. So you have the Gallows and you have the Griffins, who run the Irish mafia in the same city. They have been rivals for generations, and when the daughter of the Gallo boss, whose name is Ida Gallo, I think it's pronounced Ida. That's how I'm going to be saying her name. She does something stupid that threatens to spark off a war, so her father just marries her off to the son of the Griffin boss, and his name is Callum Griffin, and he is also running for the alderman of the Chicago's 43rd Ward, which
What?
If you don't know what that is, the book explains it a little bit, but it's not important, okay? It's just some political position, there's an election, he's trying to do some mafia business stuff. That's all it is, okay? Don't worry about it. And I'll tell you right now that Brutal Prince is terrible. I hate it. Just, why? Like, that's what I came away from this thinking. There's so many parts where I was just going, why? Why are you doing this to me? Like, it's trying really, really hard to be steamy and hot, but it fails because the author's idea of steamy is physical and sexual abuse. Like, I'll be honest, I have never seen so many daddy issues contained in one location, and I used to live across the street from a fucking strip club. That's not a joke, by the way. That is true. I swear to every god, if romance authors went to therapy, the world would be 20% better than it currently is. But I can't really be mad at porn for not being aimed at me, you know? Like, that's what this is. It's porn. It's aimed at people other than me. I can't be mad at that. Porn. What I can be mad at is the way that Brutal Prince completely fails as a story. In every conceivable way, it fails as a story. Because if Brutal Prince and its fans are going to pretend it's a real book, then I'm going to treat it like it's a real book. Now, why have I done this? Because I'm trapped in a hell of my own creation. Let's get started. So, we start with a chapter from Ida Gallo's POV. In fact, the book goes back and forth a lot. Like, we get Ida chapter, and then Callum chapter, and just the whole book is like that. So it's pretty evenly split between the two of them. There are fireworks outside because one of the Griffin daughters is having a birthday party. She just turned 19. Also, just to be clear,
what else should
Ida
I
is
write on the
21
shirt, chat?
in this story, and Callum, the guy she gets married to, is 30.
All right, happy pride.
A bit of a age gap there, but they're both adults, so I don't really care. Now, Ida decides to crash the party with her brothers. Now, she has 3 brothers in total. Why do they decide to do this? Because they're dumbasses. Yeah, the rival mafia family surely won't do anything to hurt you. They're not going to take advantage of this opportunity to cut their enemy down to size, and they'll take this insult with a smile. You know, when have organized crime families ever killed someone to protect their reputation? So they do separate once they get to the party, and Ida starts playing around with the mansion, and she winds up going up to the library. Jiminy Crickets, it's a nice fucking house. I mean, I know we're supposed to be mortal rivals and all, but I can appreciate a place decked out better than anything I've ever seen on House Hunters. House Hunters International, even. Christ on a cracker, that line is trying so hard. This entire book, the writing is just filled with moments that are trying way, way too hard. And you might be wondering, like, why is Ida even up in the library? Because we need the plot to start. That's all. That's the only reason. So she picks up an old pocket watch, which is sitting around, and then someone comes in, and she just absently puts it in her pocket and then hides. And the guy who comes in is Callum Griffin. And he just starts chilling out there. You know, he's just hanging out in the library for a bit. We find out from his chapter he's just trying to de-stress a little bit. And Ida hides, and seeking an escape, she actually starts a fire as a distraction. Like, yeah, there's a fireplace going, and there's some curtains, so she just sets the curtains on fire. And she runs off, but Callum sees her, and then he figures out pretty quickly who it was that went in there and stole the pocket watch, which belonged to his grandfather. It's actually really important to him. And he gets really mad. That's when my eye falls on the mantle spattered with foam. I see the carriage clock in the hourglass. My grandfather's pocket watch is missing. I hunt around on the ground and even in the embers of the birch logs, in case it fell inside the grate somehow. Nothing. It's nowhere to be found. Those fucking wops stole it. Well, there really is nothing more romantic than racism. But don't worry, he's not the only one to use racial slurs. Oh, get off it. Nero won't take Dante's shit, even if it comes to blows. Since when are you a good boy? You hate those patty fucks as much as we do. Who cares if we ruin their party? You know, that's how you know somebody is properly racist. When they are not only being racist against other groups of white people, but they're using slurs that haven't been uttered aloud in the past 50 years. I'll be honest with you, I don't even know if I'm allowed to say a lot of those words on YouTube, so we'll see if this video gets censored or not. So, Ida leaves along with all of her brothers, and then her and her brother Sebastian go off by themselves to go to another party. And Callum again catches up with them, and he's with a hired thug whose name is Jack, and Jack and Callum corner the two of them. And he demands the watch back, and Ida, like, just straight up forgot she had it. Like, it's just been sitting in her pocket for the past hour or so. And then a fight breaks out, and Jack winds up stomping on Sebastian's knee, breaking it really badly, which is especially bad because you know, that could possibly cripple him, and he's a basketball player. And then Ida throws the watch into the river, and Callum dives after it. He doesn't manage to get it back, but, you know, he tries. Then Ida and Sebastian do manage to subdue Jack, and they escape. And when they tell their family what happened, they start prepping for war. But the fathers of both families are being cool-headed, and they actually set up a meeting between the two of them so that they can talk this out without things becoming more violent than they already have. While the two dads are talking, all the kids just kind of hang out in a room and stare at each other. Nero is vain about his appearance, with good reason. While all my brothers are handsome, Nero has that male model prettiness that makes girls' panties spontaneously combust. I don't know a single girl who hasn't slept with him or tried to. Okay, number one, that's a strange thing to say about your own brother.
Right.
Number two, how would your panties spontaneously combust? Like, how does lubrication and wetness lead to fire in your mind? How does that add up? Anyways, after a couple hours, the dads come back and they say that Callum and Ida are getting married. Like, both the dads agreed to that, and then they said, okay, our kids are getting married. And both of them moan about it, and their siblings are also kind of off-put by it, but they do agree pretty quickly. Fine, I struggle to maintain my temper, but what about after this month? Do you honestly expect me to stay married to her forever? Yes, I do, my father says seriously. The gallows are Catholic, the same as us. You'll marry her, you'll be faithful to her, and you'll father children with her.
What?
Oh, he was serious. That wasn't intended to be a joke.
Lol.
I'm sorry, but expecting a crime boss to not cheat on his wife is like expecting a priest to have sex with consenting adults. It's just not a thing that happens. Now, this setup might sound a little weird and cheesy, and that's because it is, but it is actually a real thing that mafia families do. Like, they really do marry off their children to each other to, you know, forge alliances and stuff. They're basically like feudal lords, which, you know, makes sense. Like, both feudal lords and mafia families are people who came to power via force and have a few loyal followers that keep the peons producing on their behalf so that they can live in luxury. They're not that different when you think about it. So the gallows, according to Callum's father, hold the key to the Italian vote, and the election is a guaranteed win for Callum if they work together. Plus, this avoids a war, and their business interests can benefit each other. But Ida and Callum just really hate each other, and they're upset about this. But again, they just kind of go along with it. A few days later, there's an engagement party, and they pretend that they've been dating in secret for 18 months, and that's now why they're engaged. Like, that's the story they tell the public. The wedding is also only 2 weeks away. Like, they're gonna plan it and just get it out of the way as soon as possible. During the engagement party, Ida learns that Callum is allergic to strawberries. Hey, look, the cover is relevant, sort of, for a minute.
Is she gonna try to kill him?
It's sort of. So, the day before the wedding, they send Ida to a spa so that she can get all prettied up, you know, have her hair done, get her skin exfoliated, all that.
Oh,
and she's
hold on, let me
obviously
let the
not
kid
happy
in.
with it because she's the headstrong and willful protagonist, and she's not gonna take this kind of shit. Fuck you. Stop texting me right now. Stop. They want to pluck me and exfoliate me and rub off all my rough edges, make me some smooth, soft little wifey for the scion of their family. Great Callum Griffin. He's their JFK.
kitty.
I'm supposed to be their Jackie Kennedy. I'd rather be Lee Harvey Oswald.
What?
That was funny. There's a couple funny lines in this book. But here's the thing, no matter how upset she is, Ida does go along with it because women in romance novels are not allowed to have any actual agency. That's not a thing that they're allowed to have for whatever reason. And, you know, having a spa day is not that bad, so she's actually into it for a while. You know, she's getting a mud bath and everything, and at one point she lays down and falls asleep, and there's no easy way to put this, and again, I hope I don't get demonetized or anything, but while she's asleep, one of the workers starts giving her a Brazilian wax without her consent.
No!
And the book refers to it as a bikini wax, but they describe it as very clearly a Brazilian wax. You know, a bikini wax is where you have on bikini bottoms, and they just wax around that. A Brazilian is where they get everything. Whatever, not important.
Bruh.
What the fuck?
Not in her sleep,
Jesus.
bro.
You don't do that to someone without
That's
having
crazy.
permission. And why would you do it? Why would you, like, prepare her for it and then start while she's asleep? Like, that is a horrible thing to wake up to. Now, Ida is mad at this because she realizes that Callum or whoever were the ones that actually set this up. and they're basically demanding that she do this on their behalf, and it's like they're saying they own her, and she's tempted to just leave her bits partially waxed, but eventually she does give in just because she doesn't like the way it looks. It takes 3 more strips and a whole lot more swearing to get off the remaining peak hair. When they're finished, I'm completely bald, the cool air touching me as it never has before.
Hell no.
It's fucking humiliating. It's whatever the feminine version of emasculating would be. I'm like Samson. Callum stole my hair and stripped me of my power. I'm going to get back at him for this. That conniving, perverted fuck. He thinks he can wax my pussy without consent? He doesn't know what he started.
Stop.
Oh my god. Now, fundamentally, that's what's wrong with Ida's character. Like, she has so much fire and passion in her thoughts, but in the end, she always caves to what others tell her to do. You know, no matter how much she stomps her feet and says, I'm not going to do it, she always winds up doing exactly what other people tell her to do. Like, this whole book is just a series of scenes where people say, Ida, go do this. And she says, no. And the other person says, do it. And she says, fine. That's basically the whole book. And because of that, she fails as a love interest, and she fails as a protagonist, or I guess deuteragonist would be more accurate here because there's 2 of them, so it's deuteragonist. Neither of them is really the main character. But yeah, that's why Ida fails as a deuteragonist, and Callum fails as a deuteragonist because he's a psychotic misogynist. I'm not joking, this man is a psychopath. Like, we get half the book from his POV, and he has some very wonderful thoughts like this. But when I break up with a woman, I feel the same as when I throw away an old pair of shoes. I know I'll find a replacement soon enough. I smirk a little thinking about her spa day yesterday. The point of that, obviously, was to get her ready for tonight. I'm supposed to consummate the marriage, and I'm not fucking some messy little ragamuffin in flip-flops and jean shorts. I expect her to be properly groomed, head to toe. I love the idea of her being primped and cleaned and waxed to my specifications, like a little doll, built just the way I like it. I'd get Ida pregnant right this second, purely because of how furious it would make her. That would be one way to tame the beast. How the fuck is this hot? Seriously, how is this hot? Like, does the average straight women really fantasize about men who act and think the way Callum Griffin does? Look, I understand the difference between fantasy and reality. I understand that a lot of people out there have weird sexual ideas that they understand would be unpleasant if it happened in reality. So it stays up here, and they're cognizant of that. But if stuff like this gets you off, I have to assume it's because your father didn't hug you as a child. So anyways, the 2 of them get married, and Ida eats a whole bunch of strawberries beforehand and purposely poisons Cal with it.
Don't come be crazy, okay?
He's unnecessarily forceful about the kiss with, when the priest says, you may now kiss the bride, like he grabs her and like really goes to town on her when she doesn't want him to, so you don't have to feel that bad for him getting poisoned with something he's allergic to. But he's a lot more allergic than Ida realized, so he actually swells up and is unable to breathe. Whoa. His mother runs over and gets him with an EpiPen, and then he needs to go to the ER for the night. Again, I don't feel that bad for him. And he's only in this situation because he assaulted somebody and possibly crippled Ida's brother, remember? And because he's been just an ass to his new wife this whole time, And also, Ida thought that he would just wind up getting some hives on his face and look really bad in their wedding photos. She wasn't trying to kill him, but she also, again, she doesn't feel that bad about it. So then Ida has to move in with the Griffin family because, again, they're married, and it's not like a green card marriage. They have to actually be married and make children and stuff. And when she arrives at their mansion, Cal's mother threatens her with death if she tries anything. Like, don't hurt my family, I'm a mama bear. But she's not intimidating in the slightest. And Ida is also very unimpressed with her, so it's a slightly funny scene. However, that makes Ida seem more like she's a hostage, It doesn't seem like she's just there against her will. It makes it seem like she's there against her will, and she's there to make sure that her family doesn't step out of line, It feels like the Gallows have sworn fealty to the Griffins. So Callum is chilling by the pool, and after unpacking, Ida goes up to him and says hello. And once again, there's no easy way to put this, but Callum grabs her and drags her underwater and holds her under there for a bit to teach her a lesson. I pulled her under the water to give her a taste of her own medicine. See how she likes clawing and gasping for air, helpless against the necessity of breathing. It made me feel better for a minute. but it also made me feel something else. Her body twisting and writhing against me. It wasn't supposed to be sexy.
I'm not psycho. You're psycho.
This man got turned on while physically assaulting his wife.
No, jeez, almost dropped that.
There's nothing I can add to that to make it sound worse than it is. Girl, just run. Like Ida, seriously, just pack up and run. Your family can try to hide you. Just run. So anyways, after their synchronized waterboarding session, he lets her go, and he compares her not being able to breathe to his allergic reaction, so like, not quite the same, but sure, whatever. And Ida goes to take a shower. You know, her clothes are all soaked and everything. And then Cal comes in while she's taking a shower, and he acts really aggressive towards her, but they're both turned on, and then they do the sex. Yeah, they in spite of hating each other 10 minutes ago, they just decide, now's a good time to smash. I'm obviously not going to read the sex scene out loud, but the books make sure to emphasize how Cal is super muscular and works out constantly, while Ida eats way too much and doesn't exercise that much and has curves, you know? That makes her super special and not like other girls, TM, because she has curves. She's not trying to look skinny like a runway model. Look, it's not the 90s. Okay, hourglass figures are neither rare nor disliked by society at large. Like, they are the standard of beauty nowadays. This is literally the equivalent of a man going, oh, I'm only 6'3" and have a bunch of chiseled facial features. No woman would ever want me. Also, why the fuck are they having sex now?
Hello,
like,
sir.
do they seriously have so little self-control that somebody nearly killed them? And remember, they both nearly killed the other in the past 24 hours. But they have so little self-control that just seeing somebody naked means instant smashing? And for that matter, having Ida poison him and nearly kill him and then change her mind and think, you know what, maybe this guy's not so bad, so quickly makes her look like a psychopath as well, so neither of them looks great here. And
curled up.
I don't know, just we're like a third of the way through the book, and after this, they're just in love now. Yeah, they're in love. I don't know why this is so common in romance novels, you know, like nothing but rancor between the leads, and then suddenly they're in love, like just all at once. I don't know why that's a thing, but it is. Because it's not satisfying as a story beat, and it's also just not realistic. That's not how people act. I feel like either no one in romance novels acts like a regular human being, or they're just not acting the way I would, and I have much more self-respect than the average person. I don't know if that's the case, because I personally would not want to bone somebody who stole my grandpa's watch, or knowingly sent me to the ER, or who attacked my brother and broke his knee. And so neither of them should want the other, but just they do now. And after that, everything is great, and they get along fine.
I feel
Cal
like
has
I've
a
done
sister named
a
Nessa,
decent
who's
amount
super nice
here.
and gives all her money to homeless people every day. Like, literally all her money that she has on her, she gives to homeless people every day, and Ida loves her. Which is exactly how I imagine somebody raised in a family of murderous psychopaths would act. Now, Nessa doesn't actually do anything. This doesn't lead to anything. This detail is just there to let Ida know that she no longer needs to worry, and her new life will be amazing. And not long after this, Cal demands that Ida comes to a special dinner with him. It's like a big party thing, whatever. And she needs to wear a specific dress. And she refuses, but he steals all her other clothes, so it's either wear the dress or go nude. And she does relent, obviously. And I don't know. There's no way to put this other than to say that a lot of women really seem to like fantasizing about being completely subservient to an abusive man. And I don't know what that says about society. So they go to the dinner, and there's a bunch of other important people there. And while they're there, they see a man named Zayak? I think that's how that's pronounced. Like, he's the head of the Polish mafia in Chicago. And look, I don't speak Polish. Polish is an insult to the very concept of spoken language. I'm just going to be calling him Zayak. I hope you're okay with that. Now, Zayak is a bad murderer who kills people for money and revenge, unlike Callum, who is a good murderer who kills people for money and revenge. Because we never get any specifics, but Cal does say that he has only killed people when it's necessary. And I'll be real with you, I want to know what his definition of necessary is, because it's probably different from mine. Now, Zayak is known as the Butcher of Bogota, like that's his nickname, Butcher of Bogota, because his brother used to be the head of the Polish mafia in Chicago before a bunch of Colombians killed him, And then Zayak came and killed a bunch of them in Chicago and in
The rest of the
Colombia in return.
paintings.
And he actually like cut them apart with like, meat cleavers and stuff. And
Jeez.
I'll be honest, Zayak getting revenge for his brother, even if like he's not a good person, just that backstory makes him way more sympathetic than any of the other characters in this book. In his narration, Cal says that there is a hierarchy of organized crime.
Okay.
On top, there are the Irish, who aren't even actually crime bosses anymore. They just run businesses, and they also make shady deals in a legal gray area. But again, Cal makes vague references to sometimes killing
Based
people,
Irish.
so he's still a dark, edgy criminal. See, this way, we don't need to actually reconcile Cal's horrible actions with how sexy he is if we never actually explain his horrible actions. Isn't that convenient? Now, below the Irish are the Italians, who have some legitimate businesses, mostly construction, but they also do plenty of other illegal operations as well. Smuggling, drugs, prostitution, and they control the labor unions, so if you don't go through them, then your construction, like, projects aren't going to work. Like, you're gonna wind up with stolen supplies and stuff. You know, like an actual fucking mafia. And then the lowest tier are the Polish mafia, who still do traditional crime stuff like racketeering, illegal gambling, loan sharking, drugs, and bank robberies.
What?
Yeah, the Poles are still robbing banks.
That's so random.
What fucking year is it? Lower still, you've got the Polish mafia. They're still participating in violent crime, in loud and obvious and attention-grabbing shit that causes problems for those of us who want to keep up the perception of a safe city. The Broderstwo is still actively running drugs and guns, boosting cars, robbing banks and armored cars, extorting, and even kidnapping. They get their dirty deeds published in the news and are constantly pushing the boundaries of their territory.
How should I sign these?
They don't want to stay in Garfield, Wandale, and the Ukrainian village. They want to push into the areas where the money is, the areas I own.
Okay.
You know, organized crime typically does stuff that isn't very visible, like, you know, selling drugs and illegal gambling and stuff, because the cops have gotten a lot better at their jobs in the past 100 years or so, and they don't want to go to prison. Anyways, Zayak is kind of butthurt because he has sons that could have married Ida, and he thinks that things would have gone well if he had merged his businesses with the Italian mafia's businesses. And he also wants a transit property that Cal is going to control after the election because, I don't know, business, mafia stuff, who gives a shit.
There's
now,
one
at this party,
pen.
there is
Should I
also
sign it
Ida's
with black?
ex-boyfriend. His name
Or
is
should I
Oliver,
sign it with silver?
And he tries to come onto her, and he actually tries, like, reaching up under her dress, and Callum violently attacks him. And Callum might look better by comparison if he weren't also physically and sexually violent with Ida. So really, this is just two horrible men fighting over her. But Cal is hot, and Oliver is a lot less hot, so we have to take his side. And then later, her and Callum have more sex. When I drive him into a rage like this, when he finally cracks and loses control, that's when I don't hate him. In fact, I almost like him a little, because that's when I see a little more of myself.
Like just
when he has
in
a
the
temper,
corner?
when he's angry, when he wants to kill somebody, that's when I
Sign with different
understand him.
colors?
That's when we finally have common ground. Oh, for fuck's sake. Now, Oliver is the son of a wealthy donor to Cal's campaign by the name of Henry Castle. And
I don't
so
really
Cal
have like a
has meeting
signature
with Henry where Castle requests the property in exchange for beating up his son. And Cal refuses because he's just so badass. Yeah, he's making enemies, he engages in impulsive actions, he's unable to negotiate. He's gonna go real far in the business world, I'll tell you that much. Now, in the Griffin Mansion, Ida comes across Jack, who, remember, is Cal's bodyguard, and he's the one who broke her brother Sebastian's knee. And so she actually grabs a gun and points it at his leg, and she shoots and hoping to cripple him the way he crippled her brother, which is stupid, and it's bad, but it is understandable, given the circumstances. And Cal intervenes, and the bullet goes wide and misses him, but it does hit Cal in the arm. And he's mad, and then he violently drags her upstairs.
On the
and
back,
then
I'll write
they
the
start
ear.
having sex, but then he spanks her as punishment, and then they have more sex. There's actually, like, I think 5 or 6 sex scenes in the book in total. Now, at one of the gallows construction sites, a fire starts and damages a bunch of stuff, and they go to investigate, and it turns out it was Zayak, because he left a boar's head at the scene. That's his calling card. And while they're looking around investigating, someone drives by and shoots at them. No one dies, but it's pretty clear that Zayak is declaring war on the Irish and Italian mafias.
I think I'll try to sign with pink.
Again. He's kind of nice for a minute, but then he kisses her without permission, and then she shoves him away, and storms off, which is totally reasonable. While this is happening, Cal, as well as Ida's brothers, Nero and Dante, the ones who don't have broken knees, track down the shooter, and they torture him for information
you
on
can
where
buy
Zayak is.
it
Wait,
by
sorry. They
being
don't
on the
torture
stream
him.
where
They just
I
beat him up
decide
and
to
then
sell
threaten
it.
his life for a minute. That's totally different. You know, if the heroes
Okay.
torture prisoners, we might have to acknowledge that crime families are full of terrible people, and I can't masturbate to that. I would have to read that book with both hands. So the guy they torture tells them about a girl that Zayak has been seeing lately,
Nice.
and they leave because they're looking
Some
for
of
Zayak.
these I
He's
can't
in
show
hiding.
you.
So Jack
fully.
saw Ida and Oliver kiss, and he tells Callum about it, and he's clearly stirring up shit because, again, Oliver did it forcefully, and Ida pushed him away and left immediately afterwards. So if he saw that it wasn't something she initiated.
Like this next one I'm gonna have
So
to
he's
put
clearly
down
stirring up shit,
upside
but again,
down.
that doesn't go anywhere. And Cal is mad, but he's also a sad boy, and he starts to think
I'll
that,
sign this
oh,
one
man,
with
maybe I
silver.
don't deserve Ida, which he doesn't. Now, the girl that Zayak has been seeing is named Francie. She's a stripper who works at a club called The Pole. It's
called
strip
The Pole.
club
Oh,
called
you
The
saw it.
Pole, and it's owned by Zayak.
Shh,
who
don't
is
snitch.
himself
No
Polish.
snitching.
That's kind of like calling an Italian restaurant noodles.
Dude, if you were Polish and you jacked off, that would be a Polish pole polishing.
Stop.
Like, why would you name a strip club The Pole? Like, we assume Poles will be there. At least if it's a big club, we assume there will be multiple.
Okay, I did
poles there.
one
If it's a
painting
small club, I guess
vertically.
there might only be one. I don't know. I'm not really an expert on strip clubs. I just read Yelp reviews of them sometimes because those things are hysterical. So, anyways, Ida and Cal
Yeah, 'cause
go
I only
to
have
the Pole
6
to
of
try and
them.
find Francie. Meanwhile, her brothers attack one of Zayak's casinos, smashing it up and stealing some money. While they're there, a stripper named Eduardo does a performance, and then at the end of the performance, Eduardo tears his shirt off, and it's revealed that he was a woman the whole time. That's not important. I didn't have to tell
What are
you
you
about
doing,
that.
kitten?
I just felt the need to share. Now, they find out where Francie lives, but Cal winds up getting drugged by a waitress. And while they're trying to leave, they're captured by some
What
men.
are you doing?
And Ida pretends to
You're
be
being silly.
drugged too. She didn't drink anything.
You trying to be silly?
But she also knows that, like, okay, I can't run, I can't fight my way out of this, so I may as well just go along with it. And then they wake up in a meat locker, and Zayak is there. Is there a point to this metaphor? I say impatiently. My shoulders are fucking burning. If Zayak's going to kill me, I'd rather he go ahead and do it already. Am I supposed to be the person swimming in the dirty water? No! He snaps eyes on my face now. That's everyone in Chicago who wants to think their city is clean. You're the person who eats the bacon, thinking you're better than the man who butchered.
The last one.
And here's the thing. Zayak is evil, but he's not wrong. Cal is a murderer. The book just doesn't focus on that, except when it wants to be edgy.
Okay, and we'll do seals next.
So Zayak threatens to cut out Cal's appendix. He wants the transit property from earlier. He also wants the money that Ida's brothers stole from his casino, and he wants a government position
Kitten,
after
what are
the
you doing?
election. Some men attack, and so Zayak and the others leave Callum alone, tied up, and then Ida hops in, and she frees him, and
Okay, let me go get
escape
the
in
stuff
chaos. You know, they open a grate and they
for
jump
the
in,
wax
and they land in the
seal.
river down below. And it turns out that nobody attacked. See, again, Ida didn't drink the drug to drink. She only pretended to pass out, so the guards didn't bother tying her up, and they left her unattended. So she was able to make some Molotov cocktails and threw them around so it looked like there was a big attack. And then the two of them kiss and say they'll never abandon each other. And 2 days later, Cal wins the election. He is now the alderman, and Zayak is still in hiding, which makes sense, you know, he's at war with 2 separate families. Now Ida goes out to take care of some errands, and Cal is convinced that she's seeing her ex-boyfriend. He has Jack follow her to see what's going on. He mopes about how she doesn't love him. But then Ida gets kidnapped, and Cal tells her brothers about it, and they think that Zayak is the one that took her, because, you know, that actually makes sense given the circumstances. But Cal, see, he's smarter than the average bear. He thinks that her ex-boyfriend Oliver is the one that took her, because she lost a shoe when getting kidnapped, and earlier she made a shoe metaphor, so clearly it was Oliver.
Alright, got a few things more to
Yeah,
grab.
and anyways, they split up to look, and Cal is the one that's correct. You see, Oliver took Ida to an old beach house that they used to go to, and while they're there, he tries to convince her that she loves him, and she's just going crazy or something, I don't know, and Ida just says, no, I don't love you. And so he ties her up and says she'll never belong to anyone else. And then Cal arrives not long after, and he sees the whole house is on fire. Like, Oliver's just doing a murder-suicide routine, I guess.
I tricked you. Here, I'll find you a snack.
So Cal
I'm sorry, Munchie.
Oliver for a bit.
I didn't
The
mean to
floor
trick the
collapses,
kitten.
and Oliver falls down below into the flames and dies, presumably. And then Ida grabs Cal before he manages, before he falls. You know, so they save each other's lives and then they run off. And then later they're calling the others on the phone, and it turns out Dante and Nero, off screen, killed Zayak. Rest in peace, Zayak. Your only crime was being the sole character in this book to act like an actual fucking mafia boss. Which
we have to decide on which wax seals we're gonna do. I'll do different color combos for each one. We can do different stamps for each one. I have a bunch.
Ida gives Cal back his grandfather's watch.
This is all the different wax that I've got.
So we've got Hines for a minute about the luck of the Irish and how her starting a fire was the best thing that ever happened to him.
A lot.
And then it ends. And then there is a brief bonus epilogue, which I guess wasn't part of the original story, but then the author added it later.
And then we need to decide which
again, kind
stamps
of
we're
pointless.
using.
They have a little bit more sex. There's a birthday party celebration, and then Ida tells Callum that she is pregnant, which is not at all surprising when you look at how much unprotected sex they were having.
So let's see.
And just in case you were wondering, no.
I have some flower ones that are nice.
And somehow after this, there are 5 more books. I don't know how or why. Like, I don't know why every successful romance novel has a bunch of unneeded sequels where the only thing that happens is that the leads
I feel like I want them to be flower
and then they have
ones.
makeup sex. Like, seriously, that is the entirety of 50 Shades of Grey, After, and 365 Days. Like, all of those series did the exact same thing. Like, the first book is mostly a contained story, and then just sequels where all they do is fight and have sex. So yeah,
we need
I
to
didn't
pick out
like
6.
Brutal Prince very much. It's not a good book. There are 4 actual characters in here, and the rest exist solely as background decorations. Those 4 characters are Cal, Ida, Oliver, and Zayak. Like, they're actual characters. They do have personalities. They're just not very likable.
Cat.
Because Cal is a psychotic misogynist.
Cute.
But it's okay because he's hot.
Ooh, one of them is a bee.
Ida,
Okay, we'll do one with a bee.
Actually, but is quickly revealed to be just like the protagonist of every other romance novel. She has tons of spunk, and she doesn't take anyone's bullshit in her thoughts. Like, her actions are all dictated by what others tell her to do.
Okay, we'll do mushrooms as the last one.
She could easily be a great character who resists her position for a while before realizing that.
Okay, those are our those are our 6 that we're doing. Now we need to come up with colors for them.
Not be that bad, but
okay, for the bee, what color should we do for the bee?
You could still have the romance, the mafia war, the enemies to lovers stuff, and you would have an engaging main character. You could even still have her be a self-insert if you did this. You know, Jack Reacher is a self-insert Mary Sue. He also has a personality and is an active character, so we still like him.
So we could do that.
Are you sure how comfortable spinning a couch?
We'll do a lilac one.
Want me to buy you something? How about some jeans, some tickets to a Hall & Oates concert?
So we'll choose 4 to 5 colors per stamp.
So he tries to kill her and himself.
So if we want lilac, we can throw some white in there with it.
I mean, it's something.
There's like a pure white one.
Totally
oh, sorry, Munchie. This isn't actually.
And finally, we have Zayak, an evil mafia
this isn't
boss
Munchie stuff.
This
isn't stuff for Munchie. It's not exciting. It's just wax.
You know, in other words, he acts like a real organized crime boss. And so he's not a good person, but he works pretty well as a villain. But then the climax of the book just forgets that he exists. And I'll be honest, I'm not sure why, because he could have just been the one to kidnap Ida.
My silly baby.
Maybe we could have it so that her ex-boyfriend was his son or something. You know, that way it would all tie together. And that's probably the biggest problem with Brutal Prince, is that it acts like it's about a romance.
Oh my god.
Mafia conflict, but it's not. You know, it's about 2 obnoxious, shitty people who have a lot of sex with each other, and sometimes they acknowledge that mafia stuff exists in the background. It's kind of like how I talked about Chemical not that long ago. And
let's
in that
throw.
Series,
Munchie.
it's about a horrifying dystopia where everyone dies at the age of 20 and women are nightmares. But really, it's about a teenage girl who watches mildly unpleasant stuff happen nearby.
This
and then
darker
the magically
purple.
Saved. Like she does nothing throughout the series. Like
here,
someone in the comments section described it as being an entire genre,
this is the colors.
which it is. and they
so
described
far.
it as mildly imperiled teen girl with passive personality. And Brutal Prince is a lot like those. Like, the characters aren't.
Okay, let's choose like a light blue to go with it,
not
maybe?
completely passive, but that's basically what it is. She's just mildly imperiled, and then she's not, and she doesn't really do anything on her own for most of the book. And this passage actually explains it and sums it up pretty well. Why do you think people spend $500,000 campaigning for an alderman seat when the salary is
this blue.
$122,304?
Then I'll throw another
I asked her.
purple.
Well, obviously
light
you can
purple
fuck
in there.
around with zoning and tax law and suit your business interests
There.
as well as handing around favors to everybody
Purple
else.
bee.
Right. I say, encourage
Purple
her to go on
bee.
guessing.
Can I
It just
burp?
doesn't seem worth the
No,
trouble.
actually.
You can get all that shit with bribes and trading favors, or good
Okay.
old-fashioned violence.
So this is the
But you're
bee.
always at the mercy of somebody else, I tell her. The incorruptible detective or the greedy
bee.
politician who got a better offer from someone else. Real power isn't working the system, it's running the system. Building it yourself, even.
There.
I pause, remembering a little of our overlapping family history. You remember
The
when the
bee.
Italians ran this city?
It's
I
upside
say to
down.
her.
Whatever.
Capone had the mayor
I'm
on
gonna
his
put these
payroll.
off to the
Imagine if
side.
Capone had been the mayor,
Eek.
or the governor, or the fucking
Alright, so
president.
that'll be that
Right
one.
there is the problem.
Okay,
The mafias
next we've got
in
a
this book
rose.
are not
What
real
color should the
mafias. They're
rose
not even,
be?
like, romanticized versions of the mafias where they try to, you know, plaster over their flaws. They're just businessmen.
What should
but
the
they're
rose?
edgy.
Should it be pink? Should we just do pink? We could try to make it be like rainbow.
This kind of shit want to feel like they're shacking up with a dangerous man, but they don't want to.
Okay, you guys are saying all the colors, so I'm gonna do a rainbow one for the rose.
It's
Okay.
explicitly stated in here that the Gallo family runs brothels.
So
If you've seen The Sopranos, do you remember how shitty the girls who worked at Tony Soprano's strip club were treated?
Give me a break in 2 seconds. I could get a job at any other.
Oh.
Me, you little buck.
Red.
Whoa, that shit twat of yours belongs to me.
I can't imagine the Gallows
okay.
are a whole lot
Red,
better with
orange,
their girls.
yellow,
because
green,
if you're a
blue.
nice organized crime boss, you will be
Purple.
killed,
I guess we can do an
arrested,
extra one for this. This will be just a big one.
very, very quickly.
Red.
The exact nature of organized crime changes
Orange.
depending on a lot of things. You know, different organizations have different ways of doing things. Yakuza are different than the mafia, and the mafia are different than Latin American drug cartels, etc. But in every case, it is a disgusting
Yellow.
and predatory business. The only people who would or could do it are ruthless and violent. And I feel weird saying this, but 365
yellow.
days did it better? Because at
Which
least then
green?
they had
Which
a love
green?
interest
Which
who was
green?
actually a mafia boss. Because unless you actually draw attention to Cal's murders and his other crimes,
Choose a
he's
green
really
for
just playing dress up.
here.
He's playing dress up. He's cosplaying
Okay,
as a
green.
mafia boss. And the more I think about
We
it,
gotta
the more
choose a
I realize, like,
blue.
that's the genius of The Sopranos, you know? It shows exactly how awful these sorts of people are, but it does make us sympathize with them a little bit, but it shows how awful they are, and it also shows how sad and pathetic they are. You know, they fight and kill each other over scraps. They're always demanding respect, but they never show it to others, not even their friends or
Blue.
family. They beat and abuse their wives
And then
and girlfriends.
purple.
They constantly cheat on their wives and girlfriends. And even if they wind up succeeding as criminals and they make it big and they make a lot of money from it, they wind up dead or in prison sooner or later. And if you're thinking, well, if we told a story
Perfect.
like that, it would
Rainbow.
be a romance novel. Exactly. Mafia romance is a genre that's dead on arrival. Trying to romanticize that sort of lifestyle and these sorts of organizations isn't just annoying, it's gross. And I'd be less concerned
Yeah, he's
if
not
it were
wrong.
adult women that were into this because they're generally better at distinguishing fantasy
Okay,
from
the
reality.
next one is this
But to
one
be
that's
honest,
just like
it's
the whole
mostly
thing.
teenagers that are into this kind of crap. You know, look, if you're going to write a romance
I feel like this
novel,
one should be pink,
write a romance
maybe.
novel. You know, don't write a romance novel and
Pink.
then give it the plot of a thriller and then cast
Yeah, let's
the
do
thriller
pink
plot
for this
aside
one.
when it becomes inconvenient. Or
Okay.
maybe you should do that. I don't know. I can't stop you, and it certainly pays well. But I keep seeing
I'll throw
people
one
say that
dark
I
pink in.
dismiss romance as a genre out of hand, and I don't. Now, I don't respect the romance genre very much, but that's because it never tries. Like, the people who dominate it, who write the books that sell a whole
open.
lot, they never try at all. And the genre's proponents are embarrassed.
I know, right? I love them. They're
That's
so
why
fun.
they keep writing mafia romance, and
Okay.
fantasy romance. But there's very little mafia in the mafia romance, and there's very little fantasy
Pink.
in the fantasy romance. They want to pretend it's something that it's not, so that they don't have to feel ashamed for reading porn. Like, a lot of the stuff I read is weird and silly, but at least I'm honest about it. Now, is Brutal Prince the worst thing ever? Like, no, not at all, not at all. It's stupid, dull, and annoying, but
Pink.
it's really not that bad.
One more.
Other than the moments where we're in Cal's head and we see just how psychotic he is. And there are a couple of things I liked. You know, at first, I did like Ida. Like, she becomes terrible later, but I did like her at the beginning of the book. I liked Zayak as a villain. There are illustrations in here, which I'm not super into the art style, but it's kind of neat to have that. The sex scenes aren't my cup of tea, but if that's what you're looking for, they are competently written. And the book is short. You know, even with the bonus epilogue, and the preview of the next book, and all these illustrations, it's less than 300 pages, even with all that, so it went by pretty quick. And it's a completed story. There's no need to read the sequels if you don't want to.
Let's do green for that one.
It's not offensive or particularly stupid. It's just boring.
Do like white and green.
Nonsensical. If the people who are into this sort of stuff just admitted that it was porn, then I would probably just ignore it and move on with my life and talk about other stuff that I was more interested in. But they refuse to admit that. And they keep pretending that books like Brutal Prince are totally real stories. It's not porn. It just has spice in it. And look, if you're going to pretend these are regular books, then I'm going to treat them like regular books, and I'm going to critique them like they're regular books. And
no, it's clearly porn.
Like, as a book, it fails in a lot of ways. It fails as a story, it fails with its characters. It's just not good. Goodbye. Hello there, friends. This is the outro part of the...
Cool. That was... Yeah, no, I don't... That book was unhinged. What the fuck? Right? Like, I love all the different shades that you get in the wax beads. Ah, it's so fun. Okay. 2 more. Ooh, okay, the cat one. What should the cat one be? I feel like it should be, like, opalescent-y kind of a vibe. Maybe we should do, like, all white with a bit of blue. Or should it just be blues? Could just be blue. Or we could do blue and purple, like dark blue with like a bit of purple thrown in. I feel like that would work. Maybe we can throw like one white one in. Then maybe a light blue. If it'll open. Then, yeah, light blue with it. That would be good. So it's like a sky color. Like a nighttime sky almost. Okay, and then the mushrooms. What do I do for the mushrooms, chat? Should it be like a yellow, orange, gold type of a vibe? Like warm colors, like red, orange, yellow, maybe. Or maybe. Oh, actually, wait. Should we do the trans colors? Actually, yeah. I want to do trans colors for that one. Trans mushroom. Oh, baby's in his little thingy. Munchie. Okay, so we'll choose 2 light blues and 2 light pinks. And we'll put a white one with it. Actually. Okay, the blue. And then here's a light pink. Here's the other light pink. Eek. And then a white one. It's not for puppies. No, it's not. I promise it's just wax. Just wax. It's not exciting. No, it's just wax. No, see? See? Look. It's wax. It's not for puppies. They're like, what is that? I need it. Sorry, the cord keeps hitting the fucking mic. Okay. I did it. I did it. Alright. We got the colors. Thank you. Alright, let's see. Oh no. Okay, he's got another one. It's called Everneath. Oh. Okay, no, because I want to hear. We're doing books today. We're just doing books today, I think.
So.
Because this will probably be the last one we watch. Because it's long enough, it'll probably get us through the rest of stream. Interesting. Glad you're 18. Where were your parents? Unless you just mean YouTube, in which case, welcome. Alright, let's do this. I'm gonna actually grab something to drink really fast before I play it. So let me grab something to drink really fast because I'm out of fucking coffee, and then we will start wax sealing.
He being crazy. He crazy kitten.
Also, whenever whoever ends up getting the paintings, I can like write a little message on it or whatever to you. So, you know. Okay. Let's do this. Okay, that's fair.
I have thought.
I do try to make my stuff more realistic.
About how exactly I want to start this video. I'm not sure if I should just
still prefer
the worst aspects of the series that's
my content be consumed by adults, you know.
But, you know, got all 3 books here, don't have the jacket for the last one.
If for no other reason than it makes me slightly uncomfortable.
I'm not sure if I should rant about the worst aspects of it in order to draw you in.
And I don't want my content being used in a way that other porn was used against me when I was a kid. So.
Or maybe I should go on about how it's indicative of how all
also,
romance from the early
kids will watch
2010s
porn, you can't really do anything about that.
Because they could only ever think to draw big emotions from the characters by having their relationships be unbelievably toxic. But I just don't know.
It's tulips. You can't really
I think I'm going to have to start this off by telling you that this series is, or at least it features, the worst romance ever put on the page.
This is my little wax.
The introduction song. It's not very good, but it's not too long.
Like, I've read worse books out there, you know.
So that
I've
it's
read
not
many worse books
the
than
end
this,
of the world.
But I've never seen a worse romance in my entire life. And I know some of you are already in the comments typing up, James,
I'm like,
don't
maybe
you know
I'll
about
have
50
to,
Shades of
probably have to
Grey?
do this on the
Don't you know about
floor.
365 Days? And those are comparable to this, yeah. And they're also much more graphic than this. This is pretty PG-13, don't worry. But those other ones, they're not as bad. Because nothing that was done in any of those books is as bad as what was done to Nikki just in the backstory.
Oh no.
And what goes on later in the story is arguably worse than what happens in the backstory. And yet, Cole, the man who does all of this to her, is not treated as the evil sociopath that he very clearly is.
I can do it on the desk.
You know, in the first book, he's almost a villain in the first book. You know, he is the one who puts Nikki, the protagonist, into a nasty spot.
It's on.
But he also seems to be more I don't
I'm
know,
gonna
a
fill up the first
representation of
one.
the rules of this world. Like,
Let's
he doesn't
see.
want anything bad to happen to her. At least he doesn't want
Okay,
anything
this
else
one.
bad to happen to her because he's already harmed her quite a bit at that point. And he does give her
over
a way
here.
out of her predicament. She just refuses to take it for reasons that become pretty
let's
obviously
see, which
wrong.
should this
so her
one have?
situation is really only
I'll do the
halfway
flowers
his fault.
for the first one.
The other half is just the rules of this world being shitty.
Okay.
And I'm not trying to make him sound innocent by any means. It's just that the book seems to believe that he's more of a secondary antagonist
Okay, let me
instead of
see.
the main villain who caused all of this. And it just constantly makes excuses for him. And then once we get to the second and
Gonna
third
watch
books,
it
he
melt.
becomes an ally for a while, and then a villain again, and then an ally again, just because. And throughout most of it, it's clear that in spite of everything, Nikki does have real feelings for him, and she does care about him. I don't know, reading this made me feel like I was talking to one of those women who marries a serial killer because she thinks he's hot. And because Cole just can't be the villain, you know, we need to have a bad boy love interest in there. The real antagonist of the story is somebody who was victimized by both Cole and some others, and the real villain is only evil in the sense that she's trying to survive. And really, she's placed into conflict with Nikki by Cole. Like, Cole is the reason for everything bad that happens in this series, directly or indirectly, and the story doesn't seem to realize that. And if he was a villain, that would be fine, but the need for a love triangle just sinks the entire thing. Like, the more I think about it, the angrier I become, to be quite honest with you. And I know some of this may be confusing right now, but trust me, once we get all the exposition out of the way, and once you understand what goes on in the story in more detail, it'll make sense, trust me. So, Everneath, which is a stupid name, by the way. It's like underneath, but
that is a very
Everneath,
stupid name.
I don't know.
Here, I'll
It's
pull
a
this
stupid
out
name,
so I can use
and
it
is
as my
the story of a young girl
little
named Nikki
table.
Beckett, who is sometimes called Bex by her friends. And sometime before the story begins, she is pulled into a sort of underworld, which is called the Everneath. And it's not the land of the dead, it is a magical place where these immortal people, called Everlivings, reside. Now, to maintain their immortality, the Everlivings have to drain the life and emotions from one person
Yeah, it's just for
every
wax.
100 years, and somehow, before the story began, Nikki was pulled down there by Cole. We find out
And so I don't have to use
later. Now, Nikki
flame
manages
under
to get
it.
one last chance to go back to Earth and spend 6 months among humanity again before she is consumed by the Everneath forever. So she has 6 months to get her life in order, say goodbyes, and try to make up for past wrongs that she's done to people. And if you couldn't tell, this is a retelling of the Hades and Persephone myth. There are a lot of these for some reason, you know? Like, just while looking around a little bit for this video, I saw The Goddess Test, Abandon, Thief of Spring, and like 50 others, man. Like, some of these are paranormal romance, like Everneath, which would, by that I mean like it's our world with some supernatural and magical elements.
I know, right? So
some
handy.
of them are just straight up fantasy, and some of them are science fiction, actually. Like, I don't know why so many people want to retell the story of Hades and Persephone, but it's popular. And Everneath changes enough from the myth that it's not just repeating stuff you know, so if you're worried about that, then don't worry, it's not an issue. But it does keep
So in
the
between
general
each of
vibe
these, just so the
kidnapping
colors
somebody
don't
is sometimes
mix,
okay
I'll
as
do
long
a
as you're
few
hot and you're also really nice to her after you kidnap her,
just separately
which is,
off on the side.
Gross. Overall,
put
I just
them
gotta say, this is one of the worst
on the back
things
of
I've read
this. I'll use this as a
entire
silicone
year.
mat.
And keep in mind, that includes shit like Fourth Wing and Pariah. Like, this is uniquely bad. But the worst of this story isn't in the minute events that we see from page to page, but it's the way they all come together. You know, it's the themes, the overall picture that's painted that you can only see after the whole thing is complete. So, the summary of this series is it's still going to be a while, but it's going to be relatively short, and then followed by all the problems in their own section. And also, there's going to be spoilers ahead. Obviously, I don't recommend
So use
you
those
read
to clear out.
Everneath under any circumstances,
alright.
but you know, there's
Wax is
parts of it
melted.
that
I'm
aren't
gonna
too horrible. Also, it's
put it on the
freaking
painting.
freezing in here.
My grandpa died 15 years ago. Nobody gave a shit.
I'll be real with you guys. I am kind of shocked by how not terrible the opening to the first book is. Like, the prologue is Nikki in the Everneath. Like, she's down in some dark tunnels, which are very creatively just called The Tunnels, with a capital T, and she's inside a magic cocoon of some sort along with Cole. And Cole has been feeding on her for 100 years at this stage, and by feeding on her, he is literally just kissing her to drain out her life energy. And along with that, it's also draining out all of her emotions.
Put a white one into the wax melter with it.
Hollowed out husk. She remembers the face
just so that I can get enough to make
in fact, most of her
$1
are gone, like I said, and she's physically frail and like she's barely alive. Again, like the feed eventually does kill the people who it's done to, and remember this throughout the story. Like, she's being tormented here by Cole, and it lasts for literally 100 years. There's also a bunch of creatures around them, which are just called shades, and they're basically just living shadows, you know? And Nikki sees a boy's face, and she says she needs to go and see the boy who she saw. And this goes back and forth for a little bit, and eventually a shade, like, stabs her in the arm and actually goes inside her arm a little bit. And then she is just popped back out on Earth, out of the Everneath, and she says a single word: Jack. It is unironically a good opening. It introduces important concepts and the conflicts without throwing in a bunch of exposition, but it throws in enough that we get the gist of what's going on. And it gives just enough information to intrigue us and for us to want to know what's happening and what led Nikki to this point. And we also feel kind of bad for her and want her to, you know, not be in this situation anymore. So then the story picks up 2 weeks later when Nikki is back in school. And she thinks about how she has about 6 months left before the shades will drag her back to the Everneath. And also, while she's walking around, she thinks about how she's empty of her own emotions, so she doesn't feel that much, but she can taste everyone else's around her. She's just kind of like absorbing little bits of them. But then her own come back pretty quickly, and then she can no longer sense other people's emotions. She's not like an empath for the rest of the series or anything, so this whole thing leads nowhere. It's kind of like if Peter Parker got his Spider-Man powers and then he lost them 2 days later, and then the rest of the story was him still trying to fight bad guys, but just as Peter Parker instead of Spider-Man. You know, it'd be weird. Now, I should clarify that time works differently in the Everneath than it does on Earth. Like, on the surface, it was 6 months that passed while she was gone, but down at the Everneath, it was 100 years. But, again, she was missing for 6 months. You know, her loved ones are understandably upset and concerned, but they're also happy that she's back. And most of them think that she became some sort of drug addict and ran off, and she doesn't bother correcting them because, you know, they're not going to believe if she tells the truth. And they actually don't just assume that she became a drug addict. We find out later exactly why they think that, but again, we'll come back to that later. A lot of the opening part of the book is just Nikki adjusting to normal life again, you know, both physically and emotionally.
More or less cleared out.
And so while she's in class, her mythology teacher brings up the myth of Hades and Persephone because... You know, why would you want subtext? Just come right out and say, hey, we're retelling that thing. Remember that thing that
next
you like and are obsessed with?
We'll do the mushrooms next.
You want more of that, right? Like, just, why not? Why have subtext or subtlety? She sees Jack in class, you know, the boy whose face she remembered down in the Everneath, and the two of them have some awkward tension, like they clearly know each other, but something has changed between them. And then she flashes back to a year ago, which was 6 months before she entered the feed. And this entire first book has a bunch of flashbacks in it, which are actually, for the most part, pretty good.
Extra little wax seal.
Books also have some flashbacks, but not nearly as many.
Get rid of this one.
The gist of the opening couple of flashbacks is that her and Jack were friends for a very long time. I
think for this, I'm going to cover it in a paint pen.
And then after Nikki's mom
died, how that goes.
And she died in a car crash, a drunk driver hit her, after that, her and Jack started dating. And Jack was actually very, very supportive for her during that difficult time. And I'll be honest, throughout this entire book, Jack and Nikki's relationship is pretty healthy and wholesome and normal. At least in this book. In the later ones, it's less good, but, you know, we had something for a little while. And so, again, the next chunk of the story is just Nikki adjusting to life again while knowing that, yeah, it's going to end soon. And she does go over in a little bit more detail what happened with her and Cole. Now I knew what really happened when emotions were gone. Cole bought himself another 100 years of life by draining me. and in the abyss left over there was no peace, only an emptiness that made me ache as if my insides had been scraped out. Now, the gist of things, which we see in flashbacks spread throughout the book, is that somehow Cole convinced her to go to the feed, which he thought would kill her. He's actually surprised that she's still alive at the end of it, and we do get more detail about how exactly he convinced her, but that is what happened here.
Melting.
Like, that's what happened, and this guy isn't a villain. He's a villain at first, but he's one of the love interests in this book series, and I really want you to understand from the get-go why I'm so pissed, not just at Cole, but at this whole friggin' series, and why it's so bad. So Nikki goes around trying to mend things with her loved ones. She mends things with her old friend Jules, which goes pretty smoothly. Jules is just very forgiving of her. But then she also needs to make things up to her dad and her younger brother. Now, after school, her dad calls her up to his study, and we actually learn that he's the mayor of their town, which is Park City. But actually, that's a real town in Utah. And remember,
It looks so cool.
Nikki lost her mom, yes, but her brother also lost his mom, and her dad lost his wife. So Nikki's not the only one hurting, and then they also lost her for 6 months, and then she came back. But that said, when her dad is talking to her, he seems surprisingly understanding of her disappearing for 6 frickin' months. Like, he just thinks she was on a bender, and he really just wants her to get better. And, like, he treats her with dignity and care, even though it's clear that he's, very upset with her and very hurt by what she did. But he still loves her. Like, this is an actual healthy relationship between a parent and a child. At least in this book. What the hell did you just say? Her dad, the mayor, agrees to not ask her too much about what she was up to when she was gone, as long as she goes to school, maintains good grades, takes random drug tests, and spends one day working at a soup kitchen for every day that she was gone.
Oh,
now,
looks so
remember,
cool.
This is Utah, so when they're testing for drugs, just don't drink any coffee, I guess. Nikki agrees to this because, again, she doesn't think she's going to be here that long anyways.
In there, so
but then when she goes to her room to go to bed, there's a man in her room, and she's freaked out, and then she sees it's Cole. Oh, Edward Cullen. Every creepy love interest will be stealing from your playbook from now until the heat death of the universe. Nikki is surprised to see Cole, and then she actually goes to give him a hug for... Ugh, why? But she does immediately remember that she hates him.
Like, how do I show this with you? I can't.
She actually gives him. So this is
you don't get to see this one. Sorry.
Cole was actually in a band, and that his bandmate Max used to date a fellow student at Nikki's school called Meredith Jenkins.
Oh my God! It turned out so cool. What the heck?
That becomes relevant in a little while. Don't worry. There's actually a lot of details in this first book that seem unimportant at first and then become relevant later. It's like a well put together murder mystery, It's
okay. Well,
it's
the paint
bad.
didn't come off actually.
And then,
that's surprising.
While she's talking with Cole about the nature of the Everneath for a minute, we learn that old myths like Persephone and Osiris and such were actually inspired by the Everlivings and the Everneath. So there is a grain of truth in those old myths. And also the spot where a shade stabbed Nikki earlier has formed a dark spot on her shoulder. And when her 6 months are up, the shade is going to pop out and just drag her back down to the Everneath, back to the tunnels. And during this one-chapter conversation, Cole actually explains his motivations for the whole rest of the series. Like, he says he cares about Nikki and he wants to be with her. And he says that most people die after the feed, but Nikki didn't somehow. And they don't know how she survived, but she did. And the last one to do that is the Queen of the Everneath. Like, Cole wants to make Nikki into an Everliving, which will mean she doesn't get dragged down to the tunnels. And then he wants to use her to depose the Queen, and the two of them can rule for all eternity. But, again, if Nikki doesn't become an Everliving, she gets dragged down to the tunnels, which is where the place where the feeds take place, and then the Shades will basically use her as a battery and drain her power to keep the Everneath moving until she dies. Now, at first when I read this, I thought that she was being drained, and it was going to last for eternity, but apparently no, it'll just last for a little while and then she'll die. But it's still an unpleasant way to go out. Now again, Nikki hates Cole, and she actually refuses his gift, quote-unquote, of immortality because she doesn't want to hurt anyone. Like, if she becomes an Everliving, she will have to feed on other people every 100 years.
Hang out right here.
She refuses to do that. She thinks it's gross, and she doesn't want to kill anybody to survive. But Cole says that as queen, she'll have others bring her sacrifices.
Okay, we're doing...
Like, he's saying, no, you don't have to kill anybody. Others will kill people for you and just bring their energy. Like, he just completely missing
one.
the point, man.
Some people are really fucking stupid.
Eventually he does leave, but he says that she'll change her mind when her time gets closer. He actually comes back a few times over the course of the story trying to get her to change her mind, but she always refuses.
Alright, the
But,
vertical
again,
one
Cole
gets...
and the Queen, we don't see in this book,
The vertical one gets
say that the main character is important because she is the main character. A big part of Cole's motivation for wanting to rule is because, like all of the other ever-livings have to bring forfeits, that's people who get fed on are called forfeits, to the Queen so that, you know, she can sustain herself and sustain the Everneath. But Cole is just kind of lazy and doesn't want to do that anymore.
No!
Like that really is the only motivation he ever gives for wanting to be in charge of things.
Slightly.
So later, Nikki is working at the soup kitchen, meeting homeless people, and she meets an old woman named Mary who has dementia. Like, she's obviously very old, but she claims to only be 18. She makes a couple of references to needing to find someone's daughter, someone named Priscilla.
I feel like I could
or
put this
Penelope
on
or
another one or something.
And, hey, wait a minute, Penelope. That kind of sounds like Persephone. And later we have a brief scene where Nikki makes up with her brother for, you know, leaving him alone when he was at a difficult time. He's only 10 years old, and again, he
probably not overseas, because you literally have no, like, I'm gonna make you pay for the shipping, and shipping overseas is like $500.
There are some weird bits that drag this first book down.
It's like
because this first one's
insanely
really not bad,
expensive.
but there's weird bits that drag it down, like how the majority of the time Nikki says that she has no pain or feelings, but she very clearly still does. You know,
So maybe,
I don't know.
but
most of the time
yeah,
that
it's
she's
like so expensive.
making things up to her loved ones is spent with Jack, though, because before she left for the feed, he gave her a note that says,
just feel bad.
"Ever yours." This author has like
No, it literally is. It literally is. I never stopped. What is up with this?
Ever neath, ever bound, and ever true.
Why do people think that I
Like
stopped?
those don't even make sense. But Nikki and Jack slowly start spending time together again. They're clearly still in love and still clearly care a lot about each other. And he's concerned about her, but she can't tell him exactly what happened. And I don't have a whole lot of specifics about them and what they do throughout this part of the book. It's just a sweet thing to witness. Other than the couple of scenes where Nikki sneaks into Jack's room to watch him sleep.
On a drop.
Oh, Edward Cullen. Creepy love interest will be stealing from your playbook until the end of time.
Okay,
So Nikki starts following around Cole and his bandmates, specifically one named Max, who is actually the only one of his bandmates that actually gets a name, I think. And she sees them take a woman who seems really upset to a convenience store called the Shop and Go, and then she eats a pill that they give her and she falls into the floor. And later we find out that by ingesting a piece of an ever-living, usually their hair, at certain spots, a person gets taken to the Everneath. And the Shop and Go is like an entrance to the Everneath. Like there's a couple of spots around the world where reality is like thinner or something and they can just drop through easily. Like it, I don't know, the fact that this is in a convenience store feels
I'm
like
literally not answering
joke, but
retarded
the
questions
punchline
like that.
never
Sorry.
arrives. And I don't know, they sent that woman there
no, we're
as a
not doing
sacrifice
this.
for the Queen. Max also makes a reference to Meredith, who was her classmate that disappeared a while ago and used to date Max, and Nikki wonders what happened. Yeah, Nikki, I wonder what could possibly have happened. So while at the soup kitchen,
Right?
she
Like, you
sees
like my
Mary
content,
again,
but you
and
don't
she
even
starts
check,
trying to talk
like,
to her about
any of
Penelope's
my
daughter,
social
but
media
Mary's
in the
just
last
confused.
8 months.
And later,
You're
one
not a
of the other
fan.
workers
I'm
says
so
that she
sorry.
wasn't talking about Penelope's daughter. She was talking about the daughters.
Like,
of
it's not hard to find my content. It's not hard to see where I moved
Mary
to.
about that, but she gets kind of cagey and runs off. There's also a scene just kind of thrown in here where Cole is playing a show
turned out
and makes a
cute.
bunch of people fight. Apparently, ever-livings can have their hearts crack and emotions spill out from them into other people. And basically, while this was going on, he was like upset at Nikki because
You kinda have
she
to
doesn't
look
wanna
close
be
to see
a
it.
possession of his. And so his heart cracked and spilled out, and that's why people started fighting. And this never comes back up. Like this detail is never used again at any point. Like, except there is a picture of Nikki in a fight that winds up in the newspaper, and her dad is mad about it because that might cost me the election, because he's running for re-election as the mayor, and it doesn't cost him the election, but it is nice to see this caring father chastise his daughter for making him look bad instead of wondering what's going on with her and being concerned. So Nikki continues sneaking into Jack's room to watch him sleep, and eventually he wakes up and they start playing cards together at night. And she also realizes that when she kisses him, she actually steals a little bit of energy from him. And eventually she explains what happened while she was gone. Like, she doesn't give everything at once. She just explains at first that Cole can steal energy, and then the rest just comes later. Now, in flashbacks, we do see Nikki's relationship with Cole and how it first started. Basically, her and her friend Jules went to some concerts to see him and his band play. They're called the Dead Elvises, by the way, which is...
The fuck?
Okay, I'm not going to pretend that band names aren't stupid, but that name is stupid. Let's be real.
That name is like extra stupid.
To watch them play, and they actually met the band.
Okay.
And kind of became friends with them.
The next.
The first time Cole fed on Nikki,
the next one. Let's do the
benevolent,
green one next.
Because she went rafting with them, and she actually hurt her leg. Not too awfully, but got a bad cut on there. And Cole just sucked away some of her negative feelings for a bit. And the way Cole describes it is that ever-living steal electricity from people's brains, and they.
Which one?
I don't know. Dude,
that one? That's Popos.
Yeah, just say it's magic. There's no
or
way
her actual name is Soul.
This makes scientific sense. But yeah, the first feeding was benevolent, which is why Nikki didn't have such a negative view of it at first. But Jack does learn that Cole can steal energy. It takes him until later to learn about the whole century of feeding thing. Now, he does start to help Nikki look for a way to avoid being dragged back when her time is up, because she tells him she has a limited amount of time, so he's like, okay, let's find a way out of this. And finally, we get a flashback where, or several flashbacks really, where we see Nikki's reason for agreeing to go to the feed. So basically, the driver who killed her mom winds up getting acquitted.
Bruh.
Like, he doesn't go to prison or anything, and he eventually gets away with it. Nikki goes to Jack for comfort, but one of his female friends answers the door of where he's staying, and she thinks that he's cheating on her. So then she just is completely distraught, and then she goes to Cole and she begs for all the bad feelings to be taken away. And he's like, hey, are you sure about this? And she's like, yes, just do it. And then
I'm gonna leave the rainbow one for last.
When she agrees to go to the Everneath, though, he takes away the top layer of her emotions pretty quickly, which are the negative ones, and then she realizes very quick that wait, no, this is a bad idea. I don't want to do this. And she straight up tells Cole, I don't want this. Let's stop. And he says it's too late, and then he takes her away and again torments her for 100 years. He also says at some points that he didn't force her to do this against his will, but also he made her taste some of his own doubts about Jack. Basically, she thought he was cheating on her partially because Cole was just projecting his own emotions outward onto her. So in other words, he manipulated her.
Okay.
Great. And it was at this point it really became clear
it's about a book, a TikTok book
wanted
or something.
To do something intimate with Cole.
Okay.
But then early on she decided she didn't want to, and she asked him to stop, and then he kept going against her will. And I can't help but feel that that's a metaphor for something. Yeah, there really is no excuse for what he did here. He groomed and manipulated a young girl so that he could literally suck her life out over the course of 100 years. So Jack and Nikki decide that while they're looking for a way to prevent her from being dragged back down to the Everneath, they decide, okay, that old lady Mary must know something. They find her, talk to her for a bit. She says something about anchors. And they find out that Mary is actually Meredith. She's the girl that got taken around the same time as Nikki. And she actually aged a lot due to the feed.
This one looks
whatever
cool.
prevented Nikki from dying did not protect Meredith. She tells Jack to remember Orpheus and to be strong before giving them a bracelet of some sort and then running off. So then they decide, okay, we'll go to Mary/Meredith's mother for more information. Remember, Meredith's name is Meredith Jenkins, so her mother is just always referred to as Mrs. Jenkins, even though she isn't married. So after pressing her a bit, Mrs. Jenkins admits that she is one of the daughters of Persephone, and that's a group where people have daughters and they raise their girls to be orphans. Specifically, they raise them to be consumed and fed on by ever-livings, and they raise them to have no earthly attachments. Because and they do this because if
my god, wait, this is my favorite one.
Then her bloodline is granted immortality.
Oh, that's so cool looking.
Basically, they just throw out tons of young girls and have been doing this for hundreds or thousands of years, hoping that one of them will eventually survive the feed and become a queen. And Mrs. Jenkins did this to her own daughter. But that also doesn't make a lot of sense because Meredith had friends and stuff. If you really want them to have no earthly attachments, you'd have to raise them in isolation, and Meredith was not raised in isolation, so I don't know. And also, even though normally Cole would have just taken either Meredith or one of the other daughters of Persephone, Mrs. Jenkins says that he took Nikki as a sort of experiment, and I guess the experiment paid off because she survived. Now, they realized around this time that Nikki did have an earthly attachment.
Right?
Jack. Like, her and Jack thought of each other every day, and basically we eventually learned that by Jack thinking about her, he actually shared energy with her, and that's what kept her alive and kept her from aging for the 100 years that she was gone. But it didn't work with Meredith because it needs to go both ways, as they explain it. Like, it says that her mom forgot about her when the feed started, which doesn't make a lot of sense because her mom still seems to care about her. Like, maybe, like, I think what's going on, and it's not explained super well here, but I think what happened is that her mom still loved her, but also accepted that she was gone, whereas Jack still loved Nikki, but he was also, like, hung up on her. Now, I haven't mentioned this, but throughout all of this, we've seen Jack's older brother, Will, a couple of times. Basically, he was a soldier, he went to war in Afghanistan, he came back, he's riddled with PTSD, and now he's a barely functioning alcoholic. But he does help out Jack and Nikki throughout all of this. Like, he helps track down Meredith, who is in Idaho. Like, she hopped on a bus and drove up there, and then he goes to retrieve her. When they retrieve her, they see the mark that she got, similar to what Nikki had, and it's almost covered her whole body. Like, the tunnels are going to get her soon. And they ask what she means about Orpheus, and she has to be cryptic for some reason. Basically, she just says that Nikki has a debt to the tunnels, and it doesn't matter who pays it. And then the shades come and
now we're gonna do the B.
Down to the tunnels. Oh, shit. Then they mention that Meredith left for the Everneath 2 days before Nikki did, meaning she has 2 days left before they take her. So the bracelet they gave her earlier has some Egyptian hieroglyphics of some sort on it, and they managed to contact a guy named Professor Spears, who works at a nearby university, and he knows what it says. They go to talk to him, he gives a whole bunch of mumbo-jumbo about some ancient civilization called the Ring of the Dead and Akh ghosts from Egyptian myth. Like, I don't know. Basically, Akh ghosts are ever-livings. And they deduce altogether that Cole's heart has to be destroyed in order to kill him. And they think that if they kill him, it might save Nikki. Because they think, okay, he's the one that took me there, so maybe if we break his heart, he'll be the one that gets sucked to the tunnels or something. After thinking for a while, they decide, oh, it must be his guitar, because he always keeps it with him, and it's something that's important to him. So they go to his condo when he's not home, and they search around for a bit. And Cole appears, but before they can smash the guitar, so they're, like, fighting for a bit, but then Will comes up, and he manages to destroy the guitar. And then nothing happens.
This is not about music!
And actually, the guitar wasn't his heart, it was a guitar.
Yeah, no, that's what it's sold for.
He takes out and shows them and taunts them a little bit, which...
If you go on Amazon and look up wax melter,
it's not a big deal. But now Nikki's time is up. So the mark grows and takes over, and it forms a portal. And Nikki just says a tearful goodbye to Jack, and she tries to let the tunnels take her, but instead he jumps in to take her place, and then he's sucked away to the Everneath. And Cole taunts her for a little while about how her boyfriend is gonna die soon, like he'll be drained of all energy. But the book ends with Nikki dreaming of Jack down in the Everneath and still thinking of him, so she's keeping him alive for now, and then she vows to rescue him. And that's the end of the book. And I know I did talk about the negatives here, but it's really not
oh my
bad.
God, I was like,
it's
we already got to the
I'm
end?
not joking.
No, we didn't.
I'm not being snarky. I'm not even really grading on a curve here. It is a good book. Like, it has strong, justified emotions from the characters.
It wasn't even that expensive.
It takes a little bit of time to get going, but it does exist. It has a clear goal that the characters are working towards, and there is progress made towards that. And then it ends on a really good cliffhanger. Like, I immediately wanted to know what happened. And unlike so many other books of this type,
I think it's melted.
Nikki, the protagonist, has an actual personality. She does dumb things, but she learns from them. She cares about others. She makes a strong moral stand to die instead of becoming an ever-living because she would have to feed on people. Like, she's an actual character, and I did like her, but that won't last.
I heard you got kicked out of a lens crafters the other day. What happened? I walked in to pick up my fucking glasses. I couldn't stop calling people dick.
So Cole actually has his own novella, which is told from his perspective. It takes place between books.
Oops, covered up my signature slightly. That's okay though.
This was actually somewhat common back then. You know, it'd be a novel or novella telling part of the story from the love interest's perspective. A lot of times it was just the entire series from their perspective, or a backstory, but this one is just kind of a side plot, which
back to the
we don't need to know everything that happens here, but it does become relevant in the final book. This is a really short book too. Like I don't have a physical copy
Still
of it.
not for
I can only find it
puppies.
on Kindle, so you'll just have to use your imagination with me and pretend I'm holding one. But this is a pretty short book. I read it in just a couple of hours, spread out over several days. But, you know, it's quick, easy to get through, and Cole's narrative voice is distinct. Basically, Neverfall is just about Cole looking for answers about how Nikki survived the feed. He goes to a group of people who are called the Delphinians, and he gets taken prisoner for a bit, and then he escapes, and that's basically the whole thing. Again, it's a novella, not a lot happens. But here are some of the highlights. While looking for info on the Delphinians, Cole attacks a woman for not giving him records he needs, because he's just such a nice guy. We also learned that he was alive during the Black Death, and later we learned he's a little over 800 years old.
Ooh,
But this guy really doesn't
that's
feel
pretty.
like he's over 800 years old. You know, he
That's
still
pretty.
feels like a teenager, and not in a good way. We also learn about this process called marking, which is where you mark a human, and it's something that allows all ever-livings anywhere on Earth to feed on them at any time. And it's against the rules of the evolution because it's imposing on their free will.
That don't make no sense.
Yeah, I don't get how that works, and it's brought up several other times in this series. Like, Cole already imposed on Nikki's free will, as we saw. Because, like, sure, she agreed originally to come to the Evereast, but then she changed her mind and wanted to go. So, by keeping her there, keeping her prisoner against her will, that place is imposing on their free will anyway.
It looks like a Rorschach. Honestly, it kind of does. I see it.
Okay. In order to get info from the Delphinians, Cole has to help them mark somebody, so he actually steals a photo from Nikki's house, a photo of her 10-year-old brother, Tommy, and he brings it to the Delphinians so that they can mark him. Again, feed off of him and slowly kill him anytime, anywhere. I hate Cole so much. But Cole does try to steal the info without actually giving them the picture, and instead he just winds up being taken prisoner and thrown into a big stone dungeon cell. And while he's down there for a couple of months, I believe, every day at midnight he gets eaten by rats, and then he regenerates a bit. Like, just a swarm of rats comes in, eats him. It's kind of similar to the myth of Prometheus, you know, where he had his liver eaten by an eagle every day, and then it regenerated. But it's rats instead. And Cole tries to scratch his way out of the cell, but all the marks he makes eventually just regenerate and heal. And while he's down there, there's also another prisoner whose name is Devin.
Okay.
Now, Devin was put down there
The last
because he stole
one,
some
chat.
artifacts that the Delphinians wanted.
The rainbow one.
He hid it from them and won't tell them where it is. And actually, really, most of the rest of the novella is just the two of them chilling in this place with
Hopefully
a couple of flashbacks thrown in.
good.
But I really want to emphasize to you that Cole's narrative
Okay,
voice
I'll put them
is
in
different than Nikki's.
specifically.
For example, when he's describing
Okay,
Jack being
so
upset at
red,
Nikki's disappearance, he says, "Epic lover boy was epically sad." Look, I said his narrative voice was distinct. I never said it was good. So we do have a flashback where after he takes Nikki to the feed, Cole goes back to her house and leaves a note in her room so that her family thinks that she ran off.
There we go.
And then he sees that she has one of his band's shirts sitting around, and he says, again, quote, "Oh, Nikki, we're going to have so much fun." Again,
okay.
He's literally just tormenting her for 100 years, thinking that she'll die at the end of it. This guy is a freaking sociopath. I hate him so much. And while captive, Cole also realizes that no matter what he does, he can't die. He's not going to be able to kill himself.
The bee looks so
He does
cool.
it with this line. Somehow knowing that I wouldn't be able to off myself made me feel even worse. You never realize how much you rely on the option of suicide until the option is removed. I'm not saying that sentence would make a good bumper sticker, but it was the truth. Well, Cole, I can't speak for anybody else, but I think you should kill yourself. And then finally, Cole has an epiphany where he realizes that dreams are a bridge between Earth and the last one. It allows people to go there briefly. And then he realizes that Jack was Nikki's anchor, and that's why she survived. She had an anchor on Earth that was somebody who was still attached to her, and she was still attached to them, and he fed her energy over the course of the 6 months / 100 years, and that's how she survived. And again, I hate to keep stopping and just reading random lines from this crap, but here's another one. Great. There was no scenario in this whole damn thing where Jack didn't come off looking as awesome as the love child of Thor and Optimus Prime. This is not how a centuries-old immortal would talk. This is like the writer's idea of a cool person. But eventually,
I do
Max,
not.
Cole's old bandmate,
I don't have an
does
Etsy.
come in and break him out by just setting the whole place on fire, and then he throws him a fireproof suit.
I have a website. I
they
have
run
a
out
fourth
together.
wall. I
However, they can't
have
take Devin because Max only brought 2 suits. And
Fansley.
so Devin just tells him where the relic that he stole is hidden because he's such a nice guy, and then he dies. He's burned to death. And also throughout all of this, there's an oracle that tells Cole his last forfeit will be his beginning.
Oh, this last one's making me nervous.
And Cole is convinced that what that means
Hopefully
is
it turns
that
out good.
Nikki is going to be his last forfeit, and that Jack will die soon, and then he and Nikki will take over the Everneath and rule forever. So he just decides he'll wait for Jack to die. So then he watches Nikki sleep for a bit, and then he says she'll be his, and then the book ends. So, yeah, Neverfall is overall just a pointless novella. Like, it gives us some info about the world, but most of it never comes back. And it gives us more insight into what Cole is like, but all it makes clear is that this man is an absolute
I'm going
psycho
for it.
who does
I
not
think
value
it's good.
the lives
I think it's
or
good to go.
feelings of other people. And the author desperately wants us to think that he's charming.
Fingers
and cool.
crossed here, chat.
So in the end, it really just cemented my hatred for him.
Oh.
I have to live in this hellhole! All you ever do is stay home and play your kids and whip your ass at the same time!
So as we go to book 2, Everbound, I really just want to say that the covers and titles are too similar. Like, look at them side by side. They look too similar.
Ooh, okay.
And
hold on.
The titles just, it took me a while to remember what order they were even in. You know, it's dumb. But this whole second book is basically the story of Nikki trying to rescue Jack. And
okay, wait, it's turning out really cool.
That, yes, the reference to Orpheus earlier does make a lot more sense, because while the first book was retelling the story of Hades and Persephone, this is retelling the story of Orpheus and Eurydice. Eurydice? I don't know how to say that. Okay, it's Greek. But the story of Orpheus is basically a Greek myth about a man whose wife died, and then he was really sad about it, so he went to the underworld to get her out, and he almost succeeded, but ultimately he did fail. And again, this is just the basic idea. Everbound doesn't follow the myth exactly. So this book starts 2 months after the first one, and Jack has been being drained that whole time.
Oh, it looks so fucking cool.
Doesn't have much time left, which, if you do some quick
this
math,
is the best
6
one
months
for
was 100
sure. Look
years,
at that.
2 months is 33 years and 4 months.
That is so cool. What?
When they do finally find him, spoiler alert.
I was so worried it wouldn't turn out good, but holy shit.
It acts like it's been a couple of days, but I don't know, whatever. But Nikki and Jack's brother Will are actually working together to try and think of a way to rescue him, because, you know, Will was there and knows about all the supernatural stuff. He also stopped drinking when his brother was taken.
Hell yeah.
And their mom is really mad and thinks Nikki knows where he is.
No, it's pretty
Nikki
far away
asks
from my
Cole to
PC.
take her to the tunnels,
Thankfully.
but he refuses, and not a whole lot happens the first chunk of this book, but she does steal one of Cole's hairs, and then goes to the shop and go and eats it and pops down into the Everneath, which at first I was excited because I was only like 41 pages in and we're already getting into the story, and I was like, oh cool, this is starting quick. But she's not there for that long, and then we have to wait a while for it to actually get going. Now, Nikki appears in a city, even though Cole said that if she ate his hair, she would just appear in the tunnels. So I don't know exactly how that works. Like, was he just lying, or did something happen that caused her to come up here instead? I don't know. And if this is where everybody who goes to the Everneath winds up, then shouldn't somebody be waiting nearby to capture her and use her as a forfeit? I don't know, but she's in the middle of a massive crowd in a city, and they're all gathered around a big stage. On the stage are some shades and a woman who has really bright red hair. Later we learn that this woman is the queen of the Everneath. We don't learn her name until later. She's just the queen. But later we do hear, yeah, this is the queen. And she brings a man onto the stage. The shades kill him. They impale him a couple of times, and then he explodes into a big cloud of energy, and the crowd just consumes them, and they're cheering and really happy about this. But while in the Everneath, humans actually leak energy. So one of them notices energy coming off of Nikki, and the queen sees it as well, and just over the roar of the crowd.
Well, that was really fun.
Who are you? Like, really booming, powerful voice. And then Cole appears, he grabs Nikki, and he pulls her back to the surface. And he reprimands her for doing something stupid, and then she tries to convince him to help, but he refuses and says that if she does it again, he's not going to save her. But basically, like I said, it takes a bit of time before the story gets going. Also, when they're on the surface, there's a detective looking for Jack. He's a private eye hired by his mother, and this doesn't go anywhere. He just follows Nikki around at a few points, but, you know, it exists. Woo! And while trying to convince Cole to help, Nikki says that Cole is a good person with a good heart.
Oh, fuck off!
Will also started drinking again because of the stress of the situation, which does make sense.
Okay, that turned out so fun.
Because his brother got taken, and now he's drinking again because his brother got taken. I don't know. But when trying to talk about how it's not a big deal, he makes a really weird joke. Stop, Bex. Let's take inventory of our priorities. First, go to the underworld and save my brother.
Like
Second,
an hour.
Don't die while doing it. Third, start
like
a grassroots campaign to add diversity to the state's conservative legislature. Fourth, then
okay.
My excessive drinking.
Paintings are signed.
And I know that's an attempt.
Paintings are signed.
It's so
let me put this shit away really fast.
That it loops back around to being kind of funny again. I don't know what to make of that moment. I really don't. Eventually, Nikki lies and says she got some of Cole's hair, and she's going back to the Everneath with or without him. And so he relents and agrees to help her save Jack. And he mentions that one day on Earth is 6 months in the Everneath, which, doing some math, that means that Jack has been there for about 29 years instead of 33 years. Whatever. It's not important, but it is inconsistent, and that irks me. Will cannot go to the Everneath with them because, I don't know, he can't go to the Everneath with them, which is annoying. I kind of wish he went because it would be nice to see the brother relationship focused on more. Like, you know, Will and Jack clearly do love and care about each other, but it just doesn't get enough time devoted to it in this series. So Cole tells Nikki to find a tether, like something that reminds her of Jack, and so she takes the note he wrote that says, "Ever yours." And so he and his bandmate Max take her down to the Everneath. And now's a good time to point out the structure of the Everneath and how it's shaped.
That's
like
still
this
too
book
hot,
does have a map,
so I'll leave that
which
there
shows
for
it.
now.
If I can find it, I'll put it up on screen. It's shaped like a big circle. On the outside is the ring of Earth, and there are 5 cities in that ring. Then there is a ring of water, a ring of wind, and a ring of fire, which all surround the High Court, which is where the Queen lives, and that's at the very center.
Oh my god, yes! Let's bring back pen pals. That's so fun.
It's like the ring of Earth, but outside the cities. And so there's no one around to see her energy, and also when they're down there, if she's near Cole and Max, they will absorb her excess energy that she lets off, so it's less noticeable, and people are less likely to notice, hey, there's a human down here. And while they're there, Nikki
so
she can stuff
I did get something else that I was thinking we could do something with.
Objects out of thin air and manipulate rocks and other materials into shapes.
So I got these little tiny canvases, and I was thinking I could just
you have to be able to focus, but you know,
do a kiss on them. And that could be
Cole tells her that Jack is
a little tiny one,
take place, and that no
alternative,
one knows where they are, and that they can only enter with permission at specific times, you know, when the feeds are going on.
8
he
of them.
hopes that the tunnels are out somewhere in the void outside the cities, but
I need to
when Nikki focuses on the tether for a bit, it creates a literal compass needle on the ground where he is, and it points to the High Court in the center of the Everneath. So they realize, okay, we're going to have to go through all the other rings, which are a security feature specifically designed to keep people out of the High Court before we can rescue Jack. So Cole says, okay, we'll need to prepare, and they go to one of the cities, which is called Boros. In fact, I believe that's the only city that actually gets a name. And they meet a friend named Ash. Also, I feel the need to point out that the rings...
But yes, the art will be put up for
traps
sale.
And stuff,
but they're probably gonna just sell it on stream. So, like, I'm not exactly sure. I haven't decided yet.
Minotaur, like Theseus and the Minotaur, maybe? I don't know, later on they make it a bit more explicit, but it doesn't really have anything in common with that myth. There's also no good place to put this, but when humans are in the Everneath, they give off a glow. This never causes any trouble or anything, it just is brought up once
so
and
like
then
Twilight.
dropped. So anyways, they go to the city and they find Ash, and his body is partially made of smoke, which we learn later is because he missed a feed, and whenever livings miss
you need to stay away from the plastic.
Start turning into shades, and he's part shade. But then there's other people who miss the feed who are called wanderers, and they are like punished by the queen to never get any sustenance, and they like wander around like either the outskirts outside the cities or inside the maze as punishment. But Ash only changed part way, and like again,
Maybe.
What are the rules for turning into a shade versus turning into a
Although
wanderer?
then I think I'm falling into like
this is really the part of the
raffle
series where the world building starts to
type
fall
of
apart. So they explain things to Ash because
a
he's
situation
amazing
which
before he's
then
actually
I'd have to
and he does
have
agree
like
to help. This is very, very
they're like
dangerous,
regulated,
though, because the Queen has now offered a
so I
bounty
can't
for Nikki.
do
And it's
that
not money,
exactly.
but it's time in the Elysian Fields. Not Elysium, Elysian with an N. Now, the Elysian Fields are like the nicest part of the Everneath, and the Queen restricts access to it. So time there is like the closest thing to currency that this place has. And
okay.
I don't know. Again, this doesn't really lead anywhere. We never see the Elysian Fields, but it is a detail worth mentioning.
What is the point then?
At one point, Ash assures Nikki that Cole definitely loves her because he has a tether that points towards her.
Yeah, exactly.
They also mention that as they go through the 3 rings, each of them is going to attack something different. The first one will attack emotions, then the second one will attack their mind, and the third one will attack their despair. Which doesn't make sense because despair is an emotion. You think it would be like emotions, mind, and body. Whatever, they're the experts. So, periodically, the Shades also shut down everything in the Everneath, like there's a blackout, so like the sun goes out, in order to save energy, which, I don't know, like, the more we learn about the Everneath, the less interesting it becomes, which is weird. Normally it's the other way around, but whatever. So Cole says that he only is helping Nikki so that she'll owe him. And I'm not reading between the lines here. He just comes right out and says, hey, if I rescue the love of your life, you're gonna owe me big time. Like, he just comes out and says it. I hate him so much. Now, eventually, they do finally enter the maze, and time there apparently moves the same speed as Earth, so Nikki has to go back and forth to avoid being missing for too long, and also to replenish her energy because the Everneath is constantly draining her. But as long as Cole or somebody else is there at the spot she was when she left, they can grab her and just bring her back into the maze right where they were.
I did it.
So they can go back and forth anytime, which really robs the tension out of this story, you know? It gives breaks to the characters, allows them a way out of danger at all times. It's kind of annoying, but whatever. They finally enter the Ring of Water.
Okay.
They run into a wanderer who feeds on Nikki for a minute.
So
and then
since
she
we're
falls
doing
into a lake,
paintings,
and she thinks it's water, but then she falls in and she's like, oh my gosh, it's actually blood. And then Cole just kicks her back to the surface so she can recover her energy. While she's there, she showers and washes off as much of the blood as she can.
I need to mix up some paint.
And brings him up to speed and spends the night at his house. But when she's walking home, her dad drives up and finds her. Again, she's been missing for a day or two at this stage, so he demands to know where she was and what's going on, understandably. But she tells her dad that Jack is in an alternate reality. And he is seemingly stressed about this, but he does seem to believe her. Except not really. He actually gives her some water, which we find out quickly was drugged with Valium, and then he takes her to the doctor's office.
Wait. Yeah,
and
what?
when she wakes up, she's like, what happened? And her doctor just explains it to her, and her doctor is totally cool with her dad drugging her. Like...
That's so weird.
Oh my god. That's not just unethical. That is straight up illegal.
Okay.
Like, Nikki's
Gonna try to
dad
mix
was
them in
originally a
this.
concerned parent whose actions were totally understandable,
Okay.
and honestly not even that harsh given the circumstances. But now he's a guy who drugs and kidnaps his daughter. So that's what I meant earlier when I was referring to their relationship being healthy in the first book. So while she's in the doctor's office, Cole's hand appears out of the floor, and she grabs it, and he pulls her back into the maze where they were. And he mentions that forfeits have to be willing, which is why she had to grab his hand rather than him just taking her back. But again, Nikki was very clearly not willing in the first book. She changed her mind. Like, that means you're not willing by definition. I don't think this author understands the concept of consent. So finally, they reach the edge of the Ring of Water. They get chased by some wanderers for a bit, and they walk through the wall of water, which marks the edge. And while they're walking through, Cole nearly drowns, and Nikki does CPR to save him.
Should've mixed that first.
And it was at this stage I wondered what their immortality entailed. Like, they live forever, sure, but can they still drown? Does it only work with magic water? If you stabbed them, would they die? I don't know. So now they find themselves in the Ring of Wind, and some wind blows really hard, and Nikki loses her tether, which was the note again. And while there, she also starts to lose her mind, like she can't focus, her memories are disappearing. But then Cole tells her, no, you don't need the token now. Just think of Jack. And then she does it and keeps her mind together, and then her tether just reappears.
I'm gonna try to make it like pastel.
Jack, and she's like, oh my god, Jack.
We'll see how this turns out.
Except, no, it's actually an illusion.
Off to a rough start here.
Trying to lure her in. But she realizes that quickly and then runs away before anything bad happens. And then she finds Cole, and he is also with a siren who looks like Nikki, and to prove who she is, and prove that she's not the siren, she kisses him. And this time, she's actually energized instead of being drained. Like in the Everneath, kissing an ever-living actually gives humans energy instead of taking it away. Except in the tunnels, because none of the rules here make sense. Also, I need to read you this line. He smiled. Ever-living kisses.
Red,
They're never what they
orange.
seem, are they? That line
We're doing
makes me
yellow.
want to start drinking again. So the siren that was trying to do whatever it was trying to do to Cole attacks, and then Nikki stabs him and saves Cole with very little issue. So they do find Max, who's again wandering around in the maze away from them, but Ash is still gone. So the two of them decide to kick Nikki back to the surface to rest while they go looking for Ash. Now Nikki
Yellow.
avoids going home while she's up there, but she does talk to Mrs. Jenkins, who remember was Meredith's mom.
Green.
Mrs. Jenkins mentions somebody
I'm just gonna
named
do the
Adonia. Now,
normal
Adonia was
rainbow.
Ash's
It's gonna be
orbit
easier.
About 200 years ago, and she was actually a distant relative of Meredith and Mrs. Jenkins by
Green.
extension. Now, she survived the feed the same way that Nikki did, and because she was actually attached to a soldier named Nathaniel, and she thought Nathaniel died in a war, and she actually went away with Ash to, relieve herself of the pain of losing him. But it turns out he was alive and just badly wounded, so their attachment kept her alive. But then she went back to the surface, just like Nikki.
Blue.
And then Nathaniel died right away. He succumbed to his wounds. Then the queen found her and killed her in order to avoid being overthrown. So all that's left of her are some ashes, which Mrs. Jenkins has in an urn on her mantelpiece.
Lol.
She also has a medallion from Nathaniel, and she
Lol,
just gives
what?
it to Nikki because, I don't know, she gives it to Nikki. And then she goes back to the Everneath. So a wanderer comes, and they run, and then they reach the Ring of Fire. Like, it's there now. This place has really shitty security, which makes me wonder why no one else has done this before. But the wanderer chasing them feels so much despair from the magic of the Ring of Fire that it just jumps into the fire and
And then
dies.
purple last.
Like, the only threat here, it just killed itself.
Lol.
So Nikki gets burned pretty bad, and that drains her of her energy, so she can't walk, and then Cole carries her for a bit. And he gives his backstory, or some of it at least. Basically, a little over 800 years ago, he lived in Norway. He meets a woman named Gina, I believe that's how you pronounce that, and he becomes friends with her. But Gina wasn't ever living, and she actually sucked off his bad emotions. And when she offered to make him an ever living, he agreed, because his family was all dead, so he didn't really have much going for him. But the thing is, Gina wasn't doing this out of the goodness of her heart.
Okay.
She actually wanted to die. See, ever-livings all have two hearts. They have a surface one, which they carry, like Cole's guitar pick, and then they have an Everneath one, which is kept in a vault somewhere in the High Court.
I did it.
In order for an
Look.
ever-living to die, both of them
Rainbow.
have to be broken.
Okay.
So if they had broken
Let's do this. This is gonna
his
feel
surface heart just
so
allows him to travel
terrible.
back and forth between the Everneath, so it wouldn't have killed him. It wouldn't have done anything. But the Shades don't like
I'm
when
about to hate
everlivings die
this.
because their hearts are what hold the realm together.
do I
And
have,
so
like,
basically
a
Gina just was using Cole as a
convenient
replacement.
little
Like she
mirror
brought him down there,
anywhere near me?
and then the Shades agreed to give her her own heart. And then Cole never saw her again. He assumed she broke her own hearts and then became mortal and then grew old and died. And it's like super sad, I guess. We also find out around this time that Ash owes Cole because Cole actually hunted down Adonia when she was on the surface, and he told him where she was. And then Ash told the queen, and then the queen went and killed her. Once again, fuck Cole so much. I hate him.
Okay,
Fuck
let's do this.
He's awful. So they walk under an archway with a bunch of fruit, and Max and Cole are hypnotized by it. But then some wanderers come by, and Nikki just conjures a stick, and she puts
I'm
it
just
in the
gonna
fire so it's hot.
do
and then
them
she
as fast as
throws
possible.
Max and Cole along so that they'll run. And then they reach
Hope
a
for
bowl
the
of
best.
fruit and eat because I guess they're just idiots. And then the wanderers corner them, so Nikki leads them off and gets attacked. And she's about to die, but then Ash comes and saves her. He's alive. You know, these rings would probably be a lot more interesting if they had threats besides, like, the vague insanity energy and the wanderers who are, there. But Cole and Max finally come to, and they, regain their senses. But there are some shades there. And Cole kisses Nikki again, gives her some energy so she can run. So keep in mind, she's now fed off of him twice. And then while they're running, they find the queen again. And they try to talk their way out of this by saying Nikki is just some girl who's trying to save her boyfriend, and they leave out the part of her surviving the feed because the queen, again, would probably kill her over that. But the queen just is still not happy with them, and she orders the shades to take them away to be consumed, and they actually try to hurt her. Ash throws a sword at her, but she can conjure anything, just like Nikki, so they can't hurt her. Like, Ash throws a sword at her, and she just conjures a tree, which catches the sword in the middle of it. It sounds kind of stupid when you say it like that, but that is how it works. But then Nikki realizes who the queen is and shows off the medallion. It turns out the queen is actually Adonia. You know, the girl that Ash thought died a while ago. Like, she didn't die, she overthrew the last queen, but she's now hiding her identity for reasons that are never explained, actually. I assume the twist is just there because we needed a twist. Like, if she became queen, shouldn't Mrs. Jenkins and her other relatives have become immortal? Like, maybe they're not direct descendants of her, like she's their great-great-great aunt or something instead of their great-great-great-grandmother, so it only applies to her direct descendants? I don't know. Now, Ash actually tries to apologize and says he only had her killed because he loved her. And she's justifiably very mad at him for that. So she's there with Max and Ash.
A little bit more for the last two.
They somehow get away because in the next book they're fine. But Nikki and Cole run away and jump into a nearby lake, which isn't actually a lake. It's the entrance to the tunnel.
Feels so bad.
We're almost there.
I hate it.
Almost gotten to Jack. Now, while they're searching, Cole mentions that because Jack is, you know, losing out on energy, he might be old now. And he asks Nikki, like, what if he's old and you have to feed him mashed peas? And she's like, well, I love him. I'll do it anyways. And then Cole says that's kinky?
Huh?
Oh, dude, what? What the fuck? Like, Cole's dialogue is what happens when a bad boy is written by somebody who has only ever met boys at church. So they finally find Jack, and he's in kind of a hole surrounded by dirt, and Nikki has to dig him out a bit. And before that, she is, like, really exhausted. You know, she's trying to dig him out, but she's just really, really tired, so Cole gives her a little bit more energy with a kiss. So she's now fed on him 3 times in the Everneath, and then he snatches the tether and kicks her back to the surface. And she winds up in the shop and go, and the store clerk there sees her. His name is Ezra, by the way, and he's known about Ever-Livings the whole time. Like, he's said a couple of things throughout these books, but we're just now learning he actually knew about this the whole time, and Cole pays him to keep quiet. And I don't know, this doesn't come back, but it is something worth mentioning. Now, Nikki thinks that Cole betrayed her at the last second, and she tells Will about this, and Will is trying to be positive, so he says maybe he sensed some sort of danger there and kicked her to get her out of the way, but he never tries pulling her back or anything, and in her dreams there's no sign of Jack.
One of the shirts will have kiss marks on it.
Oh man, he really is dead now. She goes to Mrs. Jenkins' house, but she's also dead. Like, she was drained by somebody, and she calls the cops, and the police think that she's been dead for a couple of days because, you know, being drained made her body decay a little bit more, and so nobody, you know, suspects Nikki of anything. And, you know, she's, like, super sad and moping for a bit, and then Jack just appears in Nikki's bed while she's sleeping. Oh, Edward Cullen, every creepy love interest will be stealing from your playbook until the end of time. Yeah, Jack says that somehow the note pulled him to the surface. Like, he's also a lot bigger and taller now than before for some reason, like, noticeably, and Nikki thinks that's
you can't
weird,
really tell what it is, but it's fun.
And she also takes him to their friend Jules.
All right.
Remember, exists. And then they hug and cry for a bit in a very short scene. And then Cole reappears, and he's actually shocked that Jack is there. Like, and he comes right out and says, yeah, Nikki, I betrayed you. Like,
I need more water than this. Hold on.
That feeding on Cole in the Everneath 3 times has turned her into an Ever-Living.
You lie! You're a fucking liar!
Like, becoming an Ever-Living is, it's like a magical STD, I suppose. Like, her surface heart is, I don't know how Cole knows this, but her surface heart is a compass, which is just on her desk, and he just grabs it and puts it in his pocket right away. And her Everneath heart is going to be somewhere in the Queen's vault. And Cole says that, yeah, I betrayed you and I did something horrible, but now you'll have an eternity to forgive me for everything. And
it is
then
acrylic,
he also mentions that Max and the rest of the band are the ones that killed
So
Mrs.
whoever gets that shirt, don't wash it.
The book ends with Nikki deciding that she's going to destroy the
Oh my god.
Now, I will say that while this isn't as good as the first book at all, mostly because it tries
I feel like I should do something slightly more to these.
It does have an exciting story, and it does end on a solid cliffhanger, just like the first book. And after I finished this one, I actually took a break to read Nightbane, and I'll admit I did have high hopes for the finale, because I was thinking, okay, yes, Cole just is a villain now. Like, he'll be bad in the last book, and we can stop treating him like a love interest. Right? Wrong.
I heard she was a lesbian.
That just means she likes what I like.
So then we go to book 3, which I don't have a jacket for. It's Ever True, and I'll be honest, you don't need to put ever in front of everything. It's kind of annoying, to be honest. Now, this third book doesn't follow any specific
kind of,
myths,
but, you
at least
know.
not that I noticed. And I think that's
No,
part of why
there's
it
not
was
an
the worst
acrylic
of all
paint.
3. You know, like, I'm not even talking about, like, how awful the characters are or anything, which is worth bringing up. Believe me.
I feel like I should do something with this.
Just, like, the events themselves. Like, there is a clear goal that Nikki is working towards, there is a time limit, and there's very clear consequences for failure. The problem is that most of the events in Ever True are just nonsensical and random and don't really lead into each other. And the real villain is not Cole, it's Queen Adonia, but she's barely in it. So I think I'm going to go a bit faster here, and we should hopefully be done with the summary quicker. So the book starts with Nikki telling Jack that she is an ever-living now, but she's also unable to feed on him. But I don't know, basically...
Shoe accenting? I wish I had some shoes to do with.
Basically, her body is still adjusting to being ever-living, so she needs to feed off of Cole for a little while.
Let's just commit.
The transformation is complete. And then once
And put more kisses on this shirt in different colors.
Feed on a human right away.
So I'm not going to do the rainbow again, but I'll just do different colors.
Okay, that's all we need to know.
So it'll be
so
like...
they break into Cole's condo, they find a Jack in a
You'll
box.
see, it'll look
when
cool.
They open it, there's a note inside taunting them. And then Jack is really, really mad when they're outside, so he just punches a tree and destroys it with his bare hands. Like, he's bigger and stronger, but he's just, like, stupidly powerful now.
We'll just commit to this.
But, again, he also has serious anger issues and is breaking stuff when he's mad, which people, boys, girls, everyone, steer clear of men like that. That's bad news. That's
exactly, that's what I'm gonna do, it's just a rainbow of kisses.
Also appears on Nikki's wrist, and she's getting weak and pale
first
and
is
sick,
red.
And that's when Cole shows up and explains everything to her and kisses her a bit to feed her. And he also shows up at their school as Neil, which I didn't mention in the first book. He showed up at her school a couple times in disguise as a student named Neil, and I don't know...
What the fuck?
I don't know why it was there. It was kind of weird, but him and Nikki are partnered together for a mythology project about Hercules, and Nikki mentions that Hercules was dumb, but he really wasn't. You know, like, if you know the myth of Hercules and the 12 labors, he's pretty intelligent at times, but whatever, not important. So Cole forcibly kisses Nikki, and she explains what is going on to Jack, and she has to calm him down from violently attacking Cole. Lovely.
Okay.
And they tell their friend Jules about some of it, and again, she doesn't do anything, but they do tell her that bad things are going to happen. And they find Max, who, remember, Cole's bandmate, and they ask for help. Like, because again, they're planning on destroying the Everneath and preventing Nikki from turning into an Everliving. Like, they think that's their best course of action here. Completely unprompted, Max tells them that they're now planning a revolution, and that they're gathering up a bunch of girls to use as forfeits to boost their power. And if Nikki becomes queen, then they won't die in their revolution. And we also learn why Jack is so huge, and it is remarkably stupid. Cole raised an eyebrow.
There we go.
He climbed out of the tunnels. The energy it took to do that was massive. Each inch would have been the equivalent of, I don't know, say 100 weightlifting
it looks so goofy.
So someone who was beefy before would become...
It's gonna be terrible by the end.
Beefy. He seemed suddenly bored with the explanation. So Jack climbed out of hell, and it just gave him a workout. Sure. Well, fuck it, sure, we'll go with that. So Cole offers to make Jack an Everliving as well, and then he and Nikki would rule together while Jack was just her concubine. And they don't trust him, so they say no. And they take a document that they found at Mrs. Jenkins' house to the professor from before, Professor Spears, and say that they want to destroy the underworld. Like, again, they just tell everyone everything. But Professor Spears is surprisingly cool with this, and he tells them that the heart of every Everliving must be destroyed to destroy the Everneath. And they also have to destroy the membrane, which is holding the place together, which is the Shade Network, as we learn later, which I guess makes sense, but I don't know how this guy knows this, and he has not enough time to give any sort of interesting backstory or anything, so he just knows shit, I guess. So then they go to Cole's condo, and a man there attacks her. And actually, This happened at the end of a chapter, and
okay.
I actually went to bed after that chapter and took a week to get back to this book because I just did not give a shit about what was happening anymore. But then Jack saves her from the bad man and they run off, and it takes 1 page, and Nikki also passes out when Jack takes her away because, I don't know, the main character just has to pass out sometimes. So they realize that she passed out because she missed a feed, and they're like, okay, we need to go find Cole again. And they go back, but Cole is gone and his place is ransacked. And somebody seems to have stolen the hearts that were there, including Nikki's. And so she goes to sleep, she dreams, she sees Queen Adonia, and Adonia sees her through the dream, and then Nikki's like, ah, and then the queen scratches her, and a real scratch appears on her cheek in the waking world. And they realize, like, okay, she's coming after us now. They get a text from the soup kitchen, because there's apparently a man there who doesn't speak English and is asking for Nikki. And they go there, and it's Cole. And he kisses her, giving her some energy, but Jack gets violent and uncontrollable again for a minute. Again, so many red flags with this guy. Like, their relationship was so fine to begin with, and now it's this.
Ew.
But yeah, Cole had a bunch of his memories erased, so he only speaks Norwegian now. And when they ask him what happened, he says, Jeg vet ikke hva som skjedde. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly, or at least kind of correctly. But according to Google Translate, that means I don't know what happened. And spoiler alert, we never learned what happened either. Like, the band got captured by bounty hunters and taken away, and later we see the rest of them are all still captured. But somehow Cole got out. Like, was he released? Did he escape? Who cares? He still understands everything they're saying, though, so Nikki is able to teach him to speak English in just a couple of minutes. But he has a very thick accent after that, so I don't know. They're not sure what to do with him, so they stash him in a hotel. And he doesn't actually remember who Nikki is, only that he wanted to find her. And he doesn't really remember anything else either, like about who he is or the fact that he's immortal or what they were up to, anything. And while they're in a hotel room, Nikki and Jack try to be, like, they try to be sexy, I think. Like, Nikki takes off her hoodie, and underneath she's wearing a t-shirt. And both Jack and Cole are way too into it. They're like, it's like she's in her underwear or she's completely naked or something, the way they react to it. It's like she's revealing her arms and her elbows, and they are just like, yes, mistress, I shall do whatever you say, please show me what. It's weird. But Nikki tries to get Cole to help by telling him that the Ever-Livings killed his family, and she also lies to him about them burning down his entire village. So yeah, they're lying to get him to help them. That won't backfire in any way, or at least that's what I thought at first. It actually doesn't come back and backfire in any way. Cole also mentions that
okay, time to wash my face off again.
Seems inevitable. I don't know what I did before. Maybe it's because I'm hundreds of years old, as you say. Maybe my subconscious knows I'm supposed to be dead. Maybe that's why death feels so natural, so inevitable. You know, in my notes after I got to that point, I just wrote, "Swear to God, they're trying to redeem him." And yeah, pass James. You are correct. They are trying to redeem him, and they really shouldn't have. But they decide to go to the Everneath and find Ash. And they are like, okay, he's our best bet to figure out what to do next. And like I said, there is a bounty on Cole and Nikki, so when they find Ash, he says that bounty hunters are after them. Like the man at Cole's condo, who had black eyes, was actually 10 shades that banded together to possess a single living person. And at this point, Ash mentions that the reason he missed his feed was because he lived on the surface with a human for a while, and like that's why he's turning into a shade. Like, sure, whatever. So then Ash leaves for a bit to go turn them in, but they follow him and they wind up in some sort of tunnel. Like, not the tunnels where the feeds take place, but like just some sort of underground area under the city. And they find a big chamber with a massive glowing orb, which is surrounded by shades. And they get found out and they run away, and they
look how cool it is.
Go back to the surface. And right before leaving, Ash tells them that a Cronus Tantalus can help, but none of them know what that is. But it's the only clue they have, so they decide to follow
an extra large.
Nikki feeds on Cole again, and we finally get his full backstory. Basically, he lived in Norway.
I guess that's what we're doing now, is decorating the shirts anyway,
he lived on a farm, and a man named Gunnar was coming to challenge him to a home gang.
Make a few shirts
duel,
that I can give you guys.
And when Cole lost, they would lose the farm. Not Gunnar Gunnarsson. He's the best fighter in all of Norway. That accent was spot on, and you know it. Fuck you. Like, that doesn't make sense, because a home gang was for settling disputes. It wasn't for randomly stealing someone else's property. Like, that's not how it worked. But, okay, whatever. And Cole is like, hey, no matter
Please
what,
do rip this idea off.
He tells his mom and his brother,
Please
like,
copy me.
let's just leave. And they refuse to leave, but he runs off expecting that the two of them will follow eventually, but they don't. And then Gunnar Gunnarsson and his gang show up, and they just attack and kill his brother and his mom, and then he runs off. We also see another memory from Cole. This one shows Adonia being held captive before she was queen, and then she kills her captor, who I believe was the previous queen. And there's, I don't know, I feel like we could have filled in the blanks there on our own, but whatever, that's the thing. Then in the real world, some shades attack them, and Cole gets hit, and they kill the shade, but he is drained of energy and seems to be dying. And so Jack realizes, okay, I can just feed him some of my energy, but he doesn't want to kiss him, so he just puts his lips really close to Cole, and that works. But, bro, this is life and death. You can set aside your homophobia for 10 seconds. So finally,
sorry, I had to say bye to my boyfriend. He was leaving for
work.
work.
Is a reference to the Greek myth, like Cronus was the father of Zeus, and he actually castrated his own father with a sickle. And then they're like, well, of course, there must be a sickle of Cronus out there somewhere.
Munchie's on the shirt.
And that's the only thing that can destroy the shade network.
Munchie on the shirt.
It's the membrane holding the Everneath together. And I'll be real with you.
I'm sorry.
Like, he didn't say anything about a sickle or anything.
I got extra larges because that was the
something, but Cronus
that was the biggest size they had.
Okay, they just are magically
so
able to find out what
I got I think
that.
3 shirts, 3 extra large.
Another Greek myth, and Tantalus being a man who was punished to be hungry and thirsty for all time.
Yeah,
and
I got 3 extra large shirts
under a tree, but he would never be able to
definitely decorating
the tree or drink from the lake. Again,
oh no,
that's a shitty clue, but they are able to figure out what it means because Cole suddenly remembers that there is a lake in the Everneath. When you go to that lake, you'll find whatever it is you most desire, but you can only do
just make him look like a rainbow first before he goes.
Big occasion. So they go to the lake, and all 3 of them sit in the branches of a tree, and then that causes a platform to rise up out of the lake.
You know what? I might do more things with the kissy face. I want to see if I can find my sticker paper. Because if I can find the sticker paper,
need to keep their weight on there.
Then I can do better
keep
stuff.
The platform in place, so Nikki just has to go off and get it on her own. But then a massive swarm of beetles appears, and then Nikki just runs across them, climbs the platform, grabs the sickle.
Bro, what?
And then she falls off the platform, gets swarmed by beetles, and she nearly dies, but then Jack saves her because
that's crazy.
Want the protagonist to do something on her own. And then they set out to find the helmet of Hermes, which they need to.
Should I add anything else to the kissy one?
Which it's called the helmet of Hermes, but it's actually a pendant. I may as well just say that now. And the pendant was actually owned by Mrs. Jenkins before she died, and so they call a woman who was next in chain for the custody of the pendant. And then Cole suddenly remembers a storage unit, and then he runs off, goes to it and opens it, and grabs a package while he's there.
You like the minimalism?
Appears and
I do too.
Them.
I feel like maybe I could do something on the back of it.
Again, they don't have any weapons or anything, but to defend himself, Jack just grabs
here, let me
the first
find
thing
the
he
sticker
finds
paper
in the storage unit, which is a saxophone.
I know it's somewhere.
So I'm just imagining him swinging that around. It's pretty funny. But they incapacitate the bounty hunters, then steal their car and flee. And the package that Cole got has the pendant in it. It has the helmet of Hermes. And then Cole tells them the story about Devin, his cellmate, from when the Delphinians had him.
Sticker paper.
And
okay,
hype. Artifact that Devin had.
Now I can do what I wanted to do.
But also Mrs. Jenkins owned it. I don't know how any of this works, man. So now they have what they need to destroy the Everneath. They realize that the big orb they saw underground was actually the membrane. So they just need to destroy that with the sickle, and then somehow they're going to destroy the hearts. And Jack just says he has, like, he just has faith that things will work out, which is kind of stupid. But whatever, that's a thing. And then Nikki starts wondering a bit about why exactly she's destroying the Everneath. She wonders, am I just doing this to save myself? Or am I doing it to save all of the forfeits that will be killed? But then, in one of the quickest ways of making me hate a protagonist I've ever seen in my life, she thinks, nah, all the forfeits are guilty because they chose to go to the feed.
What?
And just like that, I hated Nikki so much. Like, she knows exactly how manipulative the Ever-Livings can be, but she refuses to acknowledge that others could have fallen victim the same way she did. Like, fuck you, Nikki. Seriously, fuck you. So they go back to Will, and they recruit him to help. And Will suggests that in order to destroy all of the hearts at once, they should just go to the vault and blow it up. And He says that he can just contact some of his old army
I
friends
might have
and
to
they'll
pee
help him
before I
make a
continue this.
That's stupid. Use your common sense.
Yeah, sure, man. They aren't just gonna call Homeland Security on you. Like, they're going to assume that you're helping your little brother destroy the underworld, not that you're gonna blow up a school or something. And then they also talk to Professor Spears, and he says, yeah, that'll work. And he also says that destroying the vault might kill the queen, too, which, again, don't know how he knows this, but sure, he just does. And Nikki specifically mentions that she is protective of Cole. Like, she says that she cares about him and wants to keep him safe. Fuck off. Now, remember, the other members of Cole's band got captured a while ago, and they are all set to be consumed at a feast that the queen is running. You know, again, like, just bring them up on stage, kill them all, and then the crowd consumes them.
Outline of heart.
Don't feel bad. Again, remember, they murdered Mrs. Jenkins and who knows how many others over the years. Like, don't feel bad.
I will do something with those in just a sec, so I'm gonna
in the middle of the
pause just a sec. I'm gonna throw up the break screen really quick, and then I'm gonna go piss. And then I'll be right back, and we will finish the shirts. Okay? Be right back. Okay, I'm back. And I have stuff. Okay, so I grabbed water so I can continually wipe my face because something tells me I'm gonna need that. Grabbed a paintbrush and then also some chapstick because holy shit. Okay, let's keep playing.
And the other band members are immediately killed and consumed. So they had no chance to save them.
Oh, okay.
And the heroes run off, immediately go to a cavern that houses the big orb, the membrane of the Everneath. And
cool.
Nikki hits it with the sickle to try and destroy it, and nothing happens. So then she hands it to Jack, and then he hits it with the sickle, and it works perfectly. The whole thing is destroyed because why would you want the protagonist of your story to actually do anything? And they escape the cavern, but oh no, now the Everneath is on lockdown and they can't leave. Like, they originally left the pendant with the orb, so it would mask the energy. Basically, it just would absorb all the energy coming off of it so that no one would know they destroyed it. But Cole actually stole the pendant from it and brought it back, which is why the Everneath is on lockdown. And they realized that what happens during lockdown is all of their surface hearts get taken to the vault where their Everneath hearts are, which prevents them from going back and forth from the surface. And so they realize, like, oh, okay, that's convenient. We can destroy all of their hearts at once. Also, because they destroyed the membrane, now the shades are free, and they're going to leave the Everneath and go to the surface and start feeding on humans soon, which means that Nikki and company really have to destroy the hearts now, or people are going to die.
Geez, you know, that information might have been a little more useful to me yesterday.
And they meet back up with Ash, and he takes them to a special entrance to the High Court. Like, it's the entrance that the Shades use. Don't know how he knows about it, but sure, he knows about this special entrance to the High Court. And they reach the vault, and in order to open it, Jack just rips the vault door off its hinges. Like, I don't know how he's planning on explaining that to people when all this is over. Like, humans aren't that strong. I don't know how he's gonna explain to people that he can lift up cars and shit, but whatever. Now, they don't sense Nikki's heart when they're down there, and they realize that her Everneath heart is not fully developed, and it's probably wherever Cole hit it on Earth or something.
Once again, things that could have been brought to my attention yesterday!
I don't know. I don't know. Again, like, their Everneath heart is supposed to just be in the vault. Cole doesn't remember anything.
It's a heart now.
Things are happening now. So some shades appear, and Jack fights them and holds them off, and then Nikki and Cole run to find the heart. And Ash and Will just disappear while this is going on, I guess. And then so Nikki finds Cole's heart, but then the Queen appears and she knocks Cole out, and she's holding Nikki's heart, the compass. And Cole regains consciousness, and then Jack and Will appear. Again, Ash is just kind of gone. And then they manage to all grab onto Cole's heart, the pig, and then they all hold together and go back to the surface. And then while they're there, they're like, okay, we need to go back and set the bomb off as soon as possible. So Cole spends a bit of time teaching Nikki how to conjure stuff in the Everneath. She figures out how to make sparks and flames, which will set the bomb off. And then Will says he'll show her how to make the bomb. Again, like, this guy
if I can
just
do it up
waltzes
here.
into an army base and asks how to make high explosives,
life
and
easier.
they just go with it. So they go back to the vault, and now it's being protected by magical thorny vines. Jack places the bomb in there, but his arm is stuck. And at first I thought, like, he was going to stay there and sacrifice himself, but no, they just get him free, and then they set the timer and run, and the bomb explodes.
Stop.
And the vault is destroyed, but the Everneath is still there.
Okay.
Everybody is gone, except for
Good
Queen
enough.
Amelia. And then the Queen asks if Nikki
Good
knows
enough.
what happens when
You guys
destroy
can watch
everybody's
me.
hearts. And she's like kind of implying that it doesn't take their immortality, or it doesn't just take their immortality.
Alright, I'm gonna
and
do
then
it, like,
she says something to
sideways-ish.
Nikki about, like, well, your mom died in a car crash because her ribs were crushed and she suffocated. I don't know how she knows this. Like, can she see how everyone died? Unexplained. She just knows this. So then she conjures a glass box and fills it up with water and stuffs Nikki in it, and so Nikki starts drowning. And then Cole appears and he hits the Queen with some sort of club and incapacitates her for a minute. Like, again, he can just do that now. And then he draws a heart on the glass, and Nikki realizes she needs to think about the Queen's heart to summon it. And the Queen has this little necklace with some sort of design on it, and she's like, okay, well, clearly her heart looks like that. So she just thinks about it, and the heart gets summoned to her, and it flies towards her, hits the glass, and both the glass and the heart get broken. And then the queen ages and then dies and turns into dust within a couple of seconds. Once again, very nice for the protagonist to barely do anything in the climax. The solution is just given to her. In fact, that's weirdly common in this genre for some reason. I find it a little strange that something that is seemingly aimed at teenage girls to only ever have the teenage girl protagonists be saved by men. I'm not sure what that means or says about people. But yeah, the Everneath starts falling apart and everyone goes back to the surface except for Cole and Nikki. And by everyone going back, I mean like Jack and Will. And also Cole's memory is back now. And he pulls out their two surface hearts, like the guitar pick and the compass. These are the last ones in existence. I always had it, Nick. Ever since we went back to look for it at my condo. I found it in a guitar case and I took it, even though at the time I didn't really understand what I was doing. What about the compass that the Queen had? That was just another compass I'd found in the vault. Apparently compasses are common objects for hearts to be turned into. Sure.
What?
Fuck it. Sure. Just, he has this. Sure. Actually, his memory returned a little while ago. Like, it was right after the feast when the bandmates were killed and right before, you know, the actual climax began. So he's had it for a while. He just didn't say anything. And they have a bit of time where Cole continues to try to be redeemed. But Nikki realizes, because she's like, wait a minute, the Queen died when we destroyed her hearts, and she realizes that when she destroys the hearts of an Everneath, it returns them to their natural state. So they'll age all at once. Like, the Queen aged 200 years at once, and if Cole's heart is destroyed, he's going to age 800 years at once. Now, personally, I think that'd be great, but Nikki is apparently sad about it. I bit my lip to keep it from trembling. Give me your heart, I said. He tilted his head, leaned forward, watching my eyes the entire time to make sure it was okay, and kissed me lightly on the lips. You already have it.
Yo, killing me with this!
I hate this man so much. So yeah, they break the two hearts, and then Cole dies, and the last of the Everneath it just falls apart, and Nikki goes back to the surface. After that, there is one last chapter, and it's not called an epilogue, but it essentially is, and it's just really, really short. It's only like 3 pages. And basically, we learn that the Everneath is gone, and Nikki's dad, because, again, she kept disappearing for the last 2 books, which was about, I don't know, 2 or 3 weeks is the time period it took place over. So he's sending her to rehab now, and her and Jack are just in love, and she's like, yeah, well, I'll be gone for a little while, but at least I'll always have you. And then they have an entire paragraph about how Cole redeemed himself, which it's disgusting. I just refuse to even read it on here, okay?
Come on.
It's disgusting. And I don't know. I was asking myself, like, is that what the series was about? Cole's redemption? Because I don't think that's what it was about. And throughout all of this, throughout this entire last chapter, Nikki never stops and realizes she killed all of the ever-livings. Like, there's probably thousands of them there, and she killed all of them. Like, it would be one thing if she thought that they deserved to die, because they're all essentially parasites that can only exist by killing other people. And, I mean, Nikki was willing to die instead of become one of them, so if she held some sort of disdain or hate towards them, that might make sense. But let's also not forget that Cole pushed her to this. Like, he was so obsessed with owning her that he forced her to become an ever-living, and she was so... She was so desperate to avoid doing that she became a mass murderer, or... Okay, I guess mass manslaughterer is more accurate, but whatever. Like, she would have left them alone if Cole hadn't turned her, so she doesn't have any real hatred towards them, seemingly. But she and everyone else just ignores the elephant herd in the room. Like, they never even think about how they just killed all those people. And yeah, that's how it ends. Nikki kills an entire civilization, and her dad is sending her to rehab, but it's all okay because she has Jack. We have a lot to do when we get home, Jack said. We have time to do it, he sighed. Time. He said the word as if it were something we'd fought for, something we'd risked our lives for. Time. I love you, I said. He kissed my head.
Girl.
I'm ever yours.
And
I was ever his.
Shut up.
Like, that's how it ends.
Shut up.
You know?
Stop it.
That's it.
Ah, shit. Where's my fucking glasses?
So, that took a while, but believe me, it could have taken longer. And now that you have all the needed context, you can see the whole picture of this series. Like, most of the problems aren't immediately apparent while you're reading. They only start to really pop out and become obvious looking back. So now I can go over them one by one. But before I get into the problems, I do want to talk about the positives, because, like I said, I unironically liked the first book, and there's still parts of the second and third that I enjoyed. And I've said this already, but it bears repeating. All three
This is definitely better than a lot of the other ones, that's for sure.
Okay, the last book doesn't really have a strong
anyway.
climax, but it's stronger than anything else in that book up until that point. Like, the story of all three books, they all have clear goals. The first one is keep Nikki out of the tunnels. The second one is save Jack. The third one is destroy the Everneath, and by doing so, save Nikki. And the first two, at least, do have a really good sense of progression from beginning to end. And there's even some decent twists throughout, like, you know, Adonia being the queen, although it doesn't make much sense, is a good twist in that it at least caught me off guard, and it did make me feel something. It just, you know, looking back on it, it didn't make sense. At the end of the first book, Jack sacrificing himself, that was a good twist. The band members all being killed right away instead of the heroes rescuing them, that was a good twist. But the entire story just crumbles by the end. And even the good parts of the story just can't save the absolute horrific subtext or how everyone involved is completely awful. Like, I don't know. This whole part is just about how the story actually works and is kind of good. Maybe it's too short to warrant its own section, but I needed to be fair to this series, you know? The stories are good when they're following Greek myths, and when they're not following Greek myths, they're passable, I suppose. One thing I did enjoy about the first book is how everyone in it felt real. You know, even if they weren't particularly deep, they were real. You know, from Nikki to her dad, to Jack, to Mrs. Jenkins, and even Cole, they all seemed like people that I could actually meet. They weren't necessarily good people. Again, I've gone into why I hate Cole already, but they felt real. And then we meet, in the second book, Adonia and Ash, and they similarly felt real. Like, they were traumatized, they were betrayed, they were guilt-stricken. And by the end, what's become of them all? Well, by the end, they've all turned into horrifying creatures that the author wants us to love in spite of everything. So let's start with Cole. Whenever Cole talks about becoming the ruler of the Everneath and wanting Nikki to be queen in the first book, he seems to want to rule just so he doesn't have to bring any sacrifices to the queen. Like, it's not out of any moral objection, like he hates himself for doing this or he thinks it's wrong. He just seems kind of lazy. And I'm not sure how he would actually be the ruler if Nikki took over, because the current queen is the one who has all the power, and she has no consort or king of any sort, so I guess Cole was just thinking Nikki would be in charge and she would feel like she owed him, so he would just get to chill in the High Court. I don't know. And Cole never has any other motive for wanting to rule. He just doesn't want to do the work of grabbing forfeits.
Munchie?
Now, his motive for wanting Nikki
to be over there, kid?
Immortal makes sense. Like, he says he loves her and wants to be with her. Really, he just wants to possess her, and, like, that's not...
It looks so good!
But it is a motivation, like, one that will work.
Yeah, that works so well.
And in the first book, he warns Nikki that she'll be dragged into the tunnels and drained away to nothing by the Shades if she doesn't become an Ever-Living. So, he's not killing her, like, not directly at least, but he does seem to sympathize with her, and he does want her to make the choice to save herself. But then, early on in the first book, like when he first sneaks into her room, he just straight up asks her why she came to Earth instead of just going straight to the tunnels. And when she refuses to tell him, he threatens to feed on her younger brother to get her to talk.
Okay, let me go put this in the other room.
Fuck this guy. I hate him so much. But then she tells him she wanted to come back to see her loved ones just a little bit more before she dies. Which isn't exactly hard to guess. Like, I think most people would make that choice. But Cole is a straight fucking sociopath, so I guess he's not able to grasp that. Like, he's not able to understand basic love and connection that people have. So, if he's a straight-up villain, he works. Like, he's just too evil to be anything else. But he's not. He's a love interest. He's the third leg, the losing leg in a love triangle. In books 2 and 3, Nikki makes it clear that she does care about him, and she doesn't love him as much as Jack, but she doesn't want anything bad to happen to him. Like, she doesn't trust him because she has to in the second book. And if she did, she'd probably be expecting him to betray her at some point. She thinks of him as a friend. And in the last book, this part is confirmed. But I felt protective of Cole. I couldn't deny it anymore. I've been so worried about letting go of my anger and my hate.
Run,
but my mistake was thinking it was
He's
actually
crazy,
my
run!
choice. I had about as much choice in the matter as an ice sculpture on a sunny day. Drop by drop,
Okay.
without my permission, my anger and hate had melted away. Maybe I would get screwed because of it, but I no longer had a choice. Like, again, she's just coming right out, and because Cole is, like, so
Okay, for this one, I'm gonna
charming or
put the
whatever, she
heart
just decides she
on
doesn't hate him anymore.
front.
And then at the end, he sacrifices himself to destroy the Everneath, but we don't know exactly why. Like, was he doing it just because it would make Nikki happy, or because he doesn't want to live anymore? Like, the issue isn't his character or his actions so much as the attempts to redeem him. Like, you know, this series could easily be asking the question of, like, what actions, if any, are too horrible to come back from? Like, that's an interesting question. Like, the God of War video games ask that. Specifically the more recent Norse
And there he
ones.
goes.
And by the end of that series, Kratos is redeemed,
crazy.
but it required him changing, no longer constantly acting on his violent impulses as he did before, and just becoming a protector
Do
of
it!
people. But that question
Do
is never
it.
asked
Paint.
here. Like,
It's fun.
for all we know, Cole
think
just killed
we
himself at
might-
the end because he realized, like, okay, with the Everneath gone, there's no way for me to go to the tunnels and feed on people anymore, so I'm just gonna age and die soon anyways. I may as well just go out now. Like, we don't know. He never says it, and we don't get to see it from his perspective. 'Cause
This
remember,
video is almost
Cole
over,
would've had
so I'll
to feed
probably
on
have
several
to
other people
find
before
something
Nikki,
else to watch because
and
I'm not
just out of
done, and I want to
self-preservation,
finish
just
this
trying to
stuff,
keep
and then
himself
we'll do
alive.
Tidy Chain stream.
But he never feels
As much as
guilty
I
or
enjoy doing
remorse.
them,
And remember,
this is my
this
actual
is a metaphor
job,
for
so I
sexual
kind of
assault.
have to
Like, I don't know if that's
prioritize
intended by
it.
the author, but it certainly comes across that way. It's a metaphor for sexual assault. So this guy's
Hold on, my
basically
boys.
just a serial rapist. And he taunts Nikki about her horrible experiences, and he clearly enjoys feeding on her and manipulating her. Because remember, we see his perspective in Neverfull. Like, if this was all seen through Nikki's eyes and he came across this way, that would be one thing, because again, he did horrible things to her. But then the opportunity, if you're trying to redeem him, would be to look at things from his perspective
Oh my
and
God, come
try and
on.
make us realize, like, okay, he's not a horrible guy.
The downside
but
of sticker
no,
paper.
he comes across even worse after reading his novella. So any redemption arc would require some serious work. But here, all we have is him losing his memory and then helping to destroy the Everneath. But remember, again, the Queen wanted him dead too. So, because he was plotting a revolution. Like, his time was running out already. So the Queen would have tracked him down and killed him eventually. So him helping to take her down was basically just
Oh my God, that was
self-preservation. And like I said, when he killed himself at the end, we aren't privy to the reasons
Dear Lord.
that he does so. It's like the author just decided that he needed to be good now. And the thing is, had Cole stayed a villain, or at least had he been the final villain of the series in the last book after his betrayal in the second one, I would be praising him. I would be praising this book series for writing one of the slimiest and most despicable villains I've ever found.
Okay.
But Cole doesn't stay the villain. I'm supposed to like him.
Okay. Oh, let me go let the
And I
dogs out.
can't like him. I can't forgive him. He doesn't deserve
Yes,
forgiveness. He deserves to be smashed across the face with a piece of heavy mining equipment. So his character starts off okay and then decays over time. Then I need to talk about Nikki and Adonia, but I need to talk about them at the same time. You'll see why in a minute. Nikki is a traumatized victim at the start of the series, but she does keep true to her beliefs. She will not become an ever-living and feed on people under any circumstances, even if it means that she'll die. She just refuses to do it. And then when Jack saves her, she's willing to do anything to return the favor and rescue him. So she's somebody who survived the feed and maintained her good nature, at least at first. Now we contrast that with Adonia. Now, Queen Adonia is portrayed as this cold, heartless monster that
That's
only
fair,
exists
Lemon.
to prevent Nikki from achieving her goals. But the thing is, she didn't want to be queen. She wound up there by chance.
Okay.
Like, she thought her boyfriend died and she wanted to make the pain go away, so Ash fed on her. You know, she is a scared, manipulated victim, exactly the same way Nikki was. And we find out at the end that when she was trying to prevent them from destroying the Everneath, she was actually fighting to save the lives of herself and thousands of other ever-livings that Nikki was trying to kill. So, at the beginning, Nikki set out to make herself mortal to avoid killing anyone in the name of survival, which is a noble goal. But then she winds up killing a bunch of people in the name of her own survival. And honestly, if her and Adonia ever had the chance to talk, I feel like they could have just destroyed her hearts, and maybe Cole's as well, and then gone their separate ways, and they would have gotten along okay. But then if the Everneath continued on, then Forfeits would have continued being consumed by the Everliving, so no matter what, people were gonna die. Like, it's a morally gray situation, to say the least, but the story treats Nikki's actions
Or listening
as
to
if they're
someone
all unambiguously good. Like,
talking about
you
a
could
series.
argue that it was right to kill all the Everlivings, since, you know, they're like vampires. They can only survive by sucking the life out of others, you know? Sucking you off like a goddamn vampire, or whatever it is Olivia Rodrigo says. But everyone we see in this series became an ever-living either against their will or with
I'm
lies
doing stuff.
and
You're fine.
coercion. Nikki, Adonia, and even Cole, like, they all became Everneaths against their will. Not feeding would not just kill them, it would turn them into shades, I think. Again, it's, the series is kind of, goes back and forth. Like, whatever, it would either turn them into a shade or it would turn them into a wanderer. And that wouldn't just kill them, it would be
What
a
is it
horrible,
called?
eternal
It's
fate.
called Everneath.
But Nikki never spares a thought for any of these Everlivings who might have been trapped in this shitty situation.
I'm trying to think of how I should do this one. Should I kiss it more? I feel like I should kiss it.
That they wind up turning her into a worse monster than the villain. And by the villain here, I mean Queen Adonia. Like, imagine if Nikki found out ahead of time that all
And now
the
I'm thinking,
Everlivings would
should I
die
do...
when she destroyed their hearts and destroyed the Everneath. Like, she could wrestle with the morality of killing them. You know, instead of being a blank character who is just always right because she's the protagonist.
I think I'll say goodbye to these paints because I kind of fucked them up after the last one.
And the best way to have
Hey,
Nikki
buddy, I'm
decide to die rather than to
still
turn into
doing
an
stuff.
Everliving
Okay.
would probably be to
I love
show
you,
her
though.
what might happen if she does become one.
Love you, Baba.
Like, imagine if they
Ooh,
met
this is
an
still-
Everliving at some point in the series who became one unwittingly or unwillingly
Might
and has been
use
completely
these.
destroyed mentally by
Hey,
it.
buddy.
Like, they feed every
I
100
love you.
years, but they feel unfathomable
also
shame and guilt and
kinda doing
self-loathing
stuff.
over
Okay,
it.
thank you.
But they're also so afraid of turning into a shade or wanderer.
You know what?
that
Let's
they
try
keep
it.
doing it. You know, that this person could be like a barely functioning
me to kiss
alcoholic
it.
who is hardly even lucid. You know, they're barely living at all.
Where is
And this
he?
would contrast
He's probably
with
outside.
Queen Adonia as the two paths
Lynchy,
that Nikki
where you
would go
at?
down if she becomes an Everliving. She
Lynch,
could either be
Lynch.
an unfeeling monster who leads a demonic empire built on lies and death.
Did you
or
guys
a sad
open
shell
the
of a
door just so
person
the
who
kitty
spends
could go
eternity
outside?
trying to forget themselves. And I think the best candidate for this would be Max.
Here, let me
You know,
let me
like Cole's
see if
bandmate who
he's
does a few
outside.
things but never really gets a personality. You know, like, imagine if he had a similar story to Nikki, where he gets turned into an Everliving either unwittingly or against his will, and maybe he even tried to go into the tunnels to rescue his loved one at some point, but then he failed, you know, more similar to the story of Orpheus at that point. But unlike her, he decides to feed on people so that he can live. And then he has to grow old and watch his remaining loved ones die from far away. And then he also just, for the next however many hundreds or thousands of years, he has to keep in mind that I only exist because I kill other people. Like, hell, he could even be the one who decides to help rescue Jack, and decides to help her rescue Jack, and then Cole just kind of gets dragged along, you know?
Good job,
And
Freddy.
he could tell Nikki that the Everlivings die when their hearts are destroyed.
Yeah, he's
Like,
crazy.
just make it clear to her what the rules are here, and that would force her to grapple with the idea that, yeah, the Everlivings do subsist by killing other people, but many of them didn't choose this life. You know, people can be victims and villains at the same time, and eventually she would just come to the conclusion that she's willing to kill them all in order to prevent more victims from being created, and that would be really unfortunate, but it would also be the only way to end the cycle. But we never get that. You know, Nikki is just treated as unambiguously good, even though she's a mass murderer at the end. Then we got Jack, who starts off good, but then in the last book he's like weirdly violent and angry, and Nikki has to beg him not to attack and hurt people multiple times. And then Max, the bandmate, seems fine at first, but then he helps murder Mrs. Jenkins. So I hate that guy too. And then Ash, okay, Ash didn't really decay. He was always an
Conclusion of the
asshole,
book, everyone
but,
sucks here.
I mean, again, he at least has some personality. Like, pretty much all the characters here start off good, then they fall apart by the end. Like, the only good characters here are Will and Adonia, to a lesser extent. Like, Will has a whole backstory, which is barely even hinted at, and then he overcomes his PTSD to help save his little brother and Nikki. And then there's Adonia,
Thank you, Jane.
who does bad things, but we see exactly how she became the way she is. You know, she didn't want to be here. She didn't want to be the Queen of the Everneath. She's hurt and traumatized and lashing out, but she is also trying to protect herself and others. Remember, when the Everneath falls, the Shades start going out to kill people. Like, again, it's given a couple lines of dialogue and then never mentioned again, but that is a thing that happens. Like, someone needs to hold that place together.
He
and
would.
Then Nikki kills Adonia.
Yeah, the haircut is bad, but like.
As this triumphant moment, you know, like I kept imagining.
He's like a fourth of the size of Kush, like.
You know? Like just the same events, but just from her perspective.
He's so tiny.
Like she loses a loved one, and then when looking for solace, she gets dragged to the underworld and drained of her soul. Except somehow she manages to survive. Then she becomes immortal and takes over this place.
All right, we're gonna use this, and I'm gonna suffer.
As all her friends and family die and are forgotten. Then this other girl appears in her realm and says she wants to save the man.
So I'm gonna try to do it in a rainbow.
Anything about her surviving the fever?
But
remember, now she needs to maintain some sort of order in this place that she's doomed to spend eternity.
Yeah, we'll see how this
she
goes.
Tries to have this girl killed, but then this girl and some treacherous underlings destroy the Everneath, the place that maybe she hated, maybe she grew to love, but either way, it was all she had, and. That place is gone along with all the people that lived there. So
is that your bag?
Now,
is that your bag
forever. Not to mention that the Shades are about to start killing people, so she failed in her job to try and keep them in line. And before she can try to fix anything or even get revenge, she is killed. And just no matter what form she was in at the end of her life, I could only see her as that scared, heartbroken young girl who Ash tried to suck the life out of so he could live another 100 years. And
he doesn't care if she steals the water.
Surrounded by the ruins of her destroyed home, while this rapist and his victim.
True, it was always his bag. Okay.
Yeah, it's just, I don't know. It's impossible for me to feel happy about this climax.
I gotta prep first. Okay, we got this.
So by now, you should know that Cole is the worst third leg in a love triangle that has ever been created.
Wet.
Ever. The worst ever.
Wet paper towel.
Like, first let's remember that he groomed and manipulated Nikki when she was in a very vulnerable spot. Remember, he's a much older man who went after this teenage girl in a difficult time. And he's done this to plenty of others over the last 800 years. But then he takes advantage of her desire to save Jack to force her into being an ever-living. In other words, to force her to be with him. And remember, like, he left Jack in the tunnels to die. Like, Jack escaped on his own. Like, Cole was surprised that he lived. And all of this was so that he could possess Nikki and hopefully take power for himself from the Queen. He didn't love her. He never did, and yet when he dies, Nikki is sad. Like, this is how not to do a bad boy love interest, guys. A bad boy love interest is someone who skips school to smoke at the park, or is just kind of boisterous and refuses to respect authority. Not a magical rapist. Like, his entire relationship with Nikki was so gross, I felt like I had been dipped in sewage every time I had to listen to her say that she cared about him. But, okay, you understand by now that's bad. What about the OTP, Nikki and Jack? Well, at first their relationship is fine, but then in the last book he's showing all sorts of red flags. Like, if he has to be talked down from violently assaulting people on multiple occasions, that's a sign of anger issues, okay? Like, right now it's Cole, but tomorrow it could easily be Nikki. And he's not as bad as Cole, he's not, but this is still all kinds of not okay. I don't think I ever even mentioned that when Nikki went missing for 6 months, Jack and her friend Jules started dating, and then as soon as she comes back, Jack leaves her for Nikki, and it clearly hurts Jules' feelings. Like, the books acknowledge that this crushes her, but no one ever stops to consider that she doesn't deserve to just be tossed aside. You know, she's shown to be worried when Jack is missing, and when he returns home, she holds him and cries for a bit. It's a very short throwaway scene, but that happens. And she doesn't even get any mention in the epilogue. Like, we're just supposed to forget she exists. Is she hung up on Jack? Does she find somebody else? Who cares, I guess? Like, she's not the main character, so she doesn't matter. Do I even need to mention the other romances here? Like the love triangle between Ash, Adonia, and Nathaniel? Like, there is not a single romance in this paranormal romance book series that makes me feel anything other than fatigue, sorrow, anger, and or annoyance. I wasn't exaggerating when I said this was the worst romance ever put to paper. It features a rapist who forces immortality upon somebody who doesn't want it, but then she still loves him. Then they kill thousands of people together. Like, what the fuck am I even supposed to do with that? Sure, 50 Shades of Grey and some others also are romance stories with abusive partners. Sometimes they're sexually abusive, sometimes they're otherwise abusive. But a lot of those are just porn. You know, it's a sexual fantasy. There's not a lot of point to looking at it from a realistic perspective, I don't think. Everneath whatever else it is, it's not porn. This is supposed to be sweet and heartwarming and tragic, but it's not. It's just gross. This isn't a romance, it's a collection of wicked actions painted over with something that's supposed to resemble an alluring story. I suppose it might be nice if you're dumb enough to fall for it, but I am not. And I think a lot of people agree with me, at least in general terms, about this series, since the last book in the series has the lowest score on Goodreads. Like, normally on Goodreads, the first book has the lowest score, and then they get higher over time because people who dislike the first book usually aren't going to continue after that. But I think everyone who read and enjoyed the first Everneath book were dismayed when they saw what became of it.
Look how they mess with my boy.
Hey, you want some Twizzler? No! Guys are really good. No! No!
To be honest, all the good stuff from the first book here feels like it was done by accident. You know, like the author just threw darts at an idea board and threw it all in without thought. Like, did the author make Nikki refuse to be an ever-living because she wanted the protagonist to have a personality, or because she just needed the plot to happen? Did Nikki have some difficulties with her dad because it makes sense for both of them to be like that, or because the books needed to reach a word count? Did Cole feed on Nikki because he's a parasitic, evil person, or because that makes him look dark and mysterious? The more I look at this, it just becomes more of a mess.
So my plan is to kiss around.
What is Everneath? You know, like, what is the core of the story? What's it really
outside?
About? And after thinking it over for a bit, I have to say, it is
of the heart,
to whitewash the
and
terrible
then
actions of terrible people. Like Cole,
and then I'm gonna
Jack has violent mood swings. Nikki destroys
actually
an entire
outline it so it's like got a defined edge here.
Max burns Devin alive, and then he and the rest of the band lure in and kill.
But I'm gonna do that with each color in like a stripe.
Plus Mrs. Jenkins, and Mrs. Jenkins specifically
kind of like going out
to be a sacrifice
from
in
it.
hopes of gaining immortality for herself. Like, they're all awful people, yet the books only sometimes acknowledge this. When it's inconvenient to acknowledge that they're awful people, they just sweep it under the rug. Like, this is a dark fantasy with morally gray or even morally black heroes, but it wants to masquerade as a cute romance. And the last chapter, especially the last line, are just kind of insulting considering everything that led up to them. You know, the ending here isn't happy. It's bittersweet at best, but it wants you to think that it's happy. Weirdly enough, I'm reminded of the ending to Metro 2033, and basically in that, I'm not getting into all the details, but at the end of the first book, Artyom kills all the Dark Ones, and at the last second, he realizes that they weren't hostile. So, he did save his home station, but it was at the cost of murdering thousands of sentient beings, all because the people of the Metro were too short-sighted to even attempt to understand them. And the ending of Everneath is like if Dmitry Glukhovsky wrote the same ending to Metro 2033, but then he added in another scene where Artyom shrugs and wonders what's for dinner and then kisses his girlfriend. Like, I don't know, I suppose that's the best note I can end this on. Everneath ignores its own morality and messaging in favor of feel-good nonsense. But that makes the feel-good nonsense ring completely hollow. It's like a house with a fresh coat of paint and no one living in it. So, that took a long time. Not just this video, getting it out. It's been almost 6 months.
Well, that was
since I
fucking
finished
crazy.
Breathe, or closer to 5, I guess. But it's been a long time since I finished Breathe, and I had to pause reading.
Okay. Hi, Bubba. Okay. Yeah, hi, buddy. I love you too. I kind of am doing something here. I don't know if you've realized this or not. I love you. I love you too, Bubba. I love you too, Bubba. You're okay. You're okay. Thank you. Shh, you're fine. You're fine. You're fine. You're fine. You're okay. You're okay. Okay, let's... You know what? Let's watch the one on Uglies.
Sounds like people...
I know I said that I didn't wanna because I was like, it might ruin it for me, but let's just watch it. I'm gonna watch it. Cause it's such a good fucking series. So more people should know about it. Oh my god, please load. Fucking. Oh, being so annoying. Okay. It's been 12 years since you read it. I know, it's been a while since I read it too.
Sounds like people defending their faves.
It's so good.
On social media. For what? For what?
It's so good.
And hello, welcome to a new video. We're gonna explore something together. I have no idea which way this video is going to go, if it's going to be funny, if it's simply going to be nostalgic. You've read the title. We are going to be diving into the hit series from, I don't even know when it's from. I remember
this
reading
is
it,
still one of my favorite books.
I believe in either middle school or high school. The best-selling series from the early to mid-2000s, The Uglies. I don't know why, but this is a series that just... Maybe it was a comfort read for me, but maybe only the first one. I have this very vague memory of this book and the concept of this book, and I sort of just want to read it again and figure out what's going on.
The fourth one, they're in Japan and there's aliens, okay?
Similar to, I feel like it's not going to be, but along the same vein as Hush Hush and things like that, all of the kind of trending young adult series
what are you doing?
Of my childhood, my young adult time. I don't think it's going to be super funny. I think it's actually going to be a little sad.
Super
I don't know,
fucking
but I know
sad.
that since so many of you guys watching we're from the same generation.
I did the red.
Like if I'm curious about a world and returning to it and like what actually happened in that book, I feel like some of you might be. So, if you just want to hear about a popular book series that was part of the golden age of dystopian novels, we're going
This was like before the golden age even.
I'm going in. I haven't checked anything. I don't know anything about it other than it was supposed to be 3 books, but now I think it's 4.
It's 4,
I don't know
and
if
the fourth one
is like an extra or what. But we're gonna try and read the whole
Not that she called the fourth one is called
really
extras, just for context. So the fact that she called it an extra is really funny.
Kind of original covers. That cover is also always kind of burned into my mind. Speaking of design, though, I want to give a shout out to the sponsor of this video before we fully dive in, which is Squarespace. I've used Squarespace for years to host my personal website that I use as a blog, but because of all of their different features, you can use it for anything from making a community that has separate like paid membership spaces to an online shop because they manage monetization features and stuff. Wonderful analytics features, great design help for someone who knows nothing about setting up a website.
Scott Westerfield's such a good author.
Site in just a couple of clicks.
Love all of his books.
If that interests you,
they're all really fucking good.
For a place to host your online presence, you can use my code that's in the description.
They hold up really well too. I've read them again not that long ago.
Free trial and 10%
I've read it within the last like 8 years, probably.
So highly recommend. Always love to you.
Maybe 5.
So let's look up what
fucking
this
hair
book
in my
is
eye.
actually about. So, what I remember, going in clean, I remember that there is a society, as there always is, that when you turn a certain age, you can choose whether or not to essentially get plastic surgery and become a pretty. And if you don't,
it's required. You have to.
I remember in my vision, the book starts with our girl going to her like initiation party or something. There's a party. I distinctly remember a scene with a party. Maybe it's kind of on a coast looking over dark water. Perhaps it's like a Gatsby situation where there's something on the other side of the water and she's looking longingly at it. Maybe that's where the ugly people live. And I remember her not wanting to do the procedure because I think there's a twist. And I think the procedure might also include losing
It's a lobotomy.
more than just your physical sense of self. That's all I got. Let's see. Also, there's a film, which I never watched, but perhaps we should. Her name's Tally. Okay, it's all coming. Okay. The Uglies, or just Uglies by Scott Westerfield, was published in February of 2005. So, yeah, I was just starting high school, ending middle school, just starting high school. Here's what Goodreads says. Tally is about to turn 16 and she can't wait. In just a few weeks, she'll have the operation that will turn her from a repellent ugly into a stunning pretty. And as a pretty, she'll be catapulted into a high-tech paradise where her only job is to have fun. But Tally's new friend Shay isn't sure she wants to become a pretty. When Shay runs away, Tally learns about a whole new side of the pretty world. And it isn't very pretty. The authorities offer Tally a choice. Find her friend and turn her in, or never turn pretty at all. Tally's choice will change her world forever. So it's 425 pages. It is considered a dystopian sci-fi fantasy romance. What? They just put it in everything? Okay. Well, anyway, yeah, we're gonna dive in. So some context I think is needed. 2005. No one had social media. Pretty much, in terms of like the young people who were reading this book. I knew of Facebook, but I remember it being really ugly. The only time I used the internet, like my homeroom, was in
MySpace,
the tech lab. So we had computers. I spent my homeroom playing addictinggames.com, a little helicopter game. Yeah. So we didn't really I think MySpace was a thing, but like it was brand new. So this idea of how we see beauty today and how aware we are of our faces and things like that, I think that it felt like, to me, from what I remember, there definitely was like a separate world of pretty people, like celebrities, whatever, like people who were on magazines were
This book is so ahead of its time,
like,
bro.
There wasn't, you couldn't follow your favorite model on Instagram and see her doing stupid, like looking like a normal person every day. So there was very much this kind of otherness to the kind of upper echelon, the celebrity world. And also like plastic surgery obviously was a thing, but it wasn't something that I ever thought. It felt so extreme. Even Botox, it was like, I think it was more pervasive than we thought it was, but no one talked about it. It was very shameful to talk about it. But I feel like nowadays so many people get it as like, people are like in their 20s getting Botox,
which is insane.
Like it's just more common, or almost like more, unfortunately, like I think the kind of peer pressure for just like the average person to look really good. Like my job is not my face, but I feel a pressure sometimes. Anyway, I just think, I wonder how it's going to be a different reading experience reading it nowadays, where it's much more, I mean, the filters, Botox, mini procedures, all of this stuff. I wonder how it's going to be different living in the world that I'm living in today, nearly 20 years later. So let's begin, shall we?
Okay.
I have it on my Kindle. Let's go. What? Okay, I wasn't actually expecting this to be funny. The first line of this book. I'm going to read you the whole first paragraph, actually. First sentence. The early summer sky was the color of cat vomit. What a way to start a book. Any other summer, a sunset like this would have been beautiful, but nothing has been beautiful since Paris turned pretty. Losing your best friend sucks, even if it's only for 3 months and 2 days. Okay, so that's correct. Here we go. Carrie was right. Oh my gosh, my memory is so good. Yes, there is a place called New Pretty Town where the new pretties go and like party. And Tally can see it from her home across I'm assuming it's across the water. I don't know why I keep thinking, yeah, there's a river. Okay. So it's Buddha and Pest. It's pretty and ugly. So yes, the day that you turn 16, you are sent potentially to New Pretty Town. I don't know. Her last name is also Youngblood. I don't know why I find that funny. Her name is Tally Youngblood. But yeah, I do remember really liking this writing and how just like immediately I felt in it for a young adult novel. So I'll continue to read you just a little bit. And this is why maybe
his writing style's really good.
Stuck in my head so well is the description. So here we go. This is like the second paragraph. Tally Youngblood was waiting for darkness. She could see New Pretty Town through her open window. The party towers were already lit up, and snakes of burning torches marked flickering pathways through the pleasure gardens. A few hot air balloons pulled at their tethers against the darkening pink sky, their passengers shooting safety fireworks at other balloons and passing parasailers. Laughter and music skipped across the water like rocks thrown in just the right spin, their edges just as sharp against Tally's nerves. Around the outskirts of the city, cut off from the town by the black oval of the river, everything was in darkness. Everyone ugly was in bed by now. Oh, and she also has like a smart, like this is a smart tech future. So she has like a ring that she can talk to be like, turn off the lights, which at, you know, currently I don't even know how to turn on the lights in my house without. So, but at the time,
the way she whispered Siri.
This was very techie. This was very futuristic. So, she also has a toothbrush pill. Like, she doesn't have to brush her teeth. She just chews a chewable pill. I'll
Must be nice.
I'm not going to read you the whole book, but in we go. Okay, but the town is called Uglyville. Sounds like people defending their faves on social media. For what? Okay, yeah, I can't help comparing this to social media and kind of influencers and things like that. Like, what if Instagram went down? What if, like, with this TikTok ban, like, everything would just come tumbling down, right? I'm only on page 11. I feel like I'm reading too much into this. But, yeah, basically her best friend, Paris, who's a boy, I thought it was a girl. Anyway, Paris is 3 months older than her, so he got turned pretty, and it has been radio silence. And this was, like, a person that she talked to every second of every day since she was a baby. So she misses him. She needs to talk to him. And they've, like, kind of figured out a way to sneak into Pretty Town, like, cross the river. But this time she's going further than she ever has because she thinks she knows where Paris is. And she just wants to check if he's okay, you know? So she is infiltrating. Luckily, Pretty Town is just, like, a million different simultaneous parties going on. So she found one masquerade, and so she has a mask. And she's running around trying to find him. The mansion that he's staying at is apparently the worst kind because the brand new pretties have to live in a big dormitory. So we're going to try and find him in this giant party dorm. We have now, as Tally was escaping New Pretty Town, she ran into Shay.
Probably not going to do all the colors for this one because I don't have that much room.
And all of her friends have also already turned pretty, so they're like, great, we'll be lonely together. They bond.
Green,
Shay
blue,
teaches
purple.
Tally how to use a hovercraft, which I do distinctly remember. There's a lot of hovercraft going on in this book. But they're talking about, like, what's going to happen when we turn pretty. And Tally is like, ooh, here, let me show you my mock-ups of, like, what I want my face to look like. And she had a bunch of
they sprayed her Jen, that's
that
funny.
She, like, tweaked her face, whatever. Shay has never made one, and Tally is shocked. And they're called morphos, these, like, idealized photos of themselves. She says, everyone made morphos. Even the littlies, even, like, young kids.
Okay, I feel like I'll put another kiss up here and stuff later, but this is coming together.
You would look when you finally became pretty. And that is such a thing now with, like, what's it called, Facetune, like all the ways that you can just slightly alter your face is such a thing that we do currently. But what I forgot about this book is, like, the way that they justify the becoming pretty thing is they link it all back to biology, and, like, it's just, you know, survival of the fittest. They mention, like, having bigger eyes is better because it makes you look innocent, so people, like, will trust you. Any other differences is, like, a signal that I'm healthy. If we reproduce together, we'll have healthy children. Her best friend they did like a blood pact. So they had a scar on their hand, and he got rid of that because he got new skin. So like having soft hands is a signal that you have not had to do hard labor, and you're also clever enough that you've never gotten in like trouble where you've gotten a scar or anything like that. So in Tally's mind, it's all like, no, this is good for society, this is all for like, it's just biology. We love pretty people because that's how we're trained. Shay mentions, for some reason, Cleopatra plays a big role in this book. Like they have a Cleopatra street or whatever. And Shay mentions Tally shows a mock-up of like, ooh, I'm kind of going for like a Cleopatra look. And Shay says, I actually read that the real Cleopatra wasn't even that great looking. She seduced everyone with how clever she was. So yeah, it's a little simplistic. Like this is definitely like a true YA. So the dialogue, it like reads young, but that's what it is. So it's just quite interesting, like all these little things that we are currently doing. Catching up, 30% update, breezing through this. Another scene that is burned into my mind that I like remembered. Shay brings Tally out to what are called the Rusty Ruins, so the ruins of society that used to exist there. And they're playing with their hoverboards, and there's a roller coaster, like a roller coaster track. And so they use the hoverboards, like they need metal in order to hover. So they like go on the roller coaster track. For some reason, that also is like burned into my mind. Shay eventually lets us know that there is some mysterious person named David who lives out way past the ruins, and there may or may not be a society where people have decided to opt out of this pretty world. On the day before they're supposed to turn pretty, Shay runs away, tries to convince Tally, but Tally's like, no, listen, not for me. So Shay runs away, gives her a letter of clues of how to get to the place in case she ever changes her mind, and off she goes. When Tally goes in to get her surgery, she gets picked up by someone who's not a pretty. They're kind of, instead of looking like vulnerable and you just want to love them and trust them, they look very cold and intimidating. So these people are from the Special Circumstances Department.
I feel like if this book got released now, it would do so fucking well.
To kind of
there would be a Netflix series.
Gang. They're trying to spin it in a way of like, Shay was brainwashed and kidnapped, and really you're saving her. And if you don't tell us, if you don't help us, you will remain ugly forever. So for a bit, surprisingly, Tally actually keeps the secret. But then Paris, her best friend, comes to visit to be like, what the hell? Why aren't you pretty yet? And he kind of convinces her. He's like, listen, you made a promise to Shay to keep her secret, but you also made a promise to me that we were going to be best friends forever, being pretty together, having the time of our lives. So which secret, like which promise are you going to keep? And so she decides to help the Special Circumstances people. And it seems like this city, like Uglyville and New Pretty Town, that's just one city. There seems to be other cities outside, but it's kind of like no one knows about it. Like Tally doesn't know about
it's
other
almost
cities
like
and things like that. It seems like everybody's
there's a whole
kind of
YouTube video about it.
Okay, so that's where we are. Let's see if she will actually help these people. They're called the Cruel Pretties.
Hey.
Okay,
No
so
humping.
she agrees to help, but then they're like, well, alright, here's your pack. Go follow those directions and try to find them. Good luck.
Okay, I'm gonna do the light blue, I think.
Okay, now 40% update. She's going off on her adventure, whatever, typical shenanigans, getting lost, whatever. She runs into a bunch of pretties that are basically doing controlled burns of the forest that she was in, and they're doing it because a long time ago there was this particular flower that was considered to be the most beautiful flower. Everybody wanted some, so this botanist figured out how to
reproduced them really well, and they became a weed. And they're kind of explaining to her, like, we need to kill it off. And they're basically talking about how dangerous a monoculture is. You need to have diversity in everything in order to keep a kind of balance and keep things from, basically, the flowers were so beautiful that they ended up choking everything around it, got rid of everything else. And then once only the beautiful thing remained, these beautiful flowers, they also couldn't live. They didn't have anything to support them. The hummingbird, like all of the things that they needed around them to live had died out. And so they ended up dying as well. Victims of their own success, leaving a wasteland behind, biological zero.
Hmm.
50% update, officially reaching territory that I do not remember. So, she makes it to Smoke, which is the outside city of ugly people. And it's mostly young people, like 18-year-olds and younger. They have one lady who's the boss, and she's like in her 40s. And they're basically just living in the forest, making do. Part of Tally is actually really enjoying this. The author is definitely showing that, like, if you travel, if you leave your like one concentrated environment, you see that the world is much bigger, and like the things that you thought were the most important maybe aren't the most important things in the world. But what I didn't remember, and so she's kind of like enjoying, she's confused because like a lot of these like ugly kids are very confident. You know, pretties aren't supposed to work or think. They're just supposed to like play, right? But these guys are like constructing houses and thinking about how to run a small community and things like that. So they have like self-confidence that comes from not their looks, but from the things that they do. But the thing that I didn't remember is David. David is like the outside contact, right? He, for some reason, like really trusts Tally. And Tally has this pendant that she's supposed to activate. I'm sorry if you can hear the beeping. There's just construction outside. Tally has this pendant that she's supposed to press, and it will give the GPS signal, and the special circumstances forces can come in, right? But she hasn't pressed it yet because she's just really interested in this and like doesn't want to screw things up for Shay, right? But for whatever reason, David really trusts Tally, and he's like, listen, I can tell that like you're still on the fence about this, confused, interested, taking it more seriously than other people. So I'm going to trust you with a secret. And David was never in the city. He was born outside. His parents were pretties, and they left. They were doctors, and you get like multiple surgeries. So you get your ugly, and then you are a new pretty, and then in your like 30s you get made into a middle pretty, and then in your like 60s you get put into old pretty, I guess. So they were like in their middle pretties, left, and they reversed the surgery somehow. Like they became unpretty, and Tally is like, damn, they like cut themselves up in the woods, like was that sanitary? And he says something really cryptic which I don't understand, and we're gonna have to find out together. But basically she says they cut each other out here in the wild to make themselves. Her throat closed on the word as if she was going to gag. No, David said, they didn't use surgery. So how did they undo their pretty surgery?
I'm also at the part where I don't remember.
Described to most people as like shaving bones and you get new skin. How did they undo it without
We had a
surgery?
why do you look sad? Why do you look tired? Why did you
like
quit?
A changed person, it's because
About
I
50 times.
took a very deep nap. Before I fell asleep, we got the secret. So David bothers me. David's annoying. David just really trusts Tally, and I don't quite know
I also
why.
hated David, I
I think
remember.
he just has a big old crush on her, which is confirmed in a couple seconds. But before that, he decides
I'm excited to see what this looks like when I take the thing
Tally
off.
to meet his parents, because he kind of pieces it together that she didn't come to Smoke because she didn't want to turn pretty. She came here because of Shay. He thinks it's because like she wanted to check on her, she misses her. It's not because she's gonna turn her into the government. But like he guesses correctly in one way that she's not fully on board with their idea of society. And so he's like, listen, before, like, if you decide to go back and become pretty, because apparently that's a thing you can do, which doesn't make any sense to me, but he's like, if you decide to go back, I need to tell you something. My parents need to tell you something. So they go meet the parents, and it turns out that they were the doctors that were the cosmetic surgeons. Like, they were in charge of making people pretty. And they were seemingly fine with it until they realized that during the procedure, for whatever reason, like, I guess there are multiple doctors, right? They just did the kind of outer bits. They started to notice that all of their patients, after going through the pretty surgery, had these lesions, like these cuts or something, on their brains. And weirder still, they would like do a couple tests, they'd run, you know, check up on people, and people who had jobs that required, I guess, like critical thinking, decision making, their lesions were gone, went away, were taken away, whatever. But people who were just like normal pretty people had these marks on their brains, and they basically couldn't think critically. So that's why like everything is just peaceful and like whatever, go with the flow, because nobody thinks. They wanted to come forward with this information thinking it was like a bad thing, and the government basically told them like, either you forget this ever happened, or whatever the other or was, they chose to run away. And the whole like, they didn't use surgery to undo their pretty operation. I thought it was going to be some cool revelation. It's basically, they do the surgery, and a lot of it is basically just like putting shit in your face, like not quite fillers, but like plastic stuff in your face. So eventually it melts. Like if you take enough of this particular medicine or whatever, the surgery will kind of melt. So like their eyes are still, like their eye color is still the same and stuff like that. But for the most part, like the structural stuff, they're kind of as close as they could get to their natural self. Once Tally figures that out, she still is on the fence. She's like, oh, thanks for telling me. That's kind of weird. They start walking back to Smoke. David is like, listen, you're just not like the other girls. They share a little kiss. They have a little moment. And she decides like, yeah, you know what? I am going to stay, because David called her beautiful. And her reaction was, am I more beautiful than Shay? And both of them, like even herself, she was like, shit, that was a shitty question to ask. Like they were both kind of shocked that she even thought that. But he said, yeah, you are prettier than Shay. So she decides like, okay, I'm not going to ruin everyone's lives and betray everyone. So she takes off her pendant that was her little GPS tracker that she was supposed to trigger, throws it in the fire, and wouldn't you know it, a couple hours later, they go to sleep. A couple hours later, the special circumstances show up. Because why would you throw, like, why not just bury it? I don't know. She gets captured. We have this one boy named Croy who is very suspicious of her from the get-go. Because he didn't believe her story of her running away. But she, for some reason, got arrested too. And so Croy is like, oh my gosh, maybe I'm wrong about you. Okay. And also David is missing. So, and now Tally has to answer for her crimes.
Okay. Oh, finished The Uglies, the first book. So, where did I leave you off? She throws the freaking tracker in the fire. She gets caught. She manages to escape. She finds David, who also, like, wasn't there. So he didn't get caught either. They decide they need to go back to the city, rescue their friends that got taken back, and they do so. However, they get there not quite in time. First, David's dad got killed. He got taken away for an operation and never came back. So he's killed. But remember that detail. Unless I see a body, I'm not believing anything. So he was allegedly killed on the operating table. Then Shay got turned pretty. Shay is like the dumb, bubbly, I'm just so happy to be here. They managed to still break everybody out, and now they are hiding out in kind of like the ruins area, I guess. They got a couple other uglies to help them, so they're spreading the word. Like within the young ugly community, people know about the brain legions. Basically a small, quiet rebellion
few more up here.
Is growing. And they want to save Shay. They want Shay's mind to heal, but David's mom, who is the doctor, who has these pills that she thinks can get these to heal. She won't do it on someone who isn't cooperating, and Shay is very much like, I'm happy this way. I don't want to fix my brain. And there's like a 1% chance that the pills will turn you into a vegetable, basically. So David's mom is like, absolutely not, we're not doing this. I need a willing test subject. So Tally is like, send me back. I'll get the operation. I'll become pretty. And I give you permission to give me the pills. And hopefully they work and I come back. She confesses to David everything that happened. And the book ends with her walking into the clinic and she says, hi, my name is Tally Youngblood. Make me pretty. So, also, another little tidbit that I feel like is going to show up in the next books is the Rusties, which is like the older society, like basically our society, right? We use a lot of oil and blah, 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 blah. Their society collapsed because of something infected the oil.
Oh,
and
my poor lips.
After that, like, society collapsed. Basically, like, the society was already, like, kind of on a downfall, but then they got a big shove from this action. Normally, in history classes, uglies and pretties love to talk about how stupid the Rusties were. So it's weird that Tally doesn't know this part of Rusty history, and that makes me think that the pretties and whoever started that society had something to do with the takedown. And the orchid's invasive species is creating a desert. So as it takes over the environment and then eventually dies itself, all that it leaves behind is like this barren desert. Nothing can grow there. So that's also spreading. That's what's going on. I'm going to leave you for the next book. I'm going to start it tomorrow. I'm going to take a break. But yeah, it's definitely too young for me, the dialogue and stuff like that, but I totally understand why it was such a hit in middle school. And I do think that the conversations are quite interesting, especially nowadays with like the kind of influencer community. Basically, they can do whatever they want because they're pretty and dumb. You know, and it's okay. Like, we love them for it. She even mentioned, like, when she saw Shay, like, her first reaction was, like, I just want Shay to like me, and I just want her, like, to make her happy and make her laugh. Because, like, wouldn't that be amazing to have this beautiful person, like me, you know? So, yeah, feels hitting pretty close to home. But, anyway, we'll continue this tomorrow. I'll catch you later. See you for the pretties.
A new day, starting the pretties.
Okay, I'm very happy with how that turned out.
All of these books are available at my library, so I have them all ready to go. We'll see how many I can get through.
Should I add anything else to this one?
Sleeping Beauty, and the quote is, remember that the most beautiful things in the world are the most useless.
I really like how it turned out.
In we go. I think there's a tiny bit of a...
Oh man, that one took so long.
Tiny bit of a time jump. I think
so many kisses on this one.
So.
Oh.
12% update. My God, this is hard to read because it's a month later. Because
I feel like it looks good how it is. Yeah.
Gang have all turned pretty. They are so dumb, and they speak.
The best part is it's like pretty much almost already dry.
This was kind of a trend
go set it aside.
I would say the early 2000s of, in order to show how vapid someone is, they needed to speak in a really obviously vapid way. So they'd be like, oh my God, that's totally bogus.
Oh my God, that's so fetch.
Like, there's all these slang words, but they aren't like grammatically correct. It's very difficult to read. They're very obsessed with
one more.
Their looks. It's not a fun
Don't know what should do for the last one yet.
Croy, who we remember is the guy who didn't trust her, he breaks into the party and tries to communicate with her. And in that, there's like a scuffle. She falls and gets a cut on her like eye. And she decides to keep the scar for a little bit, because isn't that odd that scar, even though it's technically an imperfection, it sets her apart, and she feels very cool because she's kind of famous in New Pretty Town because her and Shay are considered like criminals, so they have like a cool story to them. But isn't that interesting that the thing she likes about herself and that sets
slightly
her
smaller
apart
heart this time
is a slight imperfection.
I think this one I'm gonna do the trans colors.
So anyway, she's having memory issues. She doesn't really remember anything. But it's just really difficult when everything she says is like, oh my god, he's totally ugly. They keep calling things bubbly. I don't know what that means, but they're like, oh my gosh, nothing is as bubbly as her dive off of the tower last night. Like, that's not bubbly enough. I want to be more bubbly. Pretty bogus, huh? Totally criminal looking. Not so many Helens. Like, they rank things in terms of saying
they do this because of the lobotomy.
They use Helen, as in Helen of Troy, as an example. But it's like, what are they saying? This is how every conversation has been for the past 50 pages. Yeah, this book says bubbly 154 times in a 360-page book. Oh, thank God. So she follows the instructions that Croy gave her with the help of Zane, who is like a super pretty boy, but apparently he knew Shay and Croy and like was maybe going to run away to smoke before he became pretty. So he's helping Tally. But anyway, she does this whole thing, follows these instructions, and she finds the letter she wrote herself at the end of the first book.
Thank you.
Okay, so hopefully we will soon get her brain back so that I don't have to read bubbly one more damn time. Goodness gracious, an update. Croy left Tally 2 pills. You're supposed to take 2 pills at a time. And she didn't want to take them, but Zane convinced her that they could each take 1. So they're both like sort of half cured a little bit. They're still dumb, but like they remember things and they realize that like something is wrong. Zane is having weird effects from the pill. He's having really bad headaches, which is scary because one of the side effects of the pill was like going brain dead. They also have started like a romantic relationship, which is weird, and I don't think that was necessary, but anyway, they're trying to act normal, but obviously not well enough, and the special circumstances department noticed and is trying to recruit Tally. Ooh, that's intriguing. Okay, a nice big update because I haven't updated in a while, and honestly, this book is committing to the bit, but in an unreadable way. The way that they speak, there's like a pretty language.
No, it doesn't mind. It did not mind me at all.
I think I left
I was fine with it.
Zane and Tally each took a pill. So they come up with a bunch of different plans. Honestly, like most of this book is just them trying to get their stupid bracelets off. They have like tracking bracelets on them. Anyway, they finally figure out how to get them off. They steal a hot air balloon to run away. Shay is pissed because they didn't, like, Tally gave Zane a pill, even though, like, in the circumstances, there was no way she could have taken it and hidden the pill and given it to Shay. Anyway, Shay's pissed, so they aren't talking to each other, but Shay knows that there is a way to break out of the pretty thing, is, unfortunately, to cut herself. That is a way that she can, like, the pain kind of breaks her out and like focuses her and makes her feel less like a dumb pretty. So she's dealing with that. But Tally and Zane and Fausto, who's this rando who shows up, he's like friends with Shay, whatever. They all escape via hot air balloon, but right before they're about
via hot air balloon,
jumped except for Paris and Tally. And Paris says he doesn't want to go because he actually really likes being a pretty, and he will be their man on the inside and like distract the guards and stuff. And now they've argued so much that they're in a place where Tally can't jump out of the hot air balloon. So now they're trying to find a way to jump out of the hot air balloon, and that's that. So, long story short, when she falls, she almost dies, but she is eventually rescued / found by this group of people who are living, we soon find, are living on essentially a reservation. So pretties allow certain civilizations to live their lives, but they surround them with this boundary, so they can't leave either. They're just sort of there, and then they study them. It's like this weird experiment. Honestly, kind of uncomfortable to read. But they think that she is a god because she fell from the sky, and she's pretty, but she's broke.
Okay, you know what? We're just
honestly,
gonna go for it.
This is a book that's getting pretty unreadable. I just kind of want to know what happens at the end. So I don't love the last sentence of this quote, but this is essentially what this book is talking about, that, you know, we've got to learn to think for ourselves, basically. Okay, pretty Update.
Okay.
Finished the book. Skimmed it so hard because, like I said, it's unreadable, but the ideas are interesting. Yes, turns out that
I liked it.
Reservation
It wasn't that bad.
is a experiment run by Special Circumstances trying to understand human nature more. So Tally's like, okay, add that to my list. I have to go save the people in the reservation. But she ends up escaping the boundary around the reservation, finds New Smoke, finds David, finds his mom, who she was kind of mean in the first book, but now she's like horrible. She's like kind of turned into a villain. She's very, doesn't trust Tally, really hates her, says just like really kind of petty things to her. I don't like this doctor. She's not acting very doctor-esque. Turns out the reason why Zane is having issues with the pills is because, and this is where Maddie gives Tally so much shit. She's like, ugh, I should have never trusted a pretty to cure herself. But she never explained. She just said like, oh, you need some medicine. But she didn't explain that like, I'm going to give you 2 pills. You need to take both of them. Like they each do different things. Like how was she supposed to know? So she was like, oh, 2 pills here, I'll take one, you take one. Split the cure, right? So Zane got the pill that like does scary things to your brain, and then Tally got the pill that is supposed to like fix the side effects of the scary pill. So Tally actually didn't take any medicine that would have helped her. She basically just cured herself by like questioning things, wanting to, you know, escape from this world. So that's interesting. David is kind of a pill. We kind of love Zane now. David and his mom can like go away. But it turns out that as they're like, Zane is practically comatose at this point. As they're trying to help him, the specials find them because they put a tracker in Zane's tooth and they like can't get the tooth out because pretty teeth are made with the same material as airplane wing. Anyway, so Tally is like, I'm not leaving Zane. So she stays and they get taken back, but because her brain still technically has like the lesions and things like that, to the specials she looks like she still is pretty and dumb. They like don't super question her, but they bring her back to Pretty Town and they meet up with Shay, who looks quite different now because she has been turned into a special. Shay works for Special Circumstances now. Tally is like trying to play the dumb pretty role, but Shay is not going to be tricked. So she just kind of blacks out, and the last thing she hears is Shay saying like, don't you know, Tally, you're just so special. And so they're gonna turn her into a special, whatever that means. Like, I don't know what that entails other than they look cruel pretty. I don't know if it's gonna mess with her brain or not, but so I don't know if we need to read the extras. How many pages of specials? Because if it's in the same,
it's different though. It's a different.
It's 374 pages, so just a little.
It's a different group of people.
Different? What's going on? I'm gonna cheat. I'm sorry. Let's see if the internet tells us. Okay. So there, it technically is just a trilogy, and then he added another book just for funsies, and then he started a side
it's like a spin-off
as well. Let's read the inspiration for the series. Interesting. In an interview, author Scott Westerfield talks about the inspiration behind the series. Westerfield thinks that the future will allow people greater control over their appearance. We're definitely heading, quote, we're definitely heading towards a world
like,
in which
is he
lots
wrong?
of people will get
No,
to
he's
decide how
not.
they look. That will change what we think of as beautiful and what beauty means to us, end quote. In light of this, Westerfield, quote, wanted to write a future in which these technologies were fairly common. Westerfield also cites Liking What You See, a documentary by Ted Chiang, as an inspiration. Oh, hey! Fun fact, Ted Chiang also wrote the short story that inspired Arrival, one of my favorite movies.
Oh, wait, did he?
Additionally, the series shares many of
Arrival.
its themes with the Twilight Zone episode number 12, Looks Just Like You.
Okay, time jump. Coming in a little bit later. I actually today, I had a long bus ride and I found the PDF of that short story and found it really fascinating. So if you are interested in the themes of the Uglies trilogy, but you're looking for perhaps a more adult version, but also a shorter version, this is a novelette, as I mentioned, called Liking What You See. And it's just a series of short POVs, almost like an interview with a bunch of different people who live in a society where there's something called Cali, which is a kind of surgery you can get done to make your brain recognize faces, but not do the step that is judgment of those faces. So you can like recognize like, oh, that's a chin that is pointier, or you're like, oh, I can recognize my mother, but you wouldn't then take the step of judging how attractive that person is physically. Okay? And the story is mainly focused around this one college that is in the middle of a debate of whether or not they should require all of their students to get this. And one of our students has gone to a school, like a elementary through high school that requires all of its students have it, and she is really excited to turn hers off and be able to see who's attractive, you know, see herself especially. And so we talked to her, we talked to a couple other students, her parents, etc. And it had some really interesting points. So I'll read you a couple, but also when I thought one way, because it's kind of written in a debate and we see all different sides of it, then I was like, wait, but maybe I'm wrong, but maybe I'm right, you know? So I think it's just more an interesting piece to think about. I didn't leave this with an opinion one way or the other if we should have this Cali, okay? One of the main arguments is just talking about lookism, and for decades, people have been willing to talk about racism and sexism, but they're still reluctant to talk about lookism. Yet this prejudice against unattractive people is incredibly pervasive. People do it without even being taught by anyone, which is bad enough, but instead of combating this tendency, modern society actively reinforces it. Educating people, raising their awareness about this issue, all of that is essential, but it's not enough. That's where technology comes in. Think of Caliagnosia as a kind of assisted maturity. It also talks about how these are like the pro-Cali people. Girls have been told that their value is tied to their appearance, their accomplishments are always magnified if they're pretty and diminished if they're not. Even worse, some girls get the message that they can get through life relying just on their looks and then never develop their minds. This is the girl's mother of why she has chosen to have her daughter have this procedure. Being pretty is fundamentally a passive quality. Even when you work at it, you're working at being passive. I wanted Tamara to value herself in terms of what she could do, both with her mind and with her body, not in terms of how decorative she was. I didn't want her to be passive. And I'm pleased to say she hasn't turned out that way. I also thought this was interesting. So one of the worries about Cali is that it will make everyone's face feel the same if you're looking at them, but that's not true. A person's face always reflects their personality, and if anything, Cali makes that clearer. And I like this part. You know that saying that after a certain age, you are responsible for your face? With Cali, you really appreciate how true it is.
For me, what I did was I just sent out like a fucking email,
especially young, conventionally pretty ones,
or mass text to everyone being like, hi, I'm trans.
But faces that are full of personality,
essentially,
look as good as they ever did, maybe even better. It's like you're seeing something more essential about them. And I love that, like, after a certain age, your personality has carved your face, if you
I think it depends on how they'll take it.
I like that idea. But then those who are opposed say things like, of course it's wrong to judge people by their appearance, but this blindness isn't the answer. Education is. It wouldn't be maturity. It would be letting an expert system make your decisions for you. Maturity means seeing the differences but realizing they don't matter. There's no technological shortcut. Also, our main girl realizes that she's pretty because she had her Cali turned off so she can see herself, and she reaches out to her ex-boyfriend who dumped her and convinces him to turn off his Cali as well so that he can see her appearance, and hopefully that would make him decide to date her, because he's like, oh man, I let go of this hot chick, my bad, let's date again. But like, as the audience, we know that that's really toxic and you wouldn't want a guy back just because he finds you attractive, right? It's also talking about how looks can interfere with our relationships with other people. We become dissatisfied with the way ordinary people look just because they can't compare to supermodels.
Time for white.
About men who prefer virtual girlfriends over actual ones, but they're not the only ones who have been affected. The more time any of us spend with gorgeous digital apparitions,
I don't know if this will actually turn out looking good on the shirt, but whatever.
to suffer. But then again, other people are kind of like, that's that seems like an exaggeration. I don't think looking at pretty people necessarily makes me not like my best friend who is not supermodel pretty, you know? Another anti-one is, of course, beauty has been used as a tool of oppression, but eliminating beauty is not
be
the
hot
answer.
or perish.
You can't liberate people by narrowing the scope of their experiences. That's positively Orwellian. What's needed is a woman-centered concept of beauty, one that lets all women feel good about themselves instead of making most of them feel bad. But basically, this debate isn't just about commercials and cosmetics. It's about determining what's the appropriate relationship between the mind and the body. Are we more fully realized when we minimize the physical part of our nature? And that, you have to agree, is a profound question. Anyway, I thought this was just really interesting, so I'm going to link the PDF down below. It's available online. Just wanted to add that in there as a cool little aside. And back to Past Me. Okay.
Okay, this takes place in the specials. Allegedly, Tally lives... This is blowing my mind. Allegedly, Tally lives in like what used to be Seattle, but then there's also mentions of Diego, which is San Diego. Okay, let's read the special. I'm just gonna read you the synopsis because this is, I'm just worried I'm putting myself in a reading slump because I'm not loving reading it, but I just want to know what happens. So here we go. We have a 2-month time jump from when Shay to Black and Shay turned Tally into a special. So these are surgically enhanced superhumans. So they do have like a bunch of these special body bits. They have enhanced senses, strength, and reflexes. And she has been turned into a super amped fighting machine engineered to keep the uglies down and the pretties stupid. So Tally has basically amnesia. She doesn't remember anything, so she is helping the specials do their thing. What the fuck? And then she goes to visit Zane in the hospital, and she discovers that while Zane is free of his lesions, his brain has been damaged, and his physical infirmity now disgusts her.
If your dad scares you, I would probably keep your gender questioning to yourself until you're really sure, and then do that conversation when you're in a spot where you're ready for it.
A feeling of superiority, so that's why she looks down on everyone. So they end up trying to chase new smoke. That's how they end up in San Diego. So they have found an injectable cure. They're like spreading the cure everywhere. Tally meets up with David, ends up getting one of the an injectable cure. So he's like, if you ever decide you want to be free, here's this. But she uses it instead to stab Dr. Cable, who's like the head of keeping the pretties stupid, right? And because of that, she starts to lose her grip on everything, and people start to find out about things, and the cure starts to spread. And
good, wait!
She wants to stay special, like with her crazy fighting amazing body. She cures herself. She's a free thinker, but she doesn't want to get her special body.
And you can actually see the white ones too if you look close.
So everybody else seems to they're starting a new society.
My face is sore.
But she runs off with David to start the new special circumstances where she will live in the wild.
Please tell this man where my YouTube or my orange YouTube went.
Excesses, because that was what the Rusties did. Is that they did, and what New Smoke actually is doing. They're seeing a lot of deforestation and stuff. So the uglies aren't perfect either. So Tally is okay, we got rid of the pretties and all of their shit. So now we can let the uglies live, but we need to just make sure we're being good to the earth. Well, I like the first book. That's all I got. I enjoyed the first book thoroughly.
Okay.
Thank you for being on this
I'm gonna
journey
put it right
with me.
here,
I'm sorry that
and then I think I'm just gonna use the paintbrush and just brush it by hand.
I just remember the first book being really, just having a real strong hold on me. And
no, I like the whole series. The whole series is really good.
Kind of lost the plot. Kind of interesting that he decided to write 5 more novels in this world, but okay, do your thing, Scott. But yeah, The Uglies. I haven't watched the movie. Should I? If you have seen it.
Oh, we're so watching the movie, chat.
Or whatever, kissing booth girl in it.
Okay. Shit, I still have more stuff to do. Alright, I'm gonna not play anything else, though. Let's just leave it there as far as watching stuff for now. I'm gonna just brush the back of this, I think. I need something to cover the inside so it doesn't get paint in there. Okay, there we go. Hello. All right. I know there's a movie. Dude, if I had known there was a movie, I would have watched it so long ago. All right, I'm gonna start with white and work out. And we'll do pink next. I am still live for a little bit, and then I'm going to hang out with you on Teddy's account after like a quick break. Listen, I needed to finish this or it wasn't gonna happen. Yeah. Okay. And then this. Yeesh. I made the white stripes slightly too high on the heart. It's okay though. Eek. It's okay though, it doesn't need to be perfect. It's good enough. Yay. Okay, how's that? Okay, looking good. A little bit more pink. This is gonna be so difficult to take off. Okay, blue. Yes. Yeah. Bro, what's so loud outside? God damn. So fucking loud. What is that? Is that a truck? Okay. And the one on the top.
Yeah.
Okay, it's looking good. I like this one. We So I'll probably take like a hour break for Teddy Chan. So I can go get myself some food. Whee! Okay. Nice. Okay, let's take this off. All right, pretty good, pretty good. Could have done a little better on the bottom there. I think I might outline it. Yeah. I'm gonna outline it just cause. No, actually I'm gonna outline it with white. Ugh. It's more subtle and also cleans up the lines. Whew, okay, one done. Or one side done, you know what I mean. There we go. Ta-da! Wheesh! Okay. Ta-da! And the front side's covered so it doesn't smear. Ah! Woo! I did it! Thank you, thank you. Thanks, Flipsy. How fancy was the art school? No, that's when I went to etiquette. Etiquette classes taught me to do that. Well, that was fun and a lot of work, but fun. Let's see. I did get the Pride outfit done. I got the paintings all signed. I got little miniature ones done. I got the t-shirts done. the next stream is gonna be a lot of getting rid of stuff. Okay, let me go put this on the counter really fast so it doesn't smear or anything. Be right back. Well, we did it. Very productive. Goddamn. We got a lot done. It is a mess in here now. There's just art supplies fucking everywhere. Eesh. I'm just gonna put the brushes into the water on the off chance it will help them. Didn't want to do it earlier because I didn't want to use painty water to clear my lips off, but now it's good. Kitty, this is not really a good time for you to come up here. No, 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 kitty, no, kitty, no, kitty, no, kitten. No, kitten. Not a good kitten location. That's not a good kitty location. Okay? I love you though. You're a good munchie. Good kitten. Good kitten. I love you, munchie. Hey, nice. Baby. Baby. Me so cuddly. My baby. So the only thing we didn't do is draw Pride merch, but that's okay. I can finish that off screen. And yeah, if you want to look at the Pride merch that's up so far, I haven't made like an official page for it yet. But I did make some Pride merch and I'll get that up for you guys on like an actual landing page probably this weekend. So, yeah, a lot of fun, a lot of fun. Cool. How long do we stream? 6 hours? 6.5 hours? Let's go. Alright, I'm gonna go take a break. I'll set up Teddy Chan's stream for probably 8 o'clock. She'll probably stream for like 2-3 hours. It'll be like a later stream, so late night Teddy stream. Probably gonna work on doing not I don't know, we're gonna draw something. I don't know what we're doing. I think we might work on the other thing, but yeah, go to sleep. It'll be a late one, so if anyone wants to join, it'll be a very tiny, short little late night stream with Teddy Chan, and we're gonna just be drawing and probably listening to true crime or something like that. So should be fun. I'm filming stuff tomorrow and I'm gonna stream after that. So I'll either do the giveaway then or I'll do it on now. I'll probably wait to do the giveaway till next week. Well, not giveaway, you know what I mean. Paintings will be next week. And yeah, that way the video can be up, because if the video's not up, then that seems silly. So I'll have the video up and then yeah, So yeah, it'll be probably Monday or Tuesday. Probably Tuesday, I'm guessing. But we'll see. Yeah, probably Tuesday. Late on Tuesday will be the paintings. Otherwise, tomorrow we're gonna watch not the next season of Girl from Nowhere. We're probably gonna watch something else tomorrow, so should be fun. Anyway, I'm gonna go. Love you guys. I'll see you in the next one. Goodbye.